Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We're here again, ready to take a whole stack of technical info. Sometimes pretty dense stuff, honestly.
Sometimes fascinating stuff, too, though.
Absolutely. And we turn it into a clear map for you. Today, we're diving deep into, well, really the essential sound of modern guitar, that controlled breakup, the drive, the grit. We're tracing the technological journey of one truly iconic name, BOSS.
Yeah, and this is, it's way more than just a history lesson about, stomping on a little colorful box.
Right.
We're actually charting the evolution of overdrive itself, synthesized across, 4 decades now?
40 years, yeah.
Our mission really is to get under the hood, understand the technical architecture, that shift from pure analog op-amp warmth, those simple circuits, to really complex digital precision, and then finally where we are now with these modern hybrid platforms that kind of define tone today.
And what's so compelling about this whole journey, I think, is that constant tension. It's like this war between simplicity and complexity, isn't it?
Totally.
You've got the purist's desire for that warm, maybe slightly unpredictable analog character.
Mojo.
Exactly, the mojo. Versus the modern player's need for, tight, really articulated digital capability and flexibility.
It's a constant battle.
So to kick things off, we absolutely have to start with the spiritual ancestor.
Yeah.
A pedal that wasn't just foundational for Bar S, but you could argue for the whole effects industry. The OD1 Overdrive, launched way back in 1977.
Oh, you really can't overstate its significance. I mean, before the OD1 distortion, it was often hard clipping, right? Really aggressive, almost fuzz-like sometimes.
Yeah, very buzzy.
OD1 shows up. It's one of the very first compact BOSS pedals ever, and it introduces 2 huge concepts. First, that small enclosure size we all know now.
Standard.
Became the standard, yeah. And second, the big technical innovation. Soft clipping.
Soft clipping. Okay,
Yeah.
That's the key phrase, isn't it? That really defines the difference between what we call overdrive and distortion.
Fundamentally, yes.
But let's be real for a second. Today, the OD1, it's a super sought-after collector's item, costs a fortune.
Oh, yeah.
And it has some serious limitations by modern standards. Yet its sound is constantly being cloned and replicated. Why should you, the listener today, care so deeply about this little 2-knob pedal from 77?
Because basically, the OD1 established the sonic blueprint. It was the template for pretty much every major transparent drive that followed it. That includes the legendary Tube Screamer family,
Right, which came just after.
It defined what players even meant by transparent back then. See, it wasn't designed to just mangle your signal into oblivion.
No.
It was designed to gently push your amplifier, nudge it towards its natural breakup point, to get that warm, dynamic response you associate with, like, cranked vacuum tubes.
But without blowing the windows out.
Exactly. But at a manageable volume, it just set the baseline for what musical gain could be.
Okay. And to guide us through this whole tech trek, we've gathered detailed deep dives on, I think it's 8 key pedals, spanning that whole technological arc.
Yeah, that sounds right. We've got the original analog pioneers, then the specialization models like the bass overdrive, which is interesting, then the sort of groundbreaking digital modelers, and right up to the current hybrid platforms. It shows a really clear path.
Okay, so let's unpack this history, starting right at the foundation, the analog foundations era. This runs from, 77 up into the late 90s?
Roughly, yeah.
And this is where BOSS really cemented the core characteristics of their sound. That warmth, that famous mid-forward focus, and maybe most importantly, that dynamic response.
And we have to begin with the OD1 Overdrive, active between 1977 and 85. Now, the key to its magic, it lies entirely in its architecture. It used an analog soft clipping circuit.
Right, so soft clipping, that means the diodes, they gradually round off the signal peaks. It's not just chopping them off flat.
Precisely. In the early OD1s, they were actually nestled right in the feedback loop of the op-amp, specifically the RC343D quad op-amp in those first versions.
Okay, RC340-3D.
Yeah, and these diodes, they gradually start to conduct as the signal approaches a certain voltage threshold. It's like a subtle compression of the waveform, not a sudden, harsh amputation like hard clipping.
Okay, so it avoids those really harsh, complex harmonics you get with, say, a classic distortion or a fuzz pedal. It's aiming for something smoother, more amp-like.
That was the goal. But the devil, and maybe the magic too, is in the details of those specific components. Tell us a bit more about that RC34003D quad op amp. Why that chip?
Well, that chip, it was a pretty innovative choice for the time. A quad-op amp means you've got 4 separate operational amplifiers inside one single chip package.
Right, which saves space.
Saves space, yeah. But it also let BOSS achieve a really specific circuit architecture, one that allowed for high input impedance so it doesn't suck tone from your guitar, and low output impedance, which helps drive the signal chain after it. But more importantly, the specific layout, it was optimized to really facilitate that gentle, soft clipping action, and also to create that specific EQ curve, the one that boosted the mid-range.
That famous mid-hump.
Exactly. And here's where the technical nuance of the OD1, I think, cruelly separates it from older clipping circuits. It's the use of asymmetrical clipping in those early versions.
Oh, yes. This is huge.
If you're listening for like an aha moment in overdrive history, this is probably it.
It absolutely is. This is a foundational innovation. It fundamentally changed how drive pedals sounded. See, standard symmetrical clipping, it clips both the positive and the negative sides of the waveform identically. It's clean, it's even.
Mathematically neat.
Very neat. But tube amplifiers, just by their nature, they're kind of imperfectly symmetrical when they start to overdrive. The power tubes, the output transformer, they introduced these even order harmonics because they tend to clip one side of the wave just slightly harder than the other.
Okay, so walk me through this.
Yeah.
Why does clipping one side, say the positive side, harder than the negative, make the sound more amp-like to our ears?
It's because that specific imperfection, that slight unevenness, it introduces these complex but musically pleasing harmonics. Our ears actually perceive them as natural warmth, depth, character. It sounds richer.
Interesting.
So BOSS, they engineered this asymmetrical clipping specifically to mimic that desirable imperfection of a great old tube amp, like a Fender or a Marshall running hot. It wasn't just a technical choice. You could almost call it a psychological one. It tapped into that warm sonic memory people had.
And the controls were famously, well, Spartan is the word, just level and overdrive. That's it?
No tone knob.
No tone knob, which really says a lot about how dialed in and intentional that fixed EQ curve was, right? They clearly felt it didn't need tweaking.
And baked it right in.
However, we do have to mention the power limitations of this analog ancestor. It wasn't quite plug and play like modern pedals.
No, that purity definitely came with some, let's say, technological baggage from the era. Those early versions, they required the specific 12V ACA adapter from BOSS or a 9V battery.
Right, the ACA standard.
Different voltage. Yeah, it was a specific standard that actually needed a bit more voltage internally to run the circuit properly. Later, BOSS pedals moved away from it to the 9V PSA standard we use now.
So what happens if you try and run an old ACA pedal, like an early OD1, on a modern 9V power supply?
Well, often it just sounds wrong. It sounds kind of starved, maybe dull, weak, because it's not getting the voltage it was designed for, which adds this whole extra layer of complexity and maybe frustration for modern players trying to get that vintage magic.
Yeah, another rabbit hole for collectors.
Definitely. But despite those, minor flaws or quirks, the OD1's DNA, its core sound, it's just pervasive. It's everywhere.
And that successful DNA, it evolved pretty quickly into the next iteration, the OD2 Turbo Overdrive, which ran from 85 to 94. The OD2 concept, it immediately added complexity. It brought in this idea of having 2 distinct personalities, 2 sounds, in one single compact box.
Yeah, BOSS was clearly responding to players who needed more versatility on stage, more than that simple two-knob design could really offer.
So what were these 2 modes?
The dual modes were absolutely its defining feature. It was quite a clever bit of engineering, actually. You had the normal mode, which basically kept that classic, smooth, OD1 kind of vibe, still using those soft clipping characteristics.
Okay, the original flavor.
Right. But then you hit the switch and you engaged the turbo mode, and this dramatically kicked in additional gain circuitry.
But it wasn't just like a volume boost or a simple EQ shift.
Yeah.
It was fundamentally a different level of aggression.
Oh, yeah. It really crossed the threshold from what you'd call overdrive into genuine mid-focus distortion territory.
Interesting.
Turbo mode gave you significantly higher gain, a noticeably tighter bass response compared to normal mode, and a much stronger push in the upper mids. It really did successfully bridge that gap between a pure overdrive and a full-on distortion pedal.
So it let the pedal do double duty.
Yeah.
Like rhythm crunch and then lead sustain.
Precisely. It made it way more versatile for different genres, everything from like 80s hair metal leads through to heavier blues stuff.
Yeah. That flexibility sounds like a major plus. 2 distinct drive sounds, wide gain range for an overdrive of that era. But naturally, when you add complexity, more gain stages. Yeah. you often introduce other issues, right?
That's always the trade-off in pedal design, isn't it? Turbo mode, while definitely aggressive and useful, it could be perceptibly noisier than the normal mode.
More hiss.
A bit more hiss, yeah. And at really high tone settings, depending on your guitar and amp, some players found it could get a bit harsh or maybe fizzy compared to the smooth warmth of the normal setting.
Okay.
And BAW-SS, they recognized this. Maybe the switching wasn't ideal on stage either, which led directly to that practical stage-focused refinement in 1994, the OD2R Turbo Overdrive.
The OD2R. And that just stood for the added remote foot switch input, right?
Correct.
That seems like a small addition on paper, but I can imagine for a pro player trying to navigate a complex set list, that was probably a lifesaver.
Oh, it was genius stage utility. Think about it. You're playing, you need to kick into turbo mode for a solo, but you don't want to break your concentration by looking down, finding the pedal, and hitting that small switch accurately.
Yeah, easy to miss.
The remote jack meant musicians could now toggle that aggressive turbo mode using a separate, simple external foot switch, which they could place anywhere convenient on their pedal board. Much easier.
So was the core circuit basically the same as the OD2, just with the added jack?
Largely similar, yeah. Still blending those analog soft and maybe slightly harder clipping stages depending on the mode. But the OD2R did offer some subtle refinements. Sources often mention slightly improved clarity and maybe a marginally tighter low end compared to the original OD2.
Okay.
But this model, the OD2R, it's actually quite significant historically because it really represented the last analog overdrive in that specific OD1, OD2 family line before BAW-SS completely transitioned to a modernized circuit with the OD3.
Oh, okay.
It truly marked the end of that first analog era for their main OD line.
Which really raises a big engineering question then. If they had this proven, successful analog architecture, the OD1 leading into the OD2 and 2R, why completely overhaul it for the next one, the OD3? Was it just like keeping up with the Joneses, the rise of boutique drives, or were they hitting a kind of physical ceiling with what those older circuits could do, maybe in terms of headroom or low-end response?
I think it was probably a bit of both, actually. BAW-SS was definitely observing the market shift. Players were starting to demand not just drive, but drive that felt, well, bigger, more amp-like, retaining more low-end clarity without that sometimes nasally quality some earlier soft clippers could have.
Right, that mid-hump could sometimes be too much.
Depending on the amp, yeah. So this brings us into the mid-90s, this era of specialization and modern analog perfection. They tackled both specific instrument challenges, like bass, and also the need for a new, modern flagship guitar overdrive.
Okay, let's start with the specialization first. That brings us to the ODB3 Bass Overdrive, released in '94. And man, this thing was a staple for nearly 3 decades, right?
Unbelievable run, yeah, until very recently.
And it addresses a really fundamental and actually quite difficult engineering challenge.
Yeah.
Getting good overdrive for bass frequencies.
It's a tricky problem. The issue with trying to drive a bass signal is that the fundamental frequency, that low E string, for example, it carries a massive amount of energy compared to a guitar string.
Right, much lower pitch, bigger wave.
Exactly. So if you just plug a bass into a standard guitar overdrive circuit, which is usually designed to clip higher frequencies more readily, you immediately overload those low-end frequencies first. They clip way too easily.
And the result is?
Often just mud. Muddy, indistinct sound where the actual bass line, the notes you're playing, kind of disappear into this flubby mess in the mix.
Okay, so the goal for the ODB3 was clear. Get that desirable grit, that harmonic complexity we like from overdrive, but without sacrificing the fundamental low-end clarity and punch that makes a bass line actually work in a song.
Precisely.
So how did the ODB3's analog op-amp circuit manage that trick? What was the secret sauce?
Well, it used analog op-amp-based distortion, similar principles, but crucially, it paired it with some pretty sophisticated EQ filtering that was tailored specifically for bass frequencies. It made sure the clipping action focused more on the upper harmonics and the mids, leaving those deep fundamental lows relatively untouched, or at least less affected.
Lower filtering.
But the real genius, I think, the key control that made this pedal such a long-running standard for so many bassists was the balance knob.
Ah, the balance knob. Okay, let's take a second to really understand this, because this idea of blending signals is something BAW-SS comes back to again and again, even in their super modern digital stuff.
Absolutely, it's a core concept for them now. The balance knob on the ODB3, it's essentially a clean blend control. Think of it as a sophisticated signal splitter and mixer inside the pedal.
Clearly.
It allows the player to precisely mix the clean, completely untouched bass signal, that pure fundamental low note with all its punchback in, with the heavily distorted driven signal coming from the overdrive circuit.
So you're layering the sounds.
Exactly. It means the low frequencies can maintain their power and clarity, while the mids and the high frequencies get all that desirable clipping, grit, and harmonic richness. It's a really elegant solution, ensuring that the drive kind of sits on top of the core bass tone rather than just destroying it.
That makes perfect sense.
Yep.
You get the power and the foundation from the clean signal and the crunch and character from the drive signal blended together.
Spot on.
And its history really confirms how successful that was. I mean, it became the standard bass overdrive for decades. You heard it everywhere, driving punk and metal bass lines, adding edge to funk, even used for aggressive slap tones where you need both clarity and attitude.
It was incredibly versatile because of that balance control.
Okay, so while they were busy solving the specific problems of bass overdrive, they were simultaneously addressing the next generation of guitar drive. This leads us to the OD3 overdrive in 1997. And this pedal is still available today, right? It remains their modern analog standard, and it really represents the answer to my earlier question about why they moved on from the OD1 architecture.
Exactly. The OD3 represented a really major step, both technologically and tonally, past that simpler OD1 or even the SD1 architecture.
So what exactly was the technical upgrade here? What defined this new analog flagship sound?
The big shift was moving to a dual-stage op-amp design, where the OD1 basically used one main stage for amplification and clipping. The OD3 employs two separate amplification and clipping stages run in series.
Okay, 2 stages instead of 1. What does that allow?
Well, it allows for much greater control over the signal path and significantly increased gain capability before things get messy. It still retained the core principle of asymmetric clipping, which gave it that familiar, desirable amp-like character.
Still keeping that asymmetry.
Yeah, they kept that key ingredient. But the expanded architecture, those 2 stages, allowed for a much expanded frequency range compared to the earlier pedals.
Right, so the sound profile wasn't just that focused mid-forward thing anymore. People describe the OD3 as feeling richer, warmer, and genuinely more amp-like across the whole spectrum.
That's absolutely the key tonal impact. The OD3 has a notably fuller low end, much less bass cut than the OD1 SD1 family, and substantially more headroom.
More headroom, meaning?
Meaning it can handle hotter signals and to get louder before it starts to compress and squash the dynamics. So if the OD1 felt like maybe a small vintage amp being gently pushed.
Like a Champ or something.
Yeah, exactly. The OD3 felt more like a bigger, maybe more modern amp head with deeper tonal complexity and greater volume potential before that compression really kicked in hard. It kept that classic Bios warmth, but it had this open quality that made it sound less boxy, more articulate, especially for complex rhythm playing.
So this pedal, the OD3, it seemed to focus squarely on achieving that really natural-sounding breakup and maintaining touch sensitivity, making it ideal for players who rely heavily on dynamic expression blues, pop, classic rock styles.
Definitely. It really established a new benchmark for transparent analog drive from Bios, emphasizing a richer, fuller tone with increased usable gain compared to its predecessors.
Okay, so that sets the stage for the analog sound. But as we transition into the 21st century, the limitations of even refined analog circuits, they started to become maybe more apparent, especially with rising gain levels.
Yeah, analog circuits are inherently noisy at high gain settings. You just can't avoid physics. And they often struggle to maintain really clear note separation when you push them really hard with complex chords.
Things can turn to mush.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah.
And this brings us squarely into the digital pivot. Starting around 2001, Bios began using really complex digital technology to try and overcome these classic analog limitations, focusing hard on versatility and articulation.
And this pivot, it started pretty robustly with the OD20 drive zone, right? Running from 2001 to 2007, this was Bios's first real attempt at a drive workstation in a pedal.
Yeah, it was part of that twin pedal Ciro SM line they had back then, big silver boxes.
Yo, SM, Composite Object Sound Modeling. We need to talk about that. But first, the sheer size of the sound library in the OD20 was kind of staggering for the time.
Oh, it was huge. We're talking 22 modeled drives packed into one unit. And it wasn't just trying to replicate famous non-Bios pedals like, certain plexi tones or fuzz face sounds.
It did those too, though.
It did some of those, yeah. But crucially, it also modeled Bios's own internal history. It had models of the OD1, the DS1 distortion, even the infamous MT2 metal zone. It was like a digital archive of their entire gain legacy up to that point.
Wow. So how did this Creo SM technology actually work? Was it just sampling sounds?
No, No, QSM was more sophisticated than just simple digital sampling. It stands for Composite Object Sound Modeling. The idea was, instead of just recording a snapshot of a sound, COSM attempted to mathematically model the behavior of the physical components inside the original gear.
Like modeling the tubes, the transformers, the diodes, the capacitors.
Exactly, and crucially how all those components interact with each other under different conditions. So the OD20 was essentially running like 22 different complex mathematical simulations of classic gain structures and circuits.
That sounds like incredible utility, especially for a working professional musician. Did that sheer range of features and sounds manage to overcome the fidelity critiques that early digital modeling often faced back then?
For many working musicians, absolutely yes. The features were immense for the time. You had stereo inputs and outputs, which was great. 2 memory slots for saving your favorite sounds.
Only 2. Seems limited now.
Seems tiny now, yeah. But it was useful then. And it had an amp direct switch, which was great for recording flexibility. You could optimize the output, whether you were plugging into an amp or going straight into a recording interface or PA.
So it offered this massive tonal range without needing 22 different analog boxes on your board.
That was the huge selling point. However, the main critique, especially from analog purists, was always that perception of a digital feel.
Okay, tell us more about that digital feel criticism. What did players perceive was missing compared to the real analog deal?
Well, while the tonal range was undeniably huge and the programmability was great, that early CSM modeling, some felt, sometimes lacked the subtle dynamic nuance, maybe the harmonic randomness, that really defined the best analog circuits.
How so?
Think about it. When you play an analog OD1, the exact clipping point might slightly shift based on component temperature, tiny voltage fluctuations from the power supply, how hard you physically hit the string. It's organic, it's slightly unpredictable in a musical way.
Right.
The OD20's models, being essentially mathematically perfect simulations, sometimes sounded a bit flat or maybe even sterile in direct comparison. They sacrificed some of that analog warmth and dynamic bloom for immense breadth and programmability. It was a trade-off.
Okay, interesting. So let's fast forward over a decade now to 2014. Boss S returns to the overdrive concept, but this time through a completely futuristic lens with the OD1X Overdrive X.
Ah, the X series.
Yeah, and this wasn't just about modeling the sound of the old OD1 again. This was about fundamentally reimagining the classic using really cutting-edge, high-resolution digital technology.
And this pedal introduced the world, or at least the guitar world, to multidimensional processing, or MDP.
MDP. Good. Need to unpack this one, too.
Yeah, because if QSM was about modeling components, MDP is really about intelligent signal analysis. This is the core technology here, and it represents a massive leap in digital articulation for guitar processing.
So what is MDP doing? How does it work?
Okay, so MDP involves digital signal analysis, but it doesn't just treat the incoming guitar signal as one single unified wave to be clipped or processed. Instead, it analyzes different aspects of the signal, things like pitch, dynamics, harmonic content simultaneously in real time.
Wow.
And then it dynamically adapts the tone processing, the EQ, the compression, based on that constantly changing input information.
That sounds incredibly abstract, but also potentially really powerful. Is the MDP engine essentially looking at, say, my low E string when I hit a chord and saying, okay, that's a low frequency, I need to keep the tone stack relatively flat here to preserve punch. Mm-hmm. While at the same time, it's reacting to my high B string ringing out and saying, that's a higher note, maybe part of a lead line. I'll add a subtle boost to the upper mids there and maybe slightly more compression to help it cut through.
You've basically got it. That's the concept. It's like having incredibly fast, intelligent, multi-band EQ and compression applied dynamically, constantly adjusting itself in real time based on what you're actually playing.
And what was the big problem it was trying to solve?
The major hurdle in traditional analog game, especially high gain, has always been that when you crank the gain way up, the low frequencies often turn to mud. They clip first, they clip uncontrollably, and complex chords lose definition.
Right.
MDP tries to solve that by effectively treating every note on the neck, even the decay of a single ringing note within a chord, almost like its own separate audio stream to be processed optimally. This helps prevent that low-end mush while still retaining high-end articulation and clarity.
Okay, so what was the resulting tonal precision actually like? How did it feel to the player compared to, say, the OD3 or even the OD20?
The sound is consistently described as extremely articulate and highly responsive. You get incredibly tight lows, really clear mids, and smooth highs right across the frequency spectrum, even at high gain.
And then no separation.
The sources really emphasize that the OD1X retains outstanding note separation even at maximum gain levels. You can play complex chords with heavy overdrive, and you can still hear the individual notes ringing clearly. It finally, truly solved that age-old analog problem of keeping complex chords defined when you crank the overdrive way up.
This really does sound like the ultimate shift then, from that organic, maybe slightly unpredictable analog breakup towards pure sonic articulate precision. What are the pros and cons that came out of this massive leap in digital articulation with MDP?
Well, the benefits are enormous, technically speaking. You get that extremely articulate response, an extended frequency range that captures subtleties, an analog pedal, often filters out just by design, and maybe most significantly, a dramatically lower noise floor than pretty much any high-gain analog circuit could ever achieve.
So all the gain without the hiss and hum.
Pretty much, yeah. You get tons of gain, very little noise. However, the classic critique, similar to the OD20 but maybe even more pronounced here, remains. Some players feel it lacks that warm, random, slightly imperfect analog character.
The mojo again?
The mojo is missing for some, and some players describe its sound as having a slightly hi-fi feel, like it sounds almost too perfect, too polished compared to the inherent musical flaws and randomness of simple soft clipping diodes heating up.
It really is that constant tension, isn't it? Technical perfection versus the sort of human, organic imperfection that players often seem to crave in their tone.
Absolutely.
And that very tension, that search for the best of both worlds, leads us directly to the final and perhaps arguably the most successful evolution point in this story so far. The hybrid culmination represented by the OD200.
Yeah, the OD200, released in 2019 as part of their 200 series. This really represents BOSS kind of closing the loop that began way back with the OD1. It's almost like their statement pedal, saying, okay, why force players to choose between the warm character of analog and the power and flexibility of digital when we can actually fuse them together?
Okay, so how is this hybrid architecture actually constructed? Is it just like a powerful digital processor bolted onto the end of an analog circuit? Or is there a more sophisticated interplay happening?
No, it's a very intentional and quite sophisticated interplay. The OD200 employs this innovative hybrid design. Crucially, the input signal from your guitar passes through analog clipping stages first.
Analog first.
Analog first. This is where the initial input dynamics are handled and the core game structure, the fundamental overdrive character, is created. This is the part that lends the essential feel and warmth that analog circuits are known for. Then, after that analog front end shapes the core tone, that signal feeds into powerful, high-resolution 32-bit digital processing. And that digital engine handles all the fine-tuning, the detailed EQ shaping, noise reduction, maybe simulating cabinet responses, applying specific filtering models, all the really complex stuff.
So the analog stage ensures the player interaction, the dynamics feel right under the fingers.
Hopefully.
While the digital stage ensures the massive flexibility, the low noise, and the precision shaping.
That's the core idea. You capture that organic feel first, then you use the immense power of modern digital processing to make it versatile, clean, and programmable.
And the sheer versatility built into the OD200, it seems to cover basically the entire OD family spectrum we've just spent the last while discussing.
It really does aim to be a comprehensive platform. It offers, I think, 12 distinct drive types in total, and it explicitly includes models designed to capture the vibe of the classic, smooth OD1, the aggressive turbo mode sound from the OD2, a more general natural drive setting, and even some highly sought-after non-bias sounds, like models inspired by Klon-style clean boosts.
Wow, okay.
It is effectively a kind of historical retrospective of drive sounds built into a single, relatively compact box. It allows players to access basically 40 years of overdrive development instantly, but all of it colored and influenced by that initial analog front-end circuit.
And beyond just the range of core tones, the OD200 being part of that modern 200 series chassis, it also includes a lot of high-level professional features, right?
Yep.
Things that make it suitable for pretty much any modern touring or session player's rig.
Oh yeah, the utility factor is massive. It brings deep editing capabilities, often via connecting to a computer or app. It has a huge number of memory presets, way more than the old OD20 for managing complex set lists.
It's essential these days.
Absolutely essential. And crucial modern necessities like full MIDI input and output for instantaneous program changes and parameter control within a large automated rig. And interestingly, we see the return of an essential feature that was first really perfected way back on the ODB3 bass overdrive.
Don't tell me. The blend control.
You got it. A switchable parallel blend control.
That connection back to the ODB3 is so important, isn't it? It really shows the arc of innovation. They learned something vital on the bass pedal, that blending clean signal back in with the drive preserves articulation, and now they've applied that universally across all drive types here.
Exactly. This is like the ultimate conceptual refinement of that idea. The blend control on the OD200 allows the player to mix their clean, fundamental guitar tone back in with any of the 12 different drive types.
So even under heavy distortion?
Even under heavy distortion, you can dial back in some of that clean signal to ensure you maintain punchy attack, note definition, and articulation. It perfectly unifies the lessons learned from the analog past the need for clean definition, like on the bass with the power and precision of the digital present. The OD200 really feels like the fusion point, the culmination of analog warmth and digital capability, unifying over 40 years of Boss S Overdrive history into one extremely flexible, professional platform.
Okay, wow. So let's try and bring all of this back together for you, the listener. We have covered a massive amount of ground here, charting this really quite single-minded evolution of Boss's approach to musical gain over 4 decades.
Yeah, and looking back, you can clearly define, I think, 3 major evolutionary stages. You can connect the dots through the decades and see how each stage essentially tried to solve the problems or limitations left by the previous generation.
Okay, so stage 1 was the analog foundations.
Yeah.
That spans the OD1, the OD22R, and the OD3. This era really defined that core, organic, often mid-range focused Boss S sound. It relied on analog op amps, that clever asymmetrical soft clipping, and really focused on dynamic response to achieve musical, touch-sensitive breakup. But it came with limitations, right? Potential noise at high gain, maybe limited low-end clarity on the earliest models.
Definitely. Then came stage 2, the digital and modeling era. This includes pedals like the OD20 and the later, more advanced OD1X. This era ruthlessly prioritized articulation, sonic precision, and just immense versatility. Through technologies like COSM modeling, trying to replicate classic circuits, and then the really cutting-edge MDP adaptive processing in the OD1X, these digital approaches solved many of the noise and definition problems inherent in high-gain analog circuits.
But the trade-off was?
The trade-off was sometimes a perceived lack of warmth or that digital feel, maybe a bit of sterility compared to the analog circuits.
Okay, and that leads us to stage 3, the modern age. Hybrid perfection with the OD200.
Exactly. This stage successfully merged the warmth and feel of an initial analog gain stage with the incredible flexibility, low noise, and precision of high-bit digital processing afterwards. It really aims to give players the best of both worlds, all wrapped up in a MIDI-controlled, professional, gig-ready platform.
What's really fascinating, listening back to this whole journey, is that regardless of the specific technology they were using, whether it was a simple quad op amp back in '77 or complex KOSM modeling or that futuristic MDP stuff, the underlying mission for Boss S, it seems to have remained absolutely consistent, hasn't it? They were always trying to deliver expressive musical gain that reacts dynamically to the player's touch. They consistently sought to replicate that elusive amp-like feel and response.
I think that's spot on. The technology changed dramatically, obviously from a simple 2-knob pedal you could barely power correctly to a multi-model digital workstation with MIDI. But the fundamental sonic goal, that quest for musical, responsive overdrive, it seems like it never really wavered.
It really makes you appreciate that constant tension in the whole pursuit of guitar tone. This journey, just following the OD line from the simple 2-knob, slightly quirky 12-volt OD1 all the way to the MIDI-controlled 32-bit processing analog front-end OD200, it feels like a perfect microcosm of modern musical technology development.
It certainly is. And the fundamental question that remains right at the heart of this evolution, it's really one every single guitarist faces when they're designing their pedal board or choosing their gear.
Which is?
Do you prioritize the warm, maybe slightly unpredictable character and the unique harmonic randomness you get from pure analog soft clipping circuits? Or do you prioritize the tight, incredibly articulate precision and the almost infinite adaptability and low noise floor you get from modern digital processing?
It fundamentally boils down to a choice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Character versus capability. Imperfection versus perfection. What does perfect overdrive actually mean to you, the player?
That's the core question.
And maybe more interestingly, if the OD200 represents the current pinnacle of merging these two worlds, analog feel with digital power, what comes next? Where does overdrive technology go from here? Will the next big step involve, I don't know, AI predicting your playing style and dynamically rewriting the clipping algorithm in the middle of your solo?
Who knows? Maybe?
That's a fascinating question. This journey through the BOS-OD line really leaves us mulling over.
Welcome back to The Deep Dive. If you are tuning in, well, chances are you already have a strong opinion about what happens when you hit that little yellow stomp box. We are embarking on a pretty massive deep dive today. We're looking into a piece of gear that's really less a component and more like a chapter in music history, the BOSS Super Overdrive series. Yeah, our mission really is to take this stack of sources you provided us, the historical reviews, technical diagrams, even artist interviews, and just unpack why this specific circuit hasn't just survived since, 1981?
That's right.
But actually thrived. We want to track the evolution, from that foundational SD1 through the more experimental SD2 right up to the modern Wazacraft versions. The goal isn't just to summarize things for you, but really to understand the technical heart of why it's remained so relevant for so long.
And that technical heart, I think, is really the key here. The SD1, you could argue it's one of the most significant and definitely continuously produced overdrive pedals ever.
Mm-hmm.
Full stop. It stands next to very few others in terms of just how widespread it is, its influence.
Yeah.
So we aren't just looking at, a successful product. We are really examining a foundational sonic template.
Yeah.
When we talk about classic rock cruncher or blues gritter, even using it as a boost for heavy metal leads,
Yeah.
we are often talking, sometimes without even realizing it, about the specific sound that comes from its core design choice, asymmetrical clipping.
Ah, okay.
That's really the secret sauce, the ingredient that gave this yellow box the ability to sound, more like a natural breaking up tube amp, rather than just a sort of crude, buzzy distortion.
Okay, so let's unpack that founding moment then. The SD1 Super Overdrive. It arrives in 1981, and it's building immediately on the success of the OD1 Overdrive, which people already loved.
Yeah.
But the OD1 had a limitation, didn't it? What was the SD1's crucial innovation? The thing that really let it become the workhorse the OD1 maybe didn't quite manage?
It was, seemingly simple, but functionally, it was huge. The tone control.
Just the tone knob.
Just the tone knob. The OD1 had this beautiful, smooth clipping character. People praised it for its organic tone, absolutely, but it only offered level and drive. So if your amp was inherently bright, or maybe your guitar was naturally dark sounding, you were kind of stuck.
Right, no way to adjust for that.
Exactly. The SD1 kept that core clipping character, that smoothness from the OD1, but added that absolutely crucial high-frequency control. That single knob suddenly gave players the power to sculpt the pedal's output, to match it to a much, much wider array of amplifiers, different guitars, different room acoustics. It made it truly adaptable. And that's, pretty much a requirement if a piece of gear is going to become a legend.
That adaptability, that flexibility, it really turned it from what could have been just a fantastic, maybe niche effect into a global standard, didn't it? It let players dial it in consistently, wherever they were, whatever amp they plugged into. But let's focus back on that core sound for a second. We have to talk about the circuit itself. Why is the SD1 so often mentioned in the same breath as its, let's say, famous green competitor?
Ah, the Tube Screamer.
Right, but it delivers a distinctly different feel, doesn't it? What's going on there?
Yeah, it does. And that's where we get into the genius of the analog architecture, really. Both the SD1 and the Ibanez Tube Screamer, the green contender you're hinting at, they actually share a similar basic layout. You've got an analog op amp, right, driving the signal into clipping diodes, which are placed in the feedback loop. And then there's a tone shaping stage afterwards. That's common to both. But the single biggest difference, the core differentiator, is the clipping mechanism itself. The SD1 uses asymmetrical diode clipping.
Okay, asymmetrical clipping. Let's dive into that technical bit for a moment. For listeners, maybe they've heard the term, but could you give us a quick refresh? What does choosing asymmetrical clipping actually do tonally? Especially compared to the symmetrical clipping you find in the Tube Screamer and many other drives.
Right. This is absolutely critical to understanding the SD1 sound. So with symmetrical clipping, think of the audio waveform being clipped, sort of flattened off equally on both the positive and the negative sides.
Like chopping the top and bottom off evenly?
Exactly. Chop the top, chop the bottom, nice and uniform. This creates a very even set of harmonics, and that's often perceived as smooth, quite compressed. The Tube Screamer uses this design, which is partly why it feels so fluid, so controlled under your fingers.
Okay.
Asymmetrical clipping, on the other hand, clips the positive and negative sides unevenly. It might, for instance, clip one side harder than the other, maybe using a different number or type of diodes for each side.
Okay, but why do that? What's the point?
The point is, it directly mimics the electrical behavior of a vacuum tube amplifier when you push it hard.
Okay.
When a tube amp is overdriven, the gain stages don't compress the signal perfectly evenly like symmetrical clipping does. They respond dynamically based on the input, and the result is an asymmetrical waveform.
So when the SD1 uses that asymmetrical clipping, it's not just creating distortion noise, it's aiming to create an amp-like waveform, something that feels, grittier, more complex, more open.
Precisely. All of the above. The source material we looked at notes that results specifically in richer second-order harmonics. And that's the key difference you hear and feel. It's the difference between a sound that feels smooth and very compressed, like the symmetrical clipping, and a sound that feels much more dynamic, much more like a real amplifier starting to break up.
Right.
The SD1 has this slightly rougher edge, maybe a more honest edge. It makes it feel incredibly responsive to your pick attack. It reacts dynamically to how hard or soft you play. Much more interactive.
That dynamic response, I guess that's what makes it such a great foundational pedal. Okay, so we know the controls are dead simple. Level, tone, drive. Runs on standard 9V, uses that classic BOSS buffered electronic switching bypass. Let's shift to its primary use case, though. The SD1 is perhaps best known for its mid-range profile, that infamous mid-hump. Where does that actually come from in the circuit design? Is that intentional?
Oh, absolutely intentional. That mid-hump is intrinsic to its design. Specifically, it comes from the frequency filtering chosen for the op-amp stage before the clipping happens. By design, the SD1 filters out quite a bit of the really deep, low frequencies, the stuff that can get muddy before it hits the clipping diodes. And at the same time, it emphasizes the mid-range, often centered somewhere around, say, 700 to 800 hertz, and it gently rolls off the very top-end sizzle, too. This wasn't an accident. It was a really brilliant piece of engineering.
Okay, but why is filtering out that low end so important in an overdrive pedal specifically?
Because when you apply high-gain clipping, even moderate clipping, to a signal that has a lot of low-frequency content, you introduce mud instantly.
Right, yeah. Flubby bass.
Right, exactly. You get that flabby, indistinct bass response that just destroys clarity, especially when you're playing with a band. It gets lost in the mix. So by tightening up the low end before the signal gets clipped, the SD1 makes sure that no matter how much gain you dial in with the drive knob, the notes stay articulate, clear, punchy. And this tight low end, combined with that characteristic mid-forward voice, that's why its core character is often described as warm, but also articulate. It's really designed to enhance an amplifier's existing breakup. Think of it more as a stacking pedal or a booster, rather than trying to be the main source of distortion on its own.
And that kind of brings us to that famous genre split, doesn't it? The SD1 with that mid-focus and its particular grit, it's perfectly suited for pushing British-style tube amps, your Marshalls, your Voxes.
Absolutely.
Amps which often really appreciate that added mid-range tightness and punch. And this contrasts, maybe subtly, with the tube screamer, which historically people love for boosting more American voiced amps like Fenders.
Precisely. That's a classic pairing.
Yeah.
The SD1 takes the maybe inherently aggressive or mid-scooped voicing of something like a Marshall, adds that focus punch right in the mid, cuts the flab, and pushes the power tubes into that glorious saturation, but without getting sloppy in the bass.
Yeah.
This is why it's an absolute titan in blues, classic rock, and even in modern high-gain sounds where you need that clarity and tightness above all else, pushing an already distorted amp.
The sources we looked at are just packed with big names who relied on it. I mean, if you've got someone like Zakk Wylde using the SD1 for his incredibly thick driving rhythm tones, and then someone like John Frusciante using it for much cleaner dynamic boosts, how can one simple circuit cover such an extreme range without major compromises?
It really comes down to two main things.
Yeah.
How you set the volume knob and how you approach gain staging.
Okay.
So for someone like Zakk Wylde, the SP1 is absolutely not his primary source of gain. He's using it as a very specific type of boost. Level knob cranked way up, drive knob set very low.
The classic boost setup.
Exactly. He's slamming it into an already heavily distorted Marshall, like a JCM 800. In that context, the SD1 acts almost like a precise EQ filter. It cuts the mud from the amp's distortion, adds that focused mid-range punch, and just adds a bit more saturation and compression before the signal hits the amp's preamp stage hard. It's all about tightening and focusing on already heavy tone.
Right, sculpting the gain.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Whereas for players maybe like Frusciante, or you could think of the Edge from U2 as well, They might use it into a cleaner amp setting. They might set the drive knob higher, maybe the level knob lower, just to get the SD1's own natural dynamic clipping sound, that slightly gritty, responsive breakup.
So it's incredibly versatile in how you use it.
It speaks volumes about the circuit's quality, that it can perform both functions so well. It can be a clean boost to focus saturation from your amp, or it can provide really nice mild to medium drive tones all on its own.
It really must be one of the most recorded overdrive pedals ever made. I mean, it defined the sound for so many players across decades. Its legacy is just undeniable.
Absolutely. And that asymmetrical clipping, that core idea, it became the technical template.
Yeah.
Countless boutique builders took that concept, borrowed it, modified it, tweaked it. It cemented its place.
And we should also quickly touch on the non-tonal stuff that helped cement that legacy too, right?
Good point. We can't forget its legendary reliability. These things are built like tanks.
Famously so.
And its simplicity. 3 knobs, easy to use, and importantly, its extreme affordability, especially back in the day. It meant that for many, many guitarists, the SD1 was the first proper overdrive pedal they ever bought.
And maybe the last one they ever needed for that particular sound.
Often, yeah. It's just this accessible icon. The only real consideration, as we've sort of touched on, remains its relatively mild gain range on its own. It's not designed for, scooped, brutal death metal distortion without some serious help from a high-gain amp.
Right.
That mid-forward voice is its strength, but it's also its defining characteristic. You either love it for that, or you might look elsewhere if you need something totally different.
Okay, so the SD1 really set the standard for analog overdrive minimalism, didn't it? Simple, effective, iconic. So it must have been quite a shift when, in 1993, Bauhaus introduced the SD2 dual overdrive. This pedal had a surprisingly short lifespan, only produced from 93 to 98. But it represents this really fascinating chapter of, technical ambition from Bauhaus. What was the core idea behind this mid-90s experiment?
The core idea was really trying to address the modern guitarist's growing demand for instant versatility on stage. Players in the early 90s were starting to move away from relying solely on single-channel vintage amps. Multi-channel modern amps were becoming more common, offering clean, crunch, lead sounds. The SD2 was Bauhaus's attempt to provide an analog answer to that need for multiple gain sounds.
In a pedal format, exactly.
It was designed to deliver 2 completely distinct selectable overdrive circuits, they called them crunch and lead, all within that single, standard, compact Bauhaus enclosure. The goal was ambitious, essentially offer a complete 2-channel amp simulation in a single pedal.
That sounds like a massive technical challenge for an analog circuit back then, especially in that standard small footprint. How did they actually manage to cram 2 full yet distinct analog circuits into one box?
Well, it definitely required significant internal complexity compared to the ultra-simple SD1. The sources show it used an all-analog design, but it featured multiple op amps and also discrete transistor clipping stages. These different circuit paths were then switched digitally, using FEs or similar, controlled by the mode switch. But the signal path itself remained entirely analog for both sounds.
Okay.
Architecturally, this meant really careful internal component placement was needed to try and minimize noise and, crucially, crosstalk between the 2 circuits packed so closely together.
So beyond the familiar level tone and drive knobs, the SD2 obviously introduced that mode switch to toggle between crunch and lead. But the sources highlighted another feature that was really critical for its intended professional use. Can you tell us about the remote input?
Yes, the remote input. That was functionally the absolute key to making the SD2 practical for live players.
Right, because you can't be bending down mid-song.
Exactly. You can't lean down mid-solo to flip a tiny mode switch on your pedal board. The remote input allowed players to use a separate external foot switch, something like a standard latching Bauhaus FS5L, for example. Plugging that into the remote jack meant you could switch instantaneously between the crunch and lead modes with your foot. This meant a guitarist could genuinely transition seamlessly from, say, a rhythm part using the crunch mode to a solo using the lead mode without manually touching any knobs on the pedal itself.
So it effectively gave you an instant, true 2-channel analog preamp right there in one box. That's pretty cool for 93.
It was a great concept. It essentially turned your single-channel amp into a 2-channel amp using analog drive tones.
Okay, let's talk tones then. How did these 2 voices, crunch and lead, actually differentiate themselves? Not just from the original SD1, but from each other.
They were quite distinct. The crunch mode was specifically designed to be much lighter, much lower gain than even the standard SD1 setting. The sources describe it as offering a very open, dynamic, almost bluesy texture.
More like an edge of breakup sound.
Exactly. Perfect for light rhythm work, maybe akin to a low-gain vintage tweed amplifier just starting to breathe heavily, get a bit hairy. It was known for maintaining great string separation and clarity, even with chords.
Okay, and the lead mode?
The lead mode, well, that was engineered for much higher saturation. It was a significantly higher gain circuit. It introduced noticeable compression and a lot more sustain compared to the crunch mode. And its mid-range character was even more focused, more pronounced than the original SD1s. It was specifically voiced to cut through a dense band mix for solos. So where crunch was open and dynamic, lead was saturated, smooth, and very mid-forward.
So on paper, I mean, it sounds like the absolute perfect utility pedal, especially for guitarists back then who maybe couldn't afford or didn't want to carry a complex rack system or multiple amps. Why then did this seemingly brilliant concept kind of languish commercially? Why the short production run ending in '98? What went wrong?
Well, the main challenge really lay in the practical execution specifically, the inherent difficulties of balancing two quite different analog gain circuits within those constraints. The sources consistently point to the difficulty players had in maintaining consistent output levels and EQ curves when switching between the two modes.
Ah, the classic volume jump problem.
Exactly. When you switch from the relatively low-gain, open-sounding crunch mode to the much higher-gain, more compressed lead mode, the perceived volume could jump dramatically. Or maybe the EQ profile would suddenly sound much thinner or brighter. This meant the player might have to constantly tweak the main level or tone knob every time they switched modes to get a balanced sound live, which kind of defeats the purpose of instant switching.
Right, so it required this really meticulous, maybe time-consuming setup process to perfectly balance the volume levels and tones between the two modes for seamless live switching, and that really undercut its intended sort of plug-and-play versatility.
Precisely. The technical challenge of achieving two perfectly balanced yet distinct analog voices in such a compact chassis, using only shared global controls, that proved to be its main commercial stumbling block. It wasn't quite the instant solution people hoped for. However, interestingly, this is exactly why it has become something of a cult favorite among studio engineers and certain players today.
Really? Why is that?
Because in a controlled studio environment where you're not switching frantically mid-song, you can take the time to dial in the perfect balance between those two really unique and harmonically complex analog clipping stages. People appreciate its responsiveness and the distinct character of each mode when they can manage the levels properly. It offers sounds you can't quite get elsewhere.
So if we place the ST2 back into the overall super overdrive lineage, what does this experiment, this sort of ambitious sidestep, tell us?
I think it shows that Biosys was really willing to push the boundaries of analog gain versatility quite early in the game, back in the early 90s. The SD2 holds that important historical distinction as the very first Biosys compact pedal to offer two distinct, independently voiced analog gain circuits. That's significant. It was a crucial, even if commercially short-lived, bridge. It demonstrated that there was definitely a need for dual voicing options in a drive pedal, a need which arguably the later Waza Craft line would manage to achieve with far more elegance, better component quality, and crucially better balancing between the modes.
So it kind of paved the way, maybe showed the pitfalls to avoid for modern multi-mode analog pedals.
You could definitely say that. It highlighted the challenges and maybe showed where the focus needed to be for future designs.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. And that neatly brings us from the experimentation of the 90s straight into the modern era of, well, premium analog gear. Introduced in 2021, the SD1W Super Overdrive Waza Craft. Now, this isn't just presented as a reissue, it's positioned as the ultimate realization of that original SD1 circuit. Can you first explain the Waza Craft philosophy? What does Waza actually mean in this context, and how does that philosophy manifest itself in this, well, still bright yellow enclosure?
Right. So Waza translates roughly from Japanese as art and technique. It represents Biosys' absolute highest commitment to analog circuit design and fidelity. These are premium pedals. They're hand-tuned in Japan. They feature significantly upgraded components throughout, refined circuitry based on decades of experience, and just meticulous quality control, much more hands-on. The SD1W is essentially the result of Biosys looking back at the full 40-year history of the original SD1, recognizing its iconic status, its near perfection in its niche, and then asking, how can we elevate this legendary circuit even further? How can we refine it without fundamentally altering its core DNA, its soul?
So the core architecture, the op amp driving those asymmetrical clipping diodes, that's still present. But The quality of all the surrounding components, the resistors, capacitors, maybe even the op-amp itself, is drastically improved.
Exactly. That's the core idea. We see this tangible difference in several key areas. Firstly, as you said, the internal components are just higher grade. They often use discrete components in certain areas where the original might have used integrated circuits, or just components with much tighter tolerances and lower noise floors. Quieter operation is a big goal. It retains the classic level, tone, and drive controls naturally. But crucially, it integrates a two-way mode switch. This brings back that idea of dual voicing we saw in the SD2, but this time executed with Waza-level precision and refinement.
Okay, before we get to the modes, let's discuss the bypass, because that's always a major point of discussion in the world of boutique pedals and high-end analog gear. The SD1W features a premium buffered Waza-grade bypass. What exactly is that, and why should a listener care about that specific upgrade?
Yeah, this is actually a significant technical detail, and it really caters to the informed user, the player who cares about signal integrity across their whole board. Most guitarists know that the classic bias bypass, while functional and reliable for decades, can sometimes load the guitar signal a little bit, maybe dulling the high end slightly, especially with long cable runs.
Right, the infamous tone suck debate.
Exactly. The Waza-grade buffer is specifically engineered to provide superior signal integrity compared to the standard bias S buffer. It features things like a lower output impedance.
And why is lower output impedance important?
It's crucial for maintaining high-frequency clarity and overall tonal consistency, especially when you're running your signal through multiple pedals and long cables to your amp. Essentially, the signal remains much more pristine, much closer to plugging straight into the amp when the Waza pedal is switched off. It acts as a really high-fidelity line driver in bypass.
So it ensures that the beautiful, high-quality tone you've hopefully dialed in on the SD1W actually reaches your amp exactly as intended, minimizing any high-end bleed or signal degradation from the bypass circuit itself.
Precisely. For players running large, complex pedal boards, that detail alone can justify the Waza label and the associated cost. It ensures the pedal plays nicely with everything else.
Okay, that makes sense. Now let's explore those two distinct voices offered by that little mode switch. Standard and custom, what's the difference?
Right, so the standard mode is designed to be the historical benchmark. BOSS describes it as a faithful component-by-component recreation of the original 1981 SD1 circuit. But importantly, it's executed with these modern premium parts. So you flip the switch to standard, you should get that classic, smooth, mid-forward, tight sound that made the SD1 famous. It's designed to stack beautifully, to boost an amp perfectly, and just give you the exact rhythm, tone, and feel that define the original icon.
Okay, the classic sound, but maybe quieter and cleaner. And the custom mode, this sounds like where the 40 years of refinement really get to shine, providing something genuinely new that the original 1981 circuit couldn't quite deliver.
Precisely. The custom mode is really the key innovation here. While it absolutely maintains that core asymmetrical clipping DNA, it still feels like an SD1. The circuit is voiced for broader overall performance. It offers significantly more available gain on tap compared to standard mode. The low end is richer, maybe slightly broader or fuller, though still tight, remember, it's not flabby. And crucially, the high-end response is much more refined, more transparent, less rolled off than the original.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, the sources describe the custom mode as sounding fuller, warmer, and definitely less aggressively mid-humpy than the standard mode. It's a more balanced voicing overall.
And how do they achieve that? Just by tweaking the filtering again? Essentially, yes. It's achieved by subtly adjusting the EQ filtering networks within the op-amp stage and perhaps tweaking the clipping stage slightly. This refinement really positions the custom mode as an exceptional standalone overdrive.
Meaning you don't just have to use it as a boost?
Exactly. You can plug the SD1W directly into a high headroom clean amp, maybe a Fender Twin Reverb, something that doesn't break up easily on its own, flip it to custom mode, and rely on it to deliver your primary driven tone. A robust, complex, satisfying overdrive sound, without necessarily sounding thin or overly colored like the standard mode might, into a very clean amp.
Wow, okay. That's huge versatility then. It really moves the pedal beyond its classic, almost typecast role as just being a mid-boost for Marshalls. It can now potentially be the center of your gain staging, especially, as you say, for players who prefer using a clean pedal platform amp. It really expands its usability. And what's critical, according to BOS and the reviews, is that despite the increased gain range and the broader frequency response in custom mode, both modes still maintain that signature SD1 touch sensitivity. They react to your playing dynamics. And thanks to the enhanced component quality and careful design, you get noticeably quieter operation, less hiss, and just a superior dynamic range compared to hunting down a noisy vintage model. The SD1W basically takes a truly great classic design and maximizes its analog potential using modern know-how and parts.
But it's important to note, as we did with the original, even in this perfected Waza form, it retains a distinct voice, right? It hasn't suddenly become one of those transparent amp-in-a-box type overdrives.
Absolutely not, and that's a crucial point. The SD1W, even in its refined custom mode, still adheres firmly to the core Super Overdrive DNA. It is mid-forward, it does have coloration, it actively shapes your tone.
It's not trying to be invisible.
Not at all. If you are specifically looking for an overdrive pedal that adds gain without affecting your core amp's inherent frequency response, a truly transparent boost, this pedal is probably not the right choice for you. It has a beloved, characteristic voice. The Wazacraft version simply perfects the fidelity, clarity, and versatility of that specific voice.
Yeah, that makes sense. The SD1W really does sound like a beautiful embodiment of that Wazacraft philosophy, then proving that respecting tradition while leveraging modern component quality can result in a truly masterclass analog pedal. It honors the heritage while providing the headroom, low noise, and clarity that modern musicians often demand.
Well said. It's a testament to the original design that it warranted such careful premium treatment 40 years later.
Okay, so before we wrap up our discussion of the main lineage, let's quickly acknowledge the most recent entry in the series, the limited edition SD1W BK, the black one. This arrived in 2023. Now, this was purely a celebration, wasn't it? No sonic changes here.
Entirely. It was purely a cosmetic tribute, yeah. Released to celebrate over 40 years of the Super Overdrive line's influence in production, the SD1W BK features the exact same painstakingly refined circuit as the standard yellow SD1W we just discussed. It has the identical dual modes, the same premium components, the same Waza-grade buffer, and delivers the exact same sound performance.
So really, for the collectors and the enthusiasts out there, the draw is purely aesthetic. You get that really striking matte black finish, the gold Waza logo script, and the matching black control knobs. It just looks cool.
Exactly. It really just underscores the cultural status that the Super Overdrive line has achieved. It's become a piece of gear worthy of special commemorative editions, like a classic guitar model.
It's a visual nod to the fact that this simple-looking analog circuit has reached truly iconic status, securing its place among that handful of pedals that actually warrant special edition treatment.
Yeah, it joins a very exclusive club.
Okay, fantastic. Now, let's try and synthesize this whole evolution for you, our listener. Let's crystallize the journey we've tracked from that 1981 workhorse right up to today's refined premium Waza model.
Yeah, looking back, we can trace a really clear and fascinating trajectory of analog gain design within this one pedal family. So in 1981, the original SD1 established the foundational excellence. It gave us the crucial tone control and really defined the standard sound for asymmetrical clipping in a pedal, successfully linking that tube-like behavior to a compact, affordable box.
The icon is born.
Right. Then, in 1993, the SD2 represented this interesting, ambitious, experimental divergence. It pushed hard for two distinct analog gain channels in one pedal, trying to mimic amp versatility. But, as we discussed, it was somewhat hampered by the practical difficulties of balancing those two different circuits effectively.
The ambitious, slightly flawed experiment.
Kind of, yeah. Then, fast forward to 2021. The SD1W brought us right back to refining the core concept. It applied modern know-how and boutique-grade components to that original 81 template. And it elegantly solved the versatility question with its well-balanced standard and custom modes, all while ensuring top-notch signal integrity with that premium Waza buffer.
Tradition perfected.
You could say that. And finally, the 2023 that's a great observation. It really shows the inherent strength and resilience of the original SD1 design philosophy. The market, through the SD2 perhaps, tested the waters with increased complexity. But ultimately, the purity, the effectiveness, and maybe the simplicity of the SD1's core circuit proved kind of unbeatable in its own way. You could argue the moral of the story here might be that sometimes just optimizing one phenomenal core voice with better components and subtle tweaks like the SD1W did is ultimately more successful and practical than trying to engineer two maybe imperfectly balanced voices into the same box, like the SD2 attempted.
Focus beats complexity sometimes.
It seems so in this case. What's really fascinating about the SD1 story overall is how it's a tale of minimalism and resilience. It just provided a near-perfect sonic solution for a specific need at a perfect price point for decades. And that made it almost impervious to the waves of digital modeling and technological trends that would follow later. It had already defined the essential texture of overdrive for generations of players simply by choosing a sound that effectively approximated the warmth, the grit, the feel of natural tube breakup.
And for all the technical details, the Waza refinements, the different modes we've discussed, we keep coming back to that original, seemingly simple design choice made back in 1981, asymmetrical diode clipping. That seems to be the magic ingredient.
It really does seem to be the heart of it all.
Okay, so we've taken a pretty deep dive today, navigating through 4 decades of technical evolution, tracking how the Bias Super Overdrive series went from being a useful tool to becoming a genuine icon. From that breakthrough moment in 1981 when the simple addition of a tone knob unlocked its potential, to the core electronic genius of using asymmetrical clipping to provide that responsive, amp-like feel. And finally, right up to the WazaCraft's achievement in delivering modern fidelity and versatility while respecting that heritage. This little yellow pedal in its various forms has truly defined what many of us expect dynamic mid-forward overdrive to sound and feel like. Whether you're using it like Zakk Wylde to tighten up a roaring high-gain amp, or just to give some life and character to a quiet bedroom setup.
It's really a powerful reminder, I think, that truly effective, enduring engineering often involves smart constraint. By choosing a single, focused sonic goal, approximating tube breakup, and executing it in a way that felt organic and touch-sensitive, the SD1 achieved a kind of longevity that very few more complex pedals ever managed to match. It didn't try to do everything under the sun, but the one thing it did provide great, usable musical overdrive. It did perhaps better, and certainly more accessibly, than almost anything else for a very long time.
And that enduring power of its focused simplicity, its specific analog voice, leads us perfectly into our final provocative thought for you to maybe explore on your own time. In this current era, completely dominated by incredibly powerful, infinitely configurable digital modeling and profiling technology, where you can, theoretically, capture the precise sonic fingerprint of literally any amplifier or pedal ever made with just a few clicks. What inherent qualities, maybe tonal, maybe tactile in how it feels to play, or maybe even purely psychological, make the specific, relatively unchanging analog design choice of asymmetrical diode clipping, conceived way back in 1981, still the absolute gold standard for so many players when it comes to defining what great overdrive is? Why do so many musicians consistently return to that one simple, arguably imperfect, definitely colored analog circuit when they technically have almost every sound in the world available to them digitally? Something to ponder. Thank you so much for joining us for this deep dive into the enduring legacy and the technical heart of the Bias Super Overdrive series. We'll see you next time. So if you've ever spent, any time at all chasing that perfect guitar tone, you've definitely come across the idea of an amp in a box.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of the holy grail of pedal design, right?
Exactly. Something that lets you get that organic, really touch-sensitive breakup of a cranked tube amp, but without needing a half stack and a soundproof room.
And if you're going to talk about the pedals that really delivered on that promise, you just have to start with the Bias S BD2 Blues Driver. I mean, when it came out in 1995, it fundamentally changed what we even mean by overdrive.
And that's our mission for this deep dive. We're going to unpack the original BD2 and then its evolution into the premium WazaCraft version, the BD2W.
Yeah, we want to figure out why it became such a classic.
Right. How did it succeed where so many others failed? And what were the crucial refinements BSS made with the WazaCraft series?
Well, the core reason for its success really is transparency. Most overdrives at the time imposed this really heavy, dominant EQ curve on your sound.
A big wall of mid-range.
Exactly. Players needed something that could give them that tube amp breakup without that.
Yeah.
The BD2 did that. It enhanced the natural sound of your guitar and amp instead of, painting over it.
That's the key thing, isn't it? Because for years, the standard was that little green box, the Tube Screamer, which is just famous for that massive mid-hump. It's great for cutting through a mix, but the BD2 it went in the complete opposite direction on purpose.
It absolutely did. That's its defining feature.
Yeah.
It's the anti-mid-hump pedal. The Blues Driver just broke that mold by giving you a much wider frequency response, a really transparent gain structure.
It didn't color the sound, it just added the complexity, the feel of tubes.
That's it.
Okay, so this is where the architecture gets really fascinating. How did they actually do that back in 1995? I mean, using solid-state parts to mimic a sensitive tube amp.
Right.
What were the engineering tricks they were using?
Well, they really studied what makes those old amps feel so good to play. The BD2 is a fully analog circuit. It's built on discrete op-amp and transistor stages. And the whole thing was engineered to capture the dynamic feel of early Fender amps. Yeah, that clarity, that responsiveness, that open high end.
So if a vintage Fender was the target, what specific details in the circuit made it sound so organic?
Two things really stand out. First, they used what's called FET, preamp emulation.
FET, that's a field effect transistor.
Exactly. And without getting too deep in the weeds, they use it to mimic tube, sag, and compression. And that sag is just vital.
Right, that's the feel. It's that little bit of give when you dig into the strings hard, the sound sort of compresses for a split second before it blooms out.
That's what a hot tube amp does. That's the feel.
Okay, so that explains the feel. What about the actual sound of the distortion itself?
That comes down to the second point, asymmetrical clipping. Most solid-state pedals clip the waveform evenly on the top and bottom, symmetrically.
Which can sound a bit boxy, a little harsh.
Yeah, a bit unnatural. Asymmetrical clipping clips the wave unevenly, and that produces this cascade of richer, uneven harmonics that sounds much more musical. It's much closer to how a real tube amp breaks down.
And that has to be why it's so versatile. I mean, the sources show it being used in blues, rock, country, indie, all these genres that usually need very different kinds of drives.
And that's because it doesn't force a big EQ shift on you.
Yeah.
It can work as a totally clean boost or a low-gain crunch that keeps all your pickup articulation.
So you can still tell a single coil from a humbucker.
Totally. Or you can push it right up to near distortion. It just works.
Which brings us to its dynamics. The words that always come up are responsive, dynamic, open, and bright.
Dynamics really are the soul of this pedal. It's incredibly responsive to how hard you pick. You dig in, it breaks up, you lighten up your touch, and it cleans right up.
And crucially, it cleans up with the guitar's volume knob.
Perfectly. You roll your guitar's volume back, and you get this sparkling, clean tone. That's the gold standard for any amp-like pedal.
Let's talk about the controls, specifically that tone knob. The sources call it a sensitive tilt-like EQ, which is not your standard treble control.
Yeah, tilt EQ is a great way to put it. Instead of just adding or cutting highs, it sort of pivots around a central frequency. So when you turn it clockwise, you're boosting the high end, but you're also pulling back the low end at the same time.
So it shapes the overall presence and bite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's a naturally bright circuit, so you do have to be a bit careful not to dial in anything too piercing.
Right. So let's run through that trifecta of uses. The three main ways people set it up. First is the clean boost.
Yep. Gain all the way down, level way up. It just adds volume and this really nice high-end shimmer to push an amp into its sweet spot.
Then number two, the transparent overdrive. This is the main event.
This is the money shot.
Yeah.
Medium gain. It just maintains the character of your guitar and amp completely.
And third.
Saturated lead.
Yeah.
You crank the gain control and you get these really smooth, compressed, singing lead tones.
But on that third one, when you get the gain knob past, say, 2 or 3 o'clock, you get into that fuzzy or raspy territory. The sources say this was intentional.
That's right. It's a deliberate design choice. It reflects how some old vintage amps start to break down and get a bit chaotic when you push them to their absolute limit. It's part of the original blues driver's DNA.
Okay, that raises a really interesting question for me. If that fuzzy edge was a deliberate choice to mimic an amp's failure mode, why did so many of the early modders immediately try to fix it, to smooth it out?
I think that gets to the heart of pedal culture. There was maybe a gap between the desired feel, the touch sensitivity, and the desired sound, which for many was a smoother, more liquid saturation.
So the BD2 delivered the dynamics, but some players wanted a different kind of breakup.
Exactly. But even the complaints about it just proved how important it was. I mean, dozens of boutique pedals that came later, all chasing that transparent amp-like thing, they all trace their lineage right back to the BD2's core idea. It basically created a category.
And once you define a category, the next step is always refinement. Which brings us to the Waza Evolution, the BD2W from 2014.
The Wazacraft line. This is BOS's premium hand-tuned division. We're talking higher quality components, circuits revised over decades of research. And the BD2W is, well, it's widely seen as the definitive version of the blues driver.
So when they decided to improve a classic, Was it just a matter of dropping in some better capacitors? What did they actually do to it?
Oh, it was way more than that. The sources are really clear on this. It is not just a component swap. It's a completely redesigned, all-analog, discrete circuit.
A whole new circuit.
A whole new circuit.
Yeah.
The goal was to address the few compromises of the original 1995 model. So, chiefly, getting higher headroom and a much, much lower noise floor, especially when you crank the game.
Okay, so the technical performance is cleaned up, but the real game changer, the thing that justifies the Waza name and that price jump, is that little SC mode switch.
Absolutely. That switch is everything. It gives you two totally distinct voices. Let's start with standard mode, the S setting.
Which is meant to be the original BD2 sound, right?
It is, but with all those Waza refinements, if you A/B it with a classic one, the Waza in standard mode has slightly smoother highs, less of that fizz, and just a better dynamic range overall. But it's still got that open, transparent quality.
And then you flip that switch to C for custom mode. This is basically BOSS giving you the boutique mod that players were chasing in the 90s, but baked right into the pedal.
That's a perfect way to put it. It's a completely new voicing. It's designed to be warmer, fuller, and smoother. And you hear the difference immediately. Custom mode has more low-end fullness and a very subtle, very carefully tailored mid-bump.
A mid-bump. That's interesting because it seems to move away from that original anti-mid-hump idea.
It does, slightly. But it's all about mixed presence. That little lift helps you cut through in a band context, especially with lower volume amps. Custom mode also has a softer top end, and the saturation has more of what players call tube chew.
Tube chew, I like that. A kind of complex, chewy texture in the decay of the note.
Exactly. It makes custom mode feel much more forgiving, especially if you're using a bright amp or bright single coils.
So it's ideal for those really thick blues tones, or for big amp-like overdrive for a solo.
For sure. The sources describe it as sounding wider, smoother, more three-dimensional. It's very humbucker-friendly.
So if we're weighing the two, the BD2W clearly wins on spec slower noise, two voices, more headroom. Are there any drawbacks to the Waza, aside from the price?
Honestly, it's really just the price. And the fact that custom mode is, by its nature, a little less transparent than standard mode because of that added low end and mid-range. But what you're paying for is that flexibility and the absolute highest level of refinement.
It's just incredible that this one lineage, the BD2 and BD2W, represents almost 30 years of evolution in amp-style game design, is one of the most important overdrive lines in history.
It's a professional standard now. The BD2W specifically became the go-to for so many session and studio players.
Yeah.
You actually saw people selling their expensive boutique pedals
The ones that cost 3 times as much.
and replacing them with the Waza. Because of its consistency, its low noise, and the fact that one pedal could now cover so much ground with that switch.
So the journey is just, it's amazing. A pedal starts out trying to emulate a vintage tube amp, and then it becomes so refined that it sets a new standard for everything else. The original BD2 is essential for that expressive, touch-sensitive tone.
And the BD2W is the clearest, smoothest, most musical evolution of that entire concept. It's truly the highest expression of what the blues driver was always trying to be.
Which leaves us with a pretty provocative thought to end on.
It does, and it's a question for you, the player, to really consider. The whole point of the original BD2 was to capture the feel of an early Fender amp.
Right.
So now that we have circuits like the BD2W that are this refined, this good, has the role of the amplifier itself actually changed?
You mean, is the amp just becoming a clean, loud platform for your pedals rather than the main source of your game?
Exactly. If the BD2W can give you these high headroom, incredibly touch-sensitive tones, what does amp-like really even mean anymore? It's something for you to chew on next time you plug in. Okay, let's unpack this. Today, we are diving deep into a single piece of gear that it kind of managed to rewrite the rules of engagement.
Right.
The rules between these gigantic legacy manufacturers and the small, the highly specialized boutique pedal builders.
Absolutely.
We are talking about the BISS JB2 Angry Driver.
And if you look at the source material, this isn't just a pedal, it's genuinely a historical artifact of the guitar effects world. I mean, its release in 2017 was the moment the big industry players finally acknowledged the cultural power of the boutique scene.
Precisely. So our mission in this deep dive is to dissect this dual overdrive combination engine.
Mm-hmm.
We need to figure out the technical magic. How BISS, in collaboration with JHS Pedals, managed to jam not one, but two legendary, fully preserved, and tonally opposite analog circuits into that classic compact box.
And crucially, how they made them interact harmoniously across, 7 distinct routing modes?
Yeah, 7. It's incredible.
It was a shocking announcement at the time. I mean, really, this was Bosis's first ever collaboration with a boutique company.
Right.
Before the JB2, you had these two parallel universes. The reliable, standardized, almost clinical reliability of Bosis.
Yeah, the tank-like build.
Exactly. And then the highly specialized, often higher gain, tone-chasing world of boutique builders like JHS.
And that collaboration didn't just surprise the industry, it validated it. It proved that these established giants were willing to look outside their traditional R&D.
Yeah, to embrace the niche innovations happening on smaller scales. The JB2 really set the template for the hybrid pedals that followed it.
And the ingredients they chose for this.
Right.
This merger couldn't have been more contrasting.
Not at all. On one side, you have the Boss S BD2 Blues Driver. It's known for being extremely transparent, dynamic.
Very amp-like.
Very amp-like in its breakup. It's the sound of open, touch-sensitive grit.
And then you marry that open, dynamic sound with the JHS Angry Charlie, which is just pure aggression. It's a modern high-gain circuit designed to mimic the sound of hot-rodded British amplifiers. It is, very specifically, a JCM hot rod distortion tone.
And just to clarify that jargon for you listening,
Right.
When we talk about a JCM hot rod, we're referencing the Marshall JCM 800 line,
Okay.
which is famous for its mid to high gain crunch and roar. So the Angry Charlie is designed to deliver that dense, articulate saturation.
So you have a transparent low to mid gain specialist sitting right next to a focused, tight British high gain specialist.
Exactly. The tonal range possible here is enormous, and that's even before you start combining them.
Here's what makes the engineering so compelling, according to our sources. The collaboration insisted that the circuits be fully preserved analog.
Right. This is key.
This wasn't an emulation or a compromise. Both the BD2 and the Angry Charlie circuits retained their original component values, their specific EQ centers.
And their dynamic behavior. They literally put 2 separate, distinct pedals into one chassis. It's a feat.
It really is.
And that preservation is a challenge because these 2 circuits have entirely different electrical requirements and characteristics. The BD2 is famous for its high input impedance and sensitive dynamics.
Right.
While the Angry Charlie is essentially a gain stacking machine. It often requires specific buffering and filtering just to manage its immense saturation without collapsing into mush.
So, given how tight and mid-focused the Angry Charlie is, did the sources suggest that the BD2 side struggled at all to maintain that transparent quality once they were forced to share, power and routing architecture?
That was the primary challenge, and it really speaks to the quality of the execution.
Okay.
If we start with the BD2 character, it absolutely maintains that signature dynamic response.
Okay.
It is truly touch sensitive. I mean, how hard you pick controls the amount of overdrive you get.
It behaves like an amp that's just on the verge of breakup.
Exactly. And the key application for that side is that cleanup. It gives you a warm, gritty breakup that's perfect for blues, country, indie rock.
And it loves single coils.
Right.
Adds body without getting muddy.
It's perfect for them. And it has this incredible range. It can go from an almost clean volume boost to a surprisingly fuzzy high gain, all just with a twist of the drive knob.
Now contrast that with the other side, the Angry Charlie.
Right.
If the BD2 is a dynamic sort of Fender-style amp,
then the Angry Charlie is your stack of British muscle.
Yes.
Its tonal profile is saturated, but it stays incredibly articulate.
And that's where you get that classic plexi to JCM voice.
That's the one. Meaning tones standing from the vintage Marshall crunch of the late 60s, the plexi era, all the way up through the more aggressive 80s crunch of the JCM era.
So we are talking thick, punchy mid-range, really tight low-end management.
And that cutting British upper mid presence that just helps you slice through a mix.
It's basically purpose-built for humbuckers and modern rock tones, where you need clarity under heavy saturation.
That is the crux of the engineering marvel right there. You have a transparent, wide-frequency drive and a thick, tight, focus, high-gain distortion, both living in the same box.
And they have to work independently and collaboratively.
Yeah. Getting them to coexist without introducing noise or signal degradation or crosstalk, that's a huge technical feat. It required some next-level switching technology.
Which is the perfect pivot point into our next section. The innovation of those 7 modes. This is what transforms the JB2 from simply being 2 pedals in one enclosure into a genuine utility tool. It feels like 7 pedals in one.
The architecture is fascinating. As we said, you've got 2 full analog circuits, but their switching and routing are all managed by a sophisticated digital system.
And that digital switching is key, isn't it?
Oh, it's everything. It allows them to instantly change that complex analog signal path without the huge, noisy click or the signal loss you get from mechanical switches.
If you look at the standard BOSS control layout on the JB2, you have level drive and then that central shared tone knob.
The tone knob.
The tone knob is one of the biggest points of discussion among players. It's a global EQ.
And that shared control is the necessary trade-off for the compact size. I mean, if you look at competitor dual drives, they're often in these huge enclosures.
Right, they take up so much pedal board real estate.
Exactly. Precisely because they provide independent controls for each circuit. With the JB2, you have to find a sweet spot where the tone knob works for both the BD2's wide frequency response and the Angry Charlie's mid-focused punch.
Right, so if you're running a BD2 by itself, you might want the tone knob brightened up a bit.
Sure.
But if you immediately toggle to the Angry Charlie, that same setting might be, way too harsh.
It might be. The player has to be mindful of that global compromise or primarily use the JB2 to stack tones that are already complementary.
That's right. But the flexibility you gain through that mode selector knob completely justifies the trade-off for a lot of musicians.
Oh, absolutely. That little knob is what unlocks the boutique-level routing.
Let's just quickly break down those 7 modes, because this is where the JB2 really earns its reputation.
Okay.
The first 2 are simple enough. Mode 1 is the blues driver only, and mode 2 is the Angry Charlie only. Pure separation.
Then we get into the sophisticated interaction modes. Mode 5 is the parallel mode.
Okay, and this is conceptually different from stacking.
Very different. Here, the signal gets split. It's processed at the same time by both the BD and the JHS circuits, and then it's mixed back together at the output.
That immediately suggests a massive 3-dimensional tone. You're retaining the clarity of the BD2 alongside the aggression of the Angry Charlie.
You've got it. But before we get to that parallel sound, we have the more common stacking mechanism, the series modes.
Modes 3 and 4.
Yep. Those are the series configurations.
Well.
BD driving into JHS, and then JHS driving into BD.
So the output of one circuit becomes the input of the next. You're just multiplying the gain and changing the whole EQ structure.
Exponentially. And finally, you have modes 6 and 7, which are the toggle modes.
These turn the pedal into an AB switch.
Exactly. The foot switch alternates between the 2 sides, acting like an instant preset change. BD JHS toggle, and the reverse, JHX BD toggle.
This is the real utility feature, especially for Lev players, isn't it?
It is. The ability to assign one tone for rhythm, say the BD, and another for lead the JHS, and switch them instantly with the foot switch. Or even better, via the dedicated remote jack for external control.
That's what makes it a staple for touring pros who need reliability and a minimal footprint.
Absolutely.
Now we get to the fun part. Section 3. The sound of the combinations. Because when you put these 2 circuits together, the resulting tone is more than the sum of its parts. This is where the aha moments happen for players.
Let's start with the most common stacking approach for players who want smooth, high-gain leads. BD JHS.
Blues driver into the JHS.
Yep. You have the BD2, which is known for that velvety warmth and dynamic response, and you're pushing that into the already saturated Marshall in a box circuit.
The result, according to player feedback in our sources, is a tone that is just smooth, extremely saturated, and harmonically complex.
The BD side, with its broader frequency response, it just injects this richness and warmth into the JHS's tight, sometimes bright voice. It fattens the JHS tone perfectly,
giving you beautiful sustain without losing definition. It's the ideal setting for creamy, sophisticated lead work.
And if you reverse the stack, the sound just flips dramatically.
JHS into the BD.
Right. When you put the Marshall-style compression and tightness of the JHS EBD, you are essentially using the Angry Charlie as a massive, saturated pre-boost for the blues driver.
What's fascinating here is the tonal shift. Instead of the BD adding warmth, the JHS adds aggression and texture.
Yeah, it pushes the BD2 circuit into a much fuzzier, more chaotic realm. It creates this creamy distortion with immense singing sustain.
It's a really expressive tone. I see players using it for an almost fuzz-like texture, but you still have the mid-focus and tightness of the Angry Charlie underneath.
And then we get to mode 5, the parallel mode. This is a sound you just can't get by stacking.
Because you're retaining the unique clarity of both circuits at the same time.
At the same time, the sonic footprint of the parallel mode is huge. It mixes the BD2's signature clarity and low-end definition alongside the JHS's mid-focused aggression.
You are essentially hearing two amplifiers at once.
That's a great way to put it. The result is an extremely broad, huge, and often three-dimensional overdrive. It's perfect for massive rhythm tones or for players running into 2 amps or a stereo setup.
So you keep the low-end tightness you need for rhythm playing, but you gain the upper-mid attack and saturation from the JHS side.
Exactly. It's the closest thing to running 2 physical overdrive pedals at the same time without needing a gigantic pedal board.
We mentioned the toggle modes earlier, but let's connect that back to the application. You can set the BD2 for, say, a perfectly clean boost with just a little edge for your verses, and then set the JHS side for a saturated high gain tone for the chorus.
Exactly. Modes 6 and 7 are built entirely around stage efficiency. For touring musicians, the ability to instantly switch between those 2 wildly different sonic personalities with a single foot switch, it just saves precious stage time.
Minimize the tap dancing errors.
It's the ultimate utility player for a gigging guitarist.
So, as we synthesize all this material, we have to acknowledge the cultural and practical significance of this little red pedal. The JB2 did far more than just provide a versatile distortion box.
Oh, much more.
It elevated BOS's standing significantly among those boutique-conscious guitarists who might have previously dismissed their mass-market stuff.
Absolutely. The source material credits the JB2 as a monumental success. It became the blueprint for what a hybrid drive pedal should be.
It proved that high-end analog tone and complex routing could be delivered in a compact, durable package.
It completely validated the big brand boutique partnership model.
Right.
I mean, other companies have since tried to replicate it, but this was the first big one.
It is widely considered by both industry experts and users as one of the most capable overdrive pedals BOSS has ever produced.
No question. Its versatility makes it a go-to choice for a surprisingly wide range of players. You see it adopted heavily by worship guitarists who need clean definition alongside huge saturation.
Rock and alternative players for sure.
And especially those using amp-in-a-box setups or pedal board minimalists who just cannot afford the real estate for 7 separate drives.
It covers the whole spectrum, from transparent breakup to full Marshall roar in one small chassis.
It really does.
So if we quickly summarize the key takeaways, we have full analog preservation of 2 distinct circuits, essentially offering 7 distinct drive modes, providing an enormous tonal range from the lightest edge of breakup to thick, saturated high gain.
All with the durable reliability of Boss S.
But we have to be realistic about the trade-offs too.
Of course. Any educated player would be. We noted the shared tone knob, which requires some compromise.
And authentically, the JHS side, reflecting the original Angry Charlie, can be genuinely bright in certain amps.
It can. You have to dial it in carefully.
And it's important for prospective users to understand its tonal lane, while it covers blues, rock, and hard rock beautifully.
It is specifically not designed for the highly scooped, ultra-tight tones of modern or gent metal.
No, our sources explicitly suggest that for that level of aggression, you'd be better served by the classics, like the BOSS ML2, the MP2, or the new HM2W.
The JB2 is focused on that vintage to classic hard rock spectrum. It's more complex than a standard single stomp box for sure, but that complexity is what generates its professional-grade utility.
It manages to deliver 2 iconic sounds and the ability to combine them in every conceivable way.
Which is pretty amazing.
So what does this all mean for the history books? The JB2 Angry Driver is, I think, a masterclass in collaboration-driven design. It successfully merged the dynamic, open sound of the BD2 with the aggressive, saturated punch of the Angry Charlie,
creating a new benchmark for professional quality drive and unmatched flavor combinations.
Yeah.
And if we connect this back to the broader industry implication, the JB2 not only succeeded in merging 2 disparate tonal legends, but it also established that the big brand boutique partnership model was viable and wildly beneficial for musicians. So this raises an important question for you, the listener, to consider. Given the successful marriage of the BD2 and the Angry Charlie, what other 2 impossible iconic circuits, maybe from 2 completely competing legacy companies, should be merged next?
Ooh, that's a good one.
What would create the new ultimate benchmark for utility and tone? Something that would genuinely surprise the industry all over again.
Okay, let's unpack this. Today we are focusing on a compact stomp box from back in 2010 that, well, it promised the massive roar of a full amplifier stack. We're talking about the BAW SS ST2 Power Stack. And look, this pedal wasn't just another distortion box. It was billed as an amp voice distortion and preamp, specifically designed to give you the sound, and this is critical, the feel of a cranked British half stack. From that sweet vintage breakup all the way up to sharp modern high gain.
And that feel is everything. I mean, when the ST2 came out, the whole game was changing. Guitarists needed those real amp dynamics, the way a stack kind of compresses and reacts, but at lower volumes or, when you're running direct.
Right.
So the core promise here wasn't just saturation. It was realistic cabinet resonance behavior and that genuine touch responsiveness that you usually only get from really pushing tubes way past their limit.
So today, we're really dissecting how this little standard BAW SS enclosure manages to simulate the complexity of a massive multi-component tube amp rig. Because, a traditional distortion pedal circuit is pretty straightforward, but modeling an entire stack, that means simulating physical behaviors, the power supply sag, the speaker cone movement, everything.
And historically, the ST2 it's absolutely fascinating because it really signals a turning point for BAW SS.
Oh, so?
Well, before this, their amp-in-a-box concepts were often tied to specific collaborations or maybe more generic digital modeling. The ST2 was one of their first fully conceptualized attempts to build a proprietary, highly dynamic gain engine.
So it was their own thing.
Completely. And it was aimed squarely at the complex character of British amplification. So our mission today is to really understand the technological ambition, what they built, and how those four knobs can give you such a wide yet really curated matrix of tones.
All right, let's get straight into the engine room then, because this is where the ST2 really separates itself from its older, simpler siblings. When we think distortion, we think clipping the waveform. Simple.
Right.
But that doesn't capture cabinet resonance or power amp compression. So what specific elements of a full stack does this pedal model beyond just simple signal clipping? This feels like the core aha moment.
It is. What's so fascinating here is that the ST2 addresses the entire amplification system, not just, say, the preamp gain stage. The modeling is deeply comprehensive.
Okay.
It simulates four interconnected elements at the same time. First, you've got the cascading gain stages of the amp itself. Second, the power amp saturation, that crucial compression and sag that happens right before the signal even hits the speakers.
That's the feel part.
That's the feel part. Third, the specific frequency response and, the resonance of a 4x12 British-style cabinet. And finally, the way the dynamic response changes is the perceived virtual stack volume increases.
So it's not just distortion. It's the whole system acting up under pressure. How on earth did they achieve that complexity in a small yellow box?
Precisely. This comprehensive architecture is built on what BISS calls the S-Stack modeling engine. SuperStack.
F-Stack, okay.
And here's the technical breakthrough. It's a hybrid approach. The pedal uses multi-stage analog clipping sections to handle the initial warmth and, the organic gain texture that tubes are known for. That analog grit is essential.
Right.
But this is then combined with digital pre-filter and resonance modeling. And that is where the magic of the speaker cabinet comes in.
Okay, so that's the critical point. The analog stage gives you the grit, the nonlinearity that tubes offer, which prevents that sort of fizzy, sterile sound we associate with older, purely digital distortions.
Exactly, you get the warmth.
But the digital side stops it from sounding thin, which is the classic amp-in-a-box problem, by simulating that heavy low-end push and the acoustic properties of a big 4x12 cabinet.
Yes. The digital resonance simulation lets the pedal produce that perceived thump and mid-range focus of a loud amp, even at bedroom volumes.
I see.
If the pedal were purely analog, simulating that heavy low-end behavior would need much more elaborate, expensive circuitry, or it would just sound flat when you run it direct. The hybrid S-Stack engine is it's efficient. It blends the best of both worlds to create a really expressive, loud-sounding pedal.
That insight into the hybrid engine is excellent.
Yeah.
Now let's move on to the face of the pedal, which is, where you interact with all that complexity. You look at the four knobs level, bass, treble, and sound, and they seem straightforward. But here's where it gets really interesting, because the controls do so much more than their labels suggest. Let's start with the one that most players, I think, often misunderstand. Level.
The level knob is perhaps the stealthiest, most important dynamic control on there. Of course, it controls output volume. You need it to match your amp or hit the input harder.
Standard stuff.
However, Internally, turning up the level simultaneously increases the modeled stack power.
Okay, what does increasing stack power actually mean audibly? What does that feel like?
It means it introduces dynamic gain scaling. It models power amp compression and that sag we talked about. When a real 2 power amp gets pushed, it doesn't just get louder. The signal gets subtly squished and compressed, and it responds differently to your pick attack. The ST2 models this. As the level goes up, the pedal introduces this compression, subtly changing the feel of the distortion. It gets tighter, thicker, more responsive, instead of just being louder.
So you're not just dialing in output volume, you're dialing in virtual headroom destruction on the power amp stage. That's a huge distinction.
It truly is. But the real matrix control, the heart of this whole tonal universe, is the sound knob.
Yep.
If level dictates how hard the virtual amp is running, the sound knob dictates the fundamental voice, the gain structure, and the character of that virtual amp. As you sweep this control, you are literally morphing between 4 distinct characters.
All right, walk us through the sweep. What are the key sonic differences as you turn it clockwise?
Okay, so starting in the lower left region, we have crunch. This is the vintage, open, low gain setting. It's very dynamic with a bright, almost plexi-esque upper mid-range bite. Low compression, very responsive to the volume knob on your guitar.
Classic rock territory.
Absolutely. Then you move it slightly past 9 o'clock and you enter drive. This is where the pedal starts to thicken up. It delivers a classic rock tone, enhancing the sustain while still keeping really good note clarity.
And as we move into the higher gain regions.
Between noon and about 3 o'clock, you hit high gain. This enhances the mid-range significantly, and it often produces that really vocal 80s hard rock tone.
Ah, like the LA studio tones.
Exactly like that. The compression increases, but it still feels musical and responsive. Finally, in that upper right quadrant, you land on the modern stack setting. This radically shifts the EQ curve. The distortion becomes thicker, tighter, and the low end is specifically tailored for punchy, modern palm muting.
Okay, now, here's my critical question. That one sound knob is simultaneously adjusting 4 separate things: the gain structure, the mid-contour, the compression, and the speaker resonance profile all at once.
It is.
Given the breadth of tone you can get, doesn't locking all of that into a single knob limit your ability to really fine-tune your EQ? Isn't it a little bit too much control locked behind one dial?
That's a great question, and it speaks directly to the philosophy of the pedal. The ST2 is not designed to be a super tweakable amp modeler like a Helix or a Kemper.
Okay.
It's designed to be a highly efficient stack simulator. BIOS basically pre-programmed those 4 tonal shifts, crunch, drive, high gain, modern, to be musically appropriate based on the gain level.
So it's foolproof.
It removes the risk of a user dialing in, say, a modern high gain amount, but pairing it with a thin, vintage-style EQ curve that just sounds awful. It's curated tone. It simplifies all those complex relationships for you.
That makes a lot of sense. It handles the heavy lifting of tone shaping, so you only have to worry about the bass and treble.
Exactly. And speaking of those, the bass control is key. Remember, because this simulates the cabinet, the bass knob isn't just a simple EQ adjustment. It's simulating the physical thump and low-end pressure of speakers moving air.
Oh.
Which is why you have to be careful not to push it too hard. It's very realistic in its ability to generate some pretty overwhelming low end. The treble control then acts as the amp-style high-frequency shaping, adding articulation and presence.
So tying it all together is the dynamic behavior.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier how level and sound interact. Can you give us a specific playing scenario where a player really feels the benefit of the ST2's dynamics?
Sure. Take the low sound setting, that vintage crunch. If you play softly, the pedal almost cleans up, just like a cranked non-master volume tube amp would.
Yeah.
Hit the strings hard and you get that sudden surge of harmonics and musical breakup. Now, if you keep that same sound setting but crank the level knob up to max, the pedal brings in more of that power amp compression. So when you hit it hard now, the sound doesn't just get louder and break up more, it also stays tighter. It holds the note longer and resists that sudden collapse you might get from, say, a simple transparent overdrive.
So it provides the sustain and girth of a 100-watt rig without shaking the walls.
That's the idea.
Let's shift gears then and look at the whole tonal spectrum it covers. We should connect this complex matrix to actual musical application. Let's categorize the tones for the listener.
Okay, let's define the 3 main environments. When you're operating in those low sound settings, below 9 o'clock, you are firmly in vintage crunch territory. Think foundational classic rock. We're talking about rolling back your guitar volume and suddenly having that perfect AC/DC highway to hell kind of breakup. It's bright, it's dynamic, and the lows are loose but still musical, never muddy.
Perfect for rhythm work and getting that signature British upper mid punch.
Then you dial it up into the middle range from about 9 to 2 o'clock. This is where the hot rod tones live. This is the sweet spot for 80s and 90s rock LA, hard rock, British heavy metal pioneers. The mid-range is highly enhanced, which gives it that vocal quality that's perfect for searing solos. Sustain is excellent, and the tone holds up really well under fast picking without collapsing.
Finally, when you crank that sound knob into the highest region, the tone just transforms to satisfy more aggressive players.
Oh, absolutely. The high sound settings activate the modern stack. This is thick, high compression distortion. The mid-range often gets a little bit scooped back relative to the upper mids to provide clarity, and the low end is dramatically tightened. It generates those really aggressive, punchy palm mutes that hard rock and early metal demand. It has a real focused aggression.
However, and this is important, we have to provide that crucial caveat again. While it covers modern high gain, its core DNA is still rooted in that cranked British amplifier sound.
That's the key distinction. The ST2 is explicitly not designed to be the highly scooped, ultra-saturated sound of modern metalcore.
Not a metal pedal.
Not that kind of metal pedal. If you are looking for that specific clinical modern death metal gain, you would need dedicated pedals, like the BOSS ML2 or the infamous MT2 Metal Zone. The ST2 always retains a certain woody, organic quality, even at max gain.
That clarifies the character immensely.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shift our focus to practical application. If I'm a gigging musician or a home recorder today, why would I grab an ST2 instead of a cheaper distortion pedal or, a full digital modeler?
I think the answer is versatility in difficult situations. First, it's perfect for transforming clean, solid-state amps like a Roland JC120 or a Fender Solid State into stack tones. It gives those amps a character they just don't have otherwise.
Right.
Second, because of that built-in cabinet resonance simulation, it is superb for direct recording into an audio interface.
So if I use this direct into a mixing board, the built-in cab sim saves me from having to use an external impulse response loader or a separate plugin.
Precisely. You get that essential cab behavior instantly, which makes it a great grab-and-go solution for tracking demos or for a live silent stage setup. Third, it functions really well as a dedicated preamp.
How so?
You can plug the ST2 directly into an amplifier's effects loop return, bypassing the amp's own preamp section entirely.
So the SE2 becomes your amp.
It becomes your amp. It defines your foundational stack tone. And this is invaluable when you're facing, unknown or low-quality backline amps on a gig.
That makes it an incredibly reliable foundation for touring players.
And finally, it excels as a gain staging foundation for a pedal board. It's an authoritative, defined sound that takes other boosts and fuzzes really well. It can sit right at the core of your tone.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, then the ST2's legacy is really foundational. It represents a key stepping stone in BOS's evolution.
Absolutely.
It was an early, commercially successful foray into these dynamic amp voice distortion pedals, and it really paved the way for later, highly celebrated offerings like the JB2 Angry Driver, the OD1X, and their Wazacraft pedals.
It was a successful testing ground for that hybrid modeling concept. It solved a real-world problem. Guitarists at the time urgently needed huge, saturated stack tones at manageable volumes without the hassle of micing up a cabinet.
Yeah.
And this was during a period right before full-feature digital modelers became standard stage fare. It was just the perfect solution for the mid-level player who needed portability and simplicity, but demanded that high-end tube amp feel.
So, over a decade later, why does it still have such a devoted following?
Its enduring appeal is, I think, threefold. Its ability to make any amp sound bigger and more authoritative, its sheer versatility across the entire rock spectrum, and most importantly, its simplicity.
Right.
Players don't want to menu dive or load IRs just to get a great high-gain sound. You turn 4 curated knobs and you are there. It's a testament to powerful, simplified design.
Okay, let's provide that balanced view. Let's summarize the main advantages and crucial considerations for the listener who might be thinking about adding one of these to their board. What are the key pros?
The pros are clear. A remarkable tonal range, from classic crunch to a modern stack. A very convincing amp-like feel because of the dynamic power amp modeling. The built-in cab and resonance simulation adds significant realism, especially for direct use. And it's just very easy to dial in thanks to the curated nature of that sound knob.
And what are the considerations or potential drawbacks a guitarist has to keep in mind?
First, as we established, it is not a pure metal pedal. If you want that surgical, ultra-scooped, modern metal tone, you need to look elsewhere. Second, that powerful bass control, because it simulates physical air movement, can get overwhelmingly boomy if you push it too hard into an already dark or low-end heavy amp. You have to treat the bass knob with a lot of respect.
And what about the top end? Can it get harsh?
It can. The high treble settings can become piercing if you pair it with a particularly bright amp or certain single-coil pickups, so it requires careful management. Also, its dynamic amp-like behavior might feel a little unusual for players who are just used to fixed gain distortion where the compression is always constant.
It's a different feel.
It's a different feel. It takes some getting used to the subtle changes when the level knob is moved. And finally, because it's an amp sim, it has a defined character. You are committing to a British stack flavor. It is not a neutral overdrive.
So what does this all mean?
The ST2 Power Stack, at the end of the day, remains a profoundly dynamic and expressive pedal that successfully captured the essence of a cranked British half stack in a compact format. It's a deceptively complex tool that provides an instant authoritative foundation for classic rock and hard rock tones, bridging that gap between cymbal distortion and full-featured amp modeling.
This pedal is just a perfect example of advanced technology serving simple operation. It uses that hybrid S-Stack engine, blending multi-stage analog clipping with digital resonance modeling to achieve dynamic realism, all tucked neatly behind those four simple knobs. So here's a final provocative thought for you to explore. Does the simplicity of the controls, given the extreme complexity of the S-Stack modeling happening underneath, make the ST2 the ideal bridge for players who want realistic amp tone and dynamics, but without the deep programming and, let's face it, the cognitive load of modern digital modelers? We'll let you chew on that one. Thanks for diving deep with us. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we are pulling the lens way back on a pedal that is far more sophisticated than its little yellow housing might suggest.
Right.
I'm talking about the Boas OS2 overdrive distortion. And, we should just forget the marketing copy that calls it a simple two-in-one box.
Right.
Our mission is to give you the real shortcut to understanding why this thing is actually one of Boas's most creative and effective hybrid designs, a real workhorse.
It absolutely is. I mean, it deserves this attention. When players think about the core Boas S drives, their minds immediately jump to, the DS1 or the SD1.
The classics.
The classics. The OS2, which came out in 1990, it's often treated like an afterthought, but its whole identity is just radically different.
How so?
This isn't a pedal that just toggles between two sounds. It's a dual voice gain engine that's all about being a fully variable blender.
Exactly. So we're going to unpack how the OS2 gets this seamless continuum of tones, letting you morph from that classic warm grit all the way to a really aggressive saturated bite. To get the magic, you have to get the mechanism. So let's start with that fundamental question for any hybrid pedal. How does the OS2 manage to deliver both an overdrive or OD and a distortion, a DS texture, at the same time in that one tiny box?
Right.
I mean, that's like asking one machine to brew both this super intense, thick espresso and also a clear, filtered drip coffee.
That coffee analogy is actually perfect because the OS2 solves the problem in pretty much the same way. It's not one circuit trying to do two jogs poorly.
Okay.
It's two entirely independent gain engines, and they're working in parallel. You have two distinct full pathways inside that box, each one dedicated to a totally different flavor of gain.
All right, so tell us about those two pathways. What are they engineered to do?
So pathway one is your overdrive stage. This circuit is all designed around soft clipping, which gives it that classic asymmetrical character. The tone waves are rounded off gently, and you get that warm, dynamic, very natural bi-SS OD flavor. It's really similar to the SD1.
Okay, and pathway 2.
That's the distortion stage. This is a much higher gain circuit, and it uses hard clipping. It delivers a way more saturated, aggressive DS-style tone.
Okay, wait. Those terms, soft clipping, hard clipping, they're so central to understanding gain pedals, but they could really sound like jargon.
They can, yeah.
For the listener, what is the practical nuts and bolts difference between them, and why does that define the tone so much?
That is a crucial question. So clipping just refers to how the circuit slices the peaks of the guitar signal wave to create saturation. Think of the signal wave as a mountain range.
Right.
Soft clipping, which is what the overdrive side uses, is like letting the peaks of those mountains gently roll over a series of soft hills.
So it's rounding them off.
Exactly. It's a gradual, rounded flattening of the waveform, and that retains more of the original dynamics, and it preserves your mid-range. That's where you get warmth and responsiveness from.
And hard clipping.
Hard clipping. On the distortion side, that's like the mountains hitting a brick wall. The waveform is just instantly chopped flat. And that leads to way higher saturation and compression. It's why distortion feels so aggressive and compressed. You lose some of that dynamic touch, but you gain massive sustain.
That is a fantastic explanation. So we have these two independent engines, soft and hard, running in parallel. But how does that not just sound like a blurry, phasey mess?
Well, that brings us to the genius of it all, and it is centered on one thing.
The color knob.
The color knob, absolutely. The color knob is the true innovation here. It doesn't adjust the tone in the traditional bass or treble sense.
Right.
And it is definitely not a simple mode switch like we see on so many dual pedals today. That knob is mechanically and electronically a variable MX control.
So it's the master blender for those two separate coffee machines we talked about.
Precisely. Unlike just, stacking two separate pedals like running an SD1 into a DS1, the OS2 is blending the final audio outputs of the two engines together right at the end of the path.
And why is that so different?
Because when you stack separate pedals, you're dealing with all sorts of variables. Impedance mismatch, weird gain staging, even phase cancellation. It can all get really messy.
Right, a bit unpredictable.
Very. By blending the clean, parallel outputs, the OS2 creates this pure, continuous morphing effect. You hear a single, cohesive texture. It's a far cleaner and more controlled hybrid tone than stacking could ever achieve.
So if the color knob is the mix control, let's quickly clarify the other knobs. We have level for volume, drive for overall gain on both engines.
Okay.
But you mentioned the tone control is a tilt-style EQ. What does that mean in practice?
Yeah, that's important context. A standard EQ has separate knobs for bass, widths, whatever. A tilt EQ is simpler. It just pivots the entire frequency spectrum around a fixed midpoint.
Okay, so it's like a seesaw.
It is exactly like a seesaw. You turn the tone knob clockwise, you boost the highs, but you're also cutting the lows at the same time. And if you turn it counterclockwise, you increase the lows while reducing the highs. It just shifts the tonal balance from dark to bright. And this is crucial because it means cranking that tone knob will definitely scoop out your low end.
That right there addresses one of the most common critiques of the pedal, that it can get piercing. If you get that it's a tilt EQ, you understand why you have to be careful with it.
Exactly. Understanding the mechanism keeps your tone balanced.
So let's talk about the actual sounds, the sonic territory.
Okay, let's start at the extremes of that color knob.
Perfect. If we crank it all the way to the left full overdrive mode, what's the flavor profile?
That's your pure soft clipping. You get that smooth, asymmetrical character with a really distinct mid-range emphasis. It's got the thickness and warmth that you'd know from an OD1 or an SD1.
So blues, light rock, that sort of thing.
Yeah, perfect for that. Pushing an amp that's already breaking up, it's your foundational rock tone.
Okay, so now swing that color knob all the way to the right, full distortion mode.
Now we hit the pure hard clipping engine. This is higher gain, more compressed, and generally a lot brighter with a sharper attack. It's got that rich harmonic saturation, but it leans toward a bright, slightly scooped flavor, very DS1-ish.
So your crunchy classic rock, maybe some early metal rhythms.
Exactly.
But, and here's where it gets really interesting, the part that I think justifies the whole pedal's existence. The hybrid settings.
The center blend.
Yeah, keeping that color knob anywhere in the middle, say between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. That is the true magic of the OS2.
It is the secret sauce. What you get here is this amazing textural layering. The dynamic mid-forward warmth of the overdrive, that's your foundation, your punch.
Right.
But then the sharper, more compressed distortion signal adds that edge and sustain right on top.
So you get rhythm that cuts through a mix without losing its body or becoming, ice pick harsh.
You've got it. It's like having the responsiveness of a low-gain amp, but with the cutting power you need for a high-gain solo. It just fills out the mix perfectly.
And that's why it's so beloved by, the working musician.
Yeah.
The person who needs to cover a bunch of different sounds in one night.
Precisely. And for the listener, this hybrid setting is what makes it so fantastic for stacking, especially into an already driven tube amp. You can use that blended signal to just push the amp into a third stage of clipping. You get massive saturation, but you still keep all that clarity.
So we've established its versatility. What are some other practical applications that really confirm its reputation as a workhorse?
Well, first, it genuinely can be a single pedal solution for a huge range of gain needs. For a lot of players, it's basically a 3-channel rig.
How so?
You've got your clean amp sound, then you have your blended ODDS sound from the pedal for rhythm, and then you just hit that with a clean boost for your lead work. It can replace 2, maybe even 3 other pedals. And second, something you touched on earlier, when you blend it toward that OD side, the OS2 is way more bass-friendly than a lot of other drives. That soft clipping path, it just preserves the low-end definition, which is a massive plus for anyone using lower tunings or even for bass players.
Let's really drill down on the why behind its status, the advantages that keep it on pedal boards today, even with all the new fancy multi-drives out there.
Its simplicity meets a very unique tone. I mean, it is, without a doubt, one of the most flexible, compact BRS drives ever made. And we have to say it again. Those hybrid tones you get from that internal mix are unique.
Right. You can't just replicate it by stacking an SD1 and a DS1.
You cannot. Not perfectly. Because of those phase and impedance issues we talked about, the OS2 just eliminates all those messy variables.
So it's a pedal board champion because it also plays well with others.
Absolutely. Because its output is so controlled and stable, it works beautifully before modulation and delays. It doesn't throw weird frequency spikes or phase shifts down your signal chain, which, makes sound checks a lot easier. It's stable, it's reliable, it's versatile.
Okay, now for the necessary nuance. To keep our view balanced, what are the considerations, the potential drawbacks that listeners should know about?
Right. We have to acknowledge the quirks of the extremes. As we said, because of that tilt EQ, the tone knob can get very sharp, very piercing if you crank it past noon, especially with the bright amp. And also, if you only use the DS side on its own, that pure hard clipping, it can sometimes sound a little too bright for modern tastes, compared to beefier, more scooped modern distortion pedals.
So the takeaway is that its strength isn't that its extremes are better than a real DS1 or a real SD1?
Correct. Its strength lies in its ability to inhabit that vast, versatile sonic territory between those two classics.
It's the gap filler. The OS2 just sits so uniquely between the mid-heavy bump of an SD1 and the slightly aggressive scoop of a DS1.
That's it. The core function, the whole reason it exists, is the hybrid tone. That's why they've been making it for over 3 decades.
This dual engine design also makes the OS2 historically pretty significant. It didn't just meet a need, it kind of anticipated a massive trend in pedal design.
It really did. The OS2 came out in 1990. That's long before multi-voice, multi-channel drive pedals became common. Its basic architecture, this idea of parallel mixable clipping stages, it anticipated what would become multi-voice overdrives and even digital modeling by nearly 20 years.
It proved that controlled blending was the future.
For sure. And while it may not have the headline fame of the pedals it references, the OS2 earned this fierce loyalty among players who just value reliable, stage-ready versatility.
And its influence is still felt today, right? Even in the boutique market.
It is. Modern boutique builders still use variations of this mixable ODDS architecture that the OS2 really pioneered. It's a testament to the elegant engineering that it's been continuously manufactured since 1990. It truly democratized the hybrid gain stage.
What an illuminating deep dive, a real dark horse of the BSS lineup. The main takeaway for you, our listener, is this. The BSS OS2 is an underrated, adaptable workhorse. It's defined not by its extremes, but by its innovative dual-path architecture and that ability through the color knob to just seamlessly blend and morph between classic overdrive and aggressive distortion.
And if we connect that engineering achievement to the bigger picture of gear design, the OS2 really proves that maximum flexibility often lies not in focusing on the most extreme options, the loudest distortion or the warmest overdrive, but in the nuanced, controlled ability to blend those elements together. It's the space in between that offers the most utility.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought for you to chew on. Since the OS2 is sonically defined by the continuum it creates between the SD1 and the DS1, consider this. If the true voice of a gain pedal is defined by its clipping engine, how much valuable sonic territory are we ignoring by just sticking to single-purpose drive devices? What revolutionary, as yet unheard sounds become possible when the interaction and blend between everything in the signal path is made fully variable? Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we're tearing open the blueprint of a really specialized machine, the BSS ML2 metal core pedal. And this isn't just another distortion box.
No, at all.
This is an analog weapon built for one thing, really, extreme high-speed aggression.
It's a fascinating piece of engineering, I think. When it came out, it wasn't trying to be, versatile or vintage.
Right.
It was a very narrow, very explicit statement about where heavy music was going. It had to deliver just unprecedented saturation and tightness.
And that's our mission today. We want to understand the technical nuts and bolts of how this pedal from 2007 achieved that very specific extreme high-gain analog sound.
And why it's still a go-to for some players.
Exactly. Why do people who need that instant modern metal tone still reach for it, especially when you stack it up against all the other famous distortion pedals out there?
Well, you're talking about a pedal released right in the heart of the metalcore boom.
Perfect time for it.
It was aimed specifically at genres like gent and all the rapid-fire down-tuned stuff that was happening. Its core promise was simple. Sonic destruction that stays completely controlled.
Okay, when you say full-frequency destruction, what are we actually talking about tonally? Because, lots of pedals are high gain.
Sure.
But the ML2 seemed to promise something different.
It guarantees a few specific things that really define that modern metal sound. First, you get brutal saturation, of course.
Of course.
But critically, it has this aggressive focus in the upper mid-range. That's what lets it just slice through a really dense mix.
Okay.
And then there's its exceptional handling of the low end. It can manage a low B, even a low A tuning without just turning into mud.
Which is the classic problem.
It is. So that combination gave it that searing bite.
So let's set the stage a bit, because I think understanding guitar production in 2007 is key to why this pedal even exists.
All that context.
Yeah. Why did BOSS feel the need to release something this focused right at that moment?
Well, the late 2000s were just dominated by these super polished, tight, percussive metal productions.
Like Killswitch Engage, that kind of thing.
Exactly, or early Periphery. Engineers in the studio, they were constantly stacking overdrive pedals in front of high-gain amps just to get that tightness.
To cut the flat.
Yeah. They were getting rid of that low-end mush before the signal even hit the amp's preamp.
So guitarists wanted a pedal that could give them that super compressed, studio-ready sound all by itself.
That's it. They were demanding fast, percussive tones and a huge but defined low end for these crazy drop tunings. The ML2 was BOSS's direct answer to that. It was meant to be the single pedal solution.
Okay, so we absolutely have to talk about the MT2 Metal Zone.
The elephant in the room.
For so many people, that is the BOLOS distortion pedal. So how does the ML2 carve out its own space when its older brother basically owned that whole high-gain world?
And that is the distinction everyone needs to get. The Metal Zone, the MT2, is primarily an EQ platform.
An EQ platform.
Yes. It's famous for its semi-parametric mid-range controls. They give you huge versatility. You can scoop the mids, you can boost them.
You can do anything.
It's designed for sculpting.
So the MT2 gives you the clay and the tools, but you have to be the sculptor.
Precisely. The ML2, on the other hand, is about pure immediate aggression.
Oh, okay.
Its control set is way simpler, but its internal voicing is already, pre-scooped and inherently modern. The goal wasn't flexibility.
It was impact.
It was focused, instantaneous, explosive impact, tuned for rhythm guitar in a modern mix. You don't spend time dialing mud out because the pedal already engineered the mud out for you.
That distinction sculpting versus pre-voiced aggression, that's huge. So the goal wasn't just to be loud. It was about managing speed and articulation.
That's where the tech gets really fascinating. They aim for three things: a fast, transient response, minimal mud, and a focused, low-end punch.
What do you mean by fast, transient response?
It means the attack of your pick or your palm mute is just lightning fast and clear. There's no lag, no sonic sag that you might get from an older, looser distortion circuit. The ML2 delivers that pick attack instantly, which is, it's non-negotiable for tight, fast, modern riffs.
And that leads us right into the architecture.
Yeah.
How did they build the engine for that insane level of controlled gain?
Well, it's a fully analog, multi-stage distortion circuit. That's the traditional BOSS way, but with some modern tweaks.
Okay.
The sheer amount of saturation comes from cascading amplifier sections. Basically, the signal gets amplified and clipped over and over in several stages.
So they're just pushing the signal incredibly hard.
Yeah.
How do they stop it from turning into complete mush?
And that's the secret sauce for rhythm players. They built in these aggressive, tight, pre-filtering circuits.
The pre-filtering.
Yes. So before the signal even hits the main distortion stages, those filters cut very specific low-mid frequencies.
Mud frequencies.
The mud frequencies, yeah, the stuff that causes flub. It's specifically done to make palm mutes and chugging sound super controlled.
So it's not just that the tone is tight. The pedal is actively enforcing that tightness by taking out the problem frequencies before they even get clipped.
Absolutely. The articulation is just baked right in. And on top of that, they tailored the high-end clipping differently. The goal was clarity and sizzle, even at max gain.
So chords don't just blur together.
Right. So those high strings on chords still ring out with some definition. It uses a buffered bypass, which is typical for BiSS, but yeah, the real magic is when it's on.
So if we put all that together, what's the total sonic fingerprint of this thing?
It's insane gain, almost to the point of fuzz at maximum settings. But the feel is hyper-focused and compressed. You get a tight low end, a really fast attack, and that very specific modern EQ curve.
Which is?
Severely scooped in the lower mids to kill the mud, but then heavily boosted in the upper mids and highs to keep that bite and presence.
It sounds like it's designed to sound like a finished, mixed track, not just an amp in a room.
That's a perfect way to put it.
That makes so much sense for the genre. Okay, let's dig into the 4 controls. Level, low, high, and dist. They seem simple, but you said they're tailored?
They are. Let's start with the dist control, the gain. It has this massive usable range, but the sweet spots are really specialized.
Okay.
At its minimum settings, you get a sharp, defined, almost like a tightly gated thrash tone. But as you move it past noon,
That's the sweet spot.
that's the metalcore rhythm sweet spot, that dense, saturated, but still articulate chug tone.
And what happens if you just dime it? You push that dist knob all the way.
You enter the zone of extreme compression and saturation that really earns the metalcore name. The sources say this setting actually gets close to a sort of fez-like density.
Really?
Yeah, the signal is so clipped and sustained that it loses some pick definition, but you get maximum weight and sustain. It's almost too much gain, but it's there if you want it.
Wild. Okay, let's talk about the EQ, especially that low control. Why is that knob so critical for like 7 and 8 string guitars?
Yeah. Because of the duality it offers. If you're playing a 6-string in drop C and you boost the low, you add this massive chest-thumping chunk.
Right, for the heavy riffs.
Exactly. But if you're playing a 7 or 8-string, especially for those gent-style riffs where you need max clarity,
You've got it.
you actually cut the low.
So cutting the low is the anti-mud setting. It works with that pre-filtering to make the notes defined instead of boomy.
Yes, exactly. It sharpens the palm mute into a laser beam instead of a blur. It's an essential tool for adapting the pedal to your tuning.
And the high control. Is that just adding treble, or is it more specific?
It's your control over the slicing attack and presence. Boosting the high gives you that sizzle you need for fast alternate picking and make sure your attack doesn't get lost.
You'd need that if you're playing through a dark amp, I imagine.
Absolutely. But if you roll the high control back, you don't suddenly get like a classic rock sound, do you?
No. The core architecture is still in charge.
Right.
Cutting the high doesn't make it a blues pedal. It just pulls back the modern sizzle. You get maybe a darker, more classic thrash tone, or even a slow, dense doom sound.
It is always aggressive.
Always. Just maybe a little less bright. So let's connect this back to the player. Who is this pedal really for, and where does it shine today?
If you are playing chug-heavy rhythm parts, especially on guitars tuned to drop B, drop A, or any extended range, this pedal is your one-stop shop.
It takes away the need for stacking pedals.
Completely. It eliminates that hassle of putting a tube screamer in front to tighten the low end. The tightening is built in. And it's also super popular for home recordists.
Why is that?
Because if you're using clean modeling amps or flat response cab sims, this pedal provides the entire high gain personality you need instantly.
You mentioned a weird side use earlier. Using this for bass guitar, how does that work?
It's a great trick for a really gritty, defined metal bass tone, the kind that cuts through with texture, not just low-end boom.
So you have to be careful with the EQ.
Oh, very.
Yeah.
You cut the low control way down to prevent it from getting muddy, and then you boost the high aggressively to bring out that grinding distortion texture. It places the bass higher in the mix, frequency-wise.
Okay, let's zoom out. Every specialized piece of gear has its trade-offs. What are the undeniable pros that made the ML2 a legend, and what are the big caveats people need to know about?
On the plus side, its status is secure because it is one of the highest gain analog pedals BOSS has ever made. The saturation is just immense.
Yeah.
It offers incredible definition for extended range guitars, which was the whole point. And it's just so much simpler to dial in than the Metal Zone.
Instant gratification.
Instant, brutal gratification.
But with that much focus, I have to ask.
Yeah.
Doesn't all that aggressive filtering and compression make it sound a bit sterile or stiff?
And that is precisely the biggest caveat. The number one trade-off is versatility. This is a metal-only pedal. Full stop. If you try to dial it back for classic rock or blues or even a nuanced hard rock tone, you're just going to be frustrated. It lives in that hyper-saturated modern world.
It's like buying a drag racer to run errands.
Exactly. It does one thing perfectly, and another big thing is the compression. At extreme settings, it gets very, very heavy.
So it feels less dynamic.
It can, yeah. It can feel less dynamic. The difference between hitting the strings softly and hitting them hard, it doesn't change the output level that much, which some players find really restrictive.
And then there's just the noise. That's just a reality of pushing analog circuits this hard.
It's a law of physics. When you cascade gain stages that aggressively, the noise floor comes up with it. You can use a noise gate, and most players do.
But it's there.
But it's an unavoidable part of the package, especially with the disk knob maxed out. And if you push the high control too much in front of a bright amp, it can get really piercing.
So this whole deep dive, it really clarifies that the ML2 isn't just a high-gain pedal. It's a dedicated engine designed to solve a very specific production problem from the late 2000s.
A weapon for destruction, yeah, but built around speed and articulation.
It really is the pedals for players who just said, look, I don't want to mess with clean boost. I don't want to mess with external EQs.
I want maximum aggression and maximum tightness right now.
Yeah. And for that exact player,
yeah,
it's still dominant.
It is.
So the ultimate takeaway is that design intent we talked about, where the MT2 was a flexible canvas.
The ML2 was a sledgehammer. Immediate, non-negotiable metal power, engineered from the ground up to be fast and mud-free.
And that engineering choice to filter the mud out before the gain stage, that leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Given how much modern metal tone now relies on digital profiling and modeling, which often captures the exact sound of pedals like the ML2,
right,
how much does the tightness of a modern metal tone today rely on a dedicated analog circuit like this versus just the advanced noise reduction and EQ shaping we can now do inside modern digital modelers?
It really makes you think about where the heavy lifting is being done in the signal chain now, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Thank you for diving deep with us into the BOSS ML2 Metal Corp. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the deep dive. You know, sometimes we come across things, maybe tools or ideas that everyone sort of knows of, but they're also, well, deeply misunderstood.
Yeah, things that have a big reputation, but maybe not always for the right reasons, or the full picture isn't quite there.
Exactly. And today, we're really digging into one of those from the music world. It's an absolute legend, but also incredibly polarizing. We're talking about the Boss MT2 Metal Zone pedal.
Ah, the Metal Zone, the little black box that launched a million riffs, and maybe a million arguments, too.
Right. It sold in massive numbers, truly legendary status. But at the same time, it's probably one of the most criticized pedals ever made in its category.
It really is a paradox.
So our mission today is to get past those surface-level takes. I want to unpack the story of the MT2. You know, where did it come from? What's actually going on inside it technically?
Why did it get so popular? And, crucially, why all the controversy? Why the strong opinions?
And we'll also look at how some, well, frankly, unexpected musicians have used it to create really innovative sounds. We're hoping for some of those aha moments.
Yeah, showing how maybe, just maybe, understanding it a bit deeper reveals potential you wouldn't expect.
Okay, so let's dive in. Where does the story start? 1991, right?
That's right, in 1991. And you have to remember the context. Heavy music was evolving fast. Thrash was huge. Death metal was emerging. Players were demanding more gain, but also more control.
So Boss saw a gap or maybe an evolution needed from their previous heavy pedal.
Exactly. They already had the HM2 heavy metal pedal, which itself is iconic, especially for that Swedish death metal sound.
Oh yeah, the chainsaw sound.
That's the one. But the MT2 wasn't just an update. It was Boss saying, okay, we need something more versatile with much finer control for this new generation of high-gain sounds. It was a deliberate engineering move.
So what made it such a leap? Engineering-wise, you hear about it being complex inside. What were the key innovations?
Well, a big one was the dual-stage gain circuitry. Instead of just one distortion stage, it hits the signal twice.
Okay, so that contributes to that really thick, saturated sound.
Absolutely. It allows for more complexity in the distortion, more harmonics, and longer sustaining. It's fundamental to that powerful feel.
And there was more going on than just the gain stages, I gather.
Oh, yeah. It had, get this, 7 different filters shaping the sound, placed both before and after the distortion circuits.
7. Sounds like a lot for a little pedal.
It was incredibly sophisticated for the time. It allowed the designers to sculpt the tone very precisely, managing the low-end punch, shaping the highs so they weren't just ice-picky. But the real star, the thing that gave players unprecedented control, was the EQ section.
Ah, yes, the EQ. That's probably the most famous or infamous part of the pedal.
Definitely. It featured a 3-band EQ, but the crucial part was the semi-parametric mid-range control.
Okay, break that down. What does semi-parametric actually mean in this context?
So you have your standard low knob for bass and a high knob for treble, like on many pedals or amps. Pretty straightforward.
Right. Booster, cut the lows and high.
Exactly. But then you have 2 knobs for the mids, mid and mid-freak. The mid knob boosts or cuts mid-range frequencies, like you'd expect.
Okay.
But the mid-freak knob lets you choose which specific frequency that mid knob affects. You can sweep it all the way from 200 hertz, which is quite low mid, right up to 5 kilohertz, which is very high mid or low treble territory.
Wow. Okay, so you're not just boosting mids in general. You can pinpoint a specific spot in the mid-range to either boost or cut.
Precisely. That level of surgical control was like having a little slice of a studio mixing console EQ right there in a compact pedal. It was revolutionary for guitarists wanting to sculpt their tone for different riffs, different guitars, different amps.
So with all that tech packed in the dual gain, the filters, this fancy EQ, what was the sound Boss was actually aiming for? What was the goal?
They wanted that modern high-gain sound that was emerging. Think thick, super saturated, but also tight distortion, crucially with lots of sustain.
Tightness is key for a lot of metal styles, isn't it? For those fast, palm-muted riffs.
Exactly. You need that definition, even with massive amounts of gain. And you need solos to sing and sustain. The MT2 was engineered specifically to deliver those qualities for modern rock and metal players.
It makes sense. It sounds like it was designed with incredible precision and control in mind, which makes its later reputation interesting.
Very interesting, because despite, or maybe because of, this complexity, it became a monster commercial success.
How successful are we talking?
We're talking over 1 million units sold. That's huge. Among Boss's distortion and overdrive pedals, only the classic DS1 has sold more.
Over 1 million. So clearly it struck a chord with a massive number of players.
Absolutely. It became almost ubiquitous for a time. You saw it everywhere.
But alongside those sales figures, you get this great divide in opinion. How did that happen? Was it praised initially?
Oh, yes. Initially, it got strong reviews. Guitar Player magazine did a shootout soon after it came out and basically crowned it the top choice for metal players. It was seen as powerful, innovative.
So the initial reaction was positive. When did the grumbling start, the buzzing bees comments?
That emerged over time as more and more players got their hands on it. You started hearing dismissive terms like fizzy, artificial, or that classic, like a can of angry bees.
I've definitely heard that one, and maybe even thought it myself back in the day when I first tried one without knowing what I was doing.
And that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Was that sound an inherent flaw in the pedal, or was it, well, user error?
Or maybe a misunderstanding of how to use such a powerful tool.
I think that's a huge part of it. Many users, perhaps drawn in by the name Metal Zone, just cranked everything. Gain to 10, level to 10, EQ knobs maybe all boosted.
Yeah, the more is more approach.
Exactly. And with that much gain and such a powerful EQ, especially if you boosted the high mids aggressively, you could absolutely get that fizzy, harsh sound. The pedal has an enormous amount of gain and EQ range. It requires some finesse.
It wasn't designed just to be slammed on full then.
Not necessarily. It was designed for sculpting, for control, but it gave you enough rope, let's say, to hang yourself tonally if you weren't careful or didn't understand how those controls interacted.
Okay, so let's try and balance this out. What are the genuine strengths of the MT2 when used thoughtfully?
Well, the massive gain range is a strength if you use it wisely. The sustain is incredible. And that EQ flexibility is undeniably powerful. You can dial in a huge variety of heavy tones.
Tones suitable for different metal subgenres, presumably.
For sure. Thrash, death metal, nu metal, even heavy rock. Its versatility when harnessed is a major plus.
And the criticisms. What are the fair points against it? What are the pitfalls?
The fair point is that it can sound fizzy or overly processed if you just dime the controls without thinking. It's not instantly forgiving.
Right, the complexity can be a double-edged sword. It might overwhelm someone new to tweaking EQs.
Exactly. And the tendency for some players to just overuse the gain, creating that compressed, buzzy sound, definitely contributed to its negative reputation. It highlights how important it is to understand your gear, not just plug it in.
This leads us to perhaps the most fascinating part of the MT2 story. Who actually uses it, especially those who defy the stereotype.
This is where it gets really fun because you find it in the hands of musicians you would absolutely not expect if you only listen to the Angry Bees crowd.
Like who? Give us some surprising examples.
Okay, how about this? Prince.
Prince. The
Yeah.
Prince. Use a Metal Zone. Seriously.
Reportedly, yes. Seen on his boards at various points. And think about Joe Bonamassa, the blues rock titan.
Bonamassa. Wow. Okay, my mind is slightly blown. How would someone like Prince or Bonamassa even approach using a Metal Zone? It seems so counterintuitive.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? They likely weren't using it for a stereotypical scooped mid, high-gain metal rhythm sound. Prince was a sonic adventurer. Maybe he used its intense saturation for a weed, synth-like texture, or its sustain for controlled feedback, or used the EQ in a really specific way to cut through.
Finding unique frequencies or textures that other pedals couldn't deliver.
Potentially, yeah. And Bonamassa. Maybe not for his main tone, but perhaps to push an amp in a very specific way for a lead, or to get a particular kind of gritty edge or sustain that his vintage fuzzes couldn't quite achieve. It's about finding a sound within the pedal, not the sound it's famous for.
That makes sense. It's using it as a specific color on the palette. Any other surprising users?
Monkey from Korn is another one. While Korn is heavy, their sound is very unique, often using down-tuned guitars and complex textures.
Right. Very rhythmic and percussive.
The MT2's ability to provide tight, focused distortion, especially with that powerful mid-control to maybe scoop out specific frequencies, could be perfect for achieving those heavy yet articulate rhythmic parts without turning into mud.
This really challenges the whole one-trick pony idea. And it's not just sightings, right? Some respected figures actively praise it.
Absolutely. Kurt Ballou from the band Converge, who's also a highly respected producer in heavy music circles.
Yeah, it was work, yeah. God City Studio.
That's him. He actually champions the MT2, calls it a tonal outsider tool. And interestingly, he praises its harmonic clarity even at low gain settings.
Low gain. On a Metal Zone. That completely flips the script.
It does. He's finding unique textures and harmonics in it that go way beyond just maxing out the distortion. It shows there's subtlety there if you look for it.
Any others?
Simon Neil from Biffy Clyro is another famous user. And what's interesting there is that he apparently uses stock factory standard MT2s. He doesn't want modded ones because he likes the specific sound he gets from the original circuit.
So he's found his sound within the standard pedal and built his tone around it.
Precisely. All these examples just underscore that the pedal rewards careful dialing and understanding. It's got precision and control built in. It's just not always used that way.
So after 3 decades of popularity, controversy, and surprising applications, where does the MT2 stand today? Has Boss itself kind of acknowledged its complex legacy?
They absolutely have. In 2021, for its 30th anniversary, they did a limited run, the MT2 3A, a special blacked-out stealth version, kind of a nod to its iconic status.
Okay, a collector's item.
But more significantly, they introduced the MT2W, part of their high-end Wazacraft line.
Ah, the Wazacraft versions are usually tweaked and refined versions of classics, right?
Exactly. The MT2W has 2 modes. One is called Standard, which is basically a refined, maybe slightly lower noise version of the original MT2 sound we all know.
So preserving the core character.
Yes, but then it has a custom mode, which Boss says offers a wider dynamic range and tighter low-end response. It's basically them acknowledging the original strengths while also addressing some common desires from modern players for perhaps a bit more clarity or flexibility in different contexts.
That's fascinating. It's like Boss saying, okay, we know its history, we stand by the original design, but here's an evolved version too.
It speaks volumes about its enduring relevance, I think. The modern verdict seems to be that, yes, the Metal Zone can be challenging, but for players who value precision, intense gain, and deep tonal control, it remains a powerful, studio-worthy tool.
It really is a staple, even with all the noise around it.
It rewards investment. If you take the time to really learn its EQ to understand how the game interacts with it, you can unlock sounds far beyond the stereotype. It's a testament to its design, really.
And bringing this back to you, our listener, this whole journey with the Metal Zone, it's kind of a lesson, isn't it, about understanding the tools we use.
Definitely. How many things do we dismiss based on reputation or a quick first impression?
Like this pedal. If you just heard buzzing bees and never tried dialing it carefully, you'd miss its potential for clarity, for unique textures, for all these sounds used by artists like Prince or Kurt Ballou.
It's about looking past the label, past the common narrative, and really engaging with the thing itself, experimenting, learning its nuances.
So we've traced the MT2 from its innovative birth, through its massive success, its polarized reception, and seen how versatile it can be in the right hands. It shows how design and how we interact with design shapes legacy.
It really does. It's a much richer story than just good pedal or bad pedal.
Which leaves us with a final thought for you to maybe chew on. What other misunderstood tools or maybe ideas or even people might you be overlooking? Things you've dismissed, perhaps unfairly.
What might you discover if you took the time for your own deep dive into their real potential?
Something to think about. Thanks for joining us in this deep dive. We'll catch you on the next one.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are looking at the BASS MT2W Metal Zone Wazacraft. And this is, I think, maybe the greatest redemption story in guitar pedal history.
I think you might be right. I mean, we're talking about a pedal that for decades was the definition of high gain aggression, but also, noise, harshness, just chaos in a box.
All sonic chaos.
Exactly. And the original MT2, it's not just a pedal, it's like a cultural thing. It has this split reputation. You see it used by huge names in metal, but it's also famous for being, well, almost impossible for a lot of players to dial in.
Right. So our mission today is to really unpack how the 2018 Waza redesign pulled off what seemed impossible.
Yeah, how they addressed every single one of those criticisms, the noise, the harshness, while somehow keeping that crushing Metal Zone DNA at its core.
And what's so interesting is that they didn't just clean it up and make it tame. They rebuilt the whole engine from the ground up.
That's the key insight, really. The MT2W isn't just one pedal. It's basically two high-gain amps in a box. You get a perfected version of the classic and then a totally new boutique-style gain engine.
Okay, so before we get to the Waza magic, let's revisit that drama. Why was the original MT2 so polarizing? It had more saturation than anything else at the time, so why all the eye rolls for, 30 years?
Well, it was a perfect storm of three things, really, and user error made them all worse. First, it was just so noisy.
Ridiculously noisy.
Yeah, the components they were using back then, the noise floor was just way too high for that much gain. Yeah. And second, it was harsh. It had that ice pick high end that guitarists talk about. Especially when you scoop the mids, it can make a clean amp sound just awful.
And the third problem was actually its biggest selling point, wasn't it? That super powerful EQ.
Exactly. That EQ was a massive double-edged sword. Beginners would just crank the bass and treble and turn the middle all the way down, for that death metal sound.
The classic scoop.
The classic scoop, but they just filter out all the frequencies that let the guitar actually be heard in a band. It was almost too powerful for its own good.
So BASS hears this for decades and finally decides to put their Wazacraft team on it. For anyone who doesn't know, Waza is their premium Japanese engineering line.
Yes.
How did they actually use that philosophy to fix those specific problems, starting with the noise?
They knew they couldn't just change one part. I mean, they went back to the fundamental architecture. It's still a fully analog signal path, but the upgrades are huge. For the noise, it really started with improving the op-amp selection.
Okay, let's touch on that for a second. Why are op-amps, the operational amplifiers, so important in a distortion pedal?
You can think of them as the little engines that drive the game. They boost the signal and do the first bit of shaping.
Right.
If you use cheap ones, they introduce their own electronic hiss before the signal even gets distorted. So by using premium, low-noise op-amps, the MT2W starts with a really pristine foundation. It lowers that noise floor before the crazy high-gain part even happens.
That makes perfect sense. Less noise going in means less noise getting amplified. So what about the harshness, that ice pick sound?
That really comes down to the clipping architecture. Distortion is basically just shaving off the peaks of your guitar's sound wave. The MT2W has a much more refined clipping circuit, so it kind of rolls off those really abrasive high frequencies.
So it's a smoother, more musical kind of saturation.
Exactly. They got rid of the harshness without losing any of the intensity. It was a really clever redesign.
And even with that total overhaul, they kept the controls exactly the same. Level, distortion, and the 4 EQ knobs.
Yep, completely familiar. And it still has the buffered bypass, which is standard for BASS. And that's actually really useful when you're running a ton of gain and long cables. It keeps your signal strong even when the pedal's off.
Okay, let's unpack this. The real genius here is that little mode switch. It splits the pedal into two totally separate analog circuits. Let's start with Mode S standard mode. You said it's the perfected classic. Does it lose that raw energy people liked?
Not at all.
Yeah.
And that's the key. It keeps the aggression, but gets rid of all the bad stuff, the artifacts. Mode S is that sound you remember, just polished.
How so?
If you put it next to an original, you hear it immediately. The high end is way smoother, no more of that abrasive buzz. And the bass is so much tighter, it doesn't get all flubby when you palm mute.
That tight bass is everything for modern metal, right? You need that definition.
Absolutely.
Right.
And maybe the most important thing is the mid-range is just more usable. Even when you scoop it, your tone doesn't just vanish from the mix like it used to.
So Mode S is for that classic 90s thrash sound, or maybe some Swedish death metal, but without fighting the pedal the whole time.
That's it. It's the definitive low-noise version of that sound.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
you flip the switch to C mode.
And this is where it gets really interesting, because this isn't just a small change.
No, C mode, or custom mode,
Yeah.
is a completely new thing. This is BOSS going right after the boutique high-gain amp market. It stops feeling like a pedal and starts feeling like the front end of a really expensive tube amp.
What are the tonal differences that make it feel so much more premium?
Okay, so where S mode is a bit compressed and aggressive on top, C mode is thicker, it's warmer, and it has so much more body in the mid-range, it just sounds fuller. And crucially, it's way less compressed, so it has a better dynamic response. You can actually hear the difference when you pick lightly versus digging in.
It sounds like it has more air around the notes, kind of like how a big speaker cabinet moves sound around a room.
That's a perfect way to put it. It's articulate. For modern prog or metal, where you have these complex chords, C mode is fantastic because the notes don't just turn into a wall of mud.
And it takes other pedals really well, doesn't it? Stacking high-gain pedals can be a nightmare.
It's made for it. Because C mode is already so full and open, it acts like a clean amp. You can hit the front of it with an overdrive, like a tube screamer with the gain down, to tighten it up even more and just push it into total destruction without it falling apart.
We absolutely have to talk about the EQ. It's the defining feature of the Metal Zone legacy. I mean, we've said it was polarizing, but it's probably one of the most powerful EQs ever put in a stomp box.
It is the engine of the whole thing. The key is understanding how it all works together. You have your low and high shelves, and they give you a massive plus or minus 15 dB bowl, boost, or cut.
Which is a huge amount of shaping power right there.
A ton. But the magic is in those two middle knobs.
The mid and mid-freak.
Correct. The middle knob boosts or cuts, but that mid-freak knob lets you sweep through the entire mid-range from about 200 hertz all the way up to 5 kilohertz. That is surgical precision. You're basically deciding exactly where the voice of the pedal is going to live.
So you're not just boosting mids, you're finding that one specific frequency, say at 1.5 kilohertz, that makes your lead tone just cut through everything else.
That is the power. And that flexibility is what lets the MT2W become a chameleon.
Yeah.
Because most high-gain amps, like a Marshall or a rectifier, have their own built-in mid-range character you can't change. Right. With this pedal, you can just mimic those characteristics yourself.
So let's break that down. If you're trying to dial in a recto sound, what are you actually doing with that EQ?
You're going for that big, deep, low-end thump, and then you're using the mid-freak to find the low mids and pulling them way down. It's that classic American metal sound, all weight and scooped aggression.
And what about something like a 5150?
For a 5150 sound, you'd be looking for a hump in the high mids, maybe around 2.5 kilohertz. You boost that, and you get that incredible pick attack and clarity for really fast riffing.
And a classic Marshall JCM.
That's a bit warmer, a more present mid-range profile, not as extreme of a scoop, gives you that British rock bark. The fact that this one pedal can do all of that just speaks volumes about the EQ, especially now that the circuit itself is clean enough to handle it.
Which explains why engineers have loved the original for so long. It was always a secret weapon in the studio, sometimes just used as an EQ.
Exactly. And now you get that legendary EQ paired with a circuit that's quiet and has all this fidelity. It's an unbeatable combo.
So let's talk about practical application. We know it does metal. What else can you do with this thing?
Well, beyond the obvious genres, it's just a fantastic lead guitar pedal for any kind of heavy music. That sustain and mid-control means your solos will always sing, but you can also get some really cool alternative or industrial sounds out of it by using the EQ to get these extreme almost machine-like tones.
And it has a really interesting use in modern recording, right?
Yeah.
With direct-in stuff.
Oh, that's a key point. It excels at direct recording into an interface because you're sending a real complex analog high-gain signal into your software. It sounds way more three-dimensional than just using a plug-in distortion. You feed this into a good speaker impulse response and it sounds massive.
So if we had to summarize the whole deep dive, what are the, say, 3 big reasons that MT2W is just so much better than the original?
Okay, first, it's the engineering. You get 2 complete high-quality analog circuits in one pedal. Second, the sound itself is just fundamentally bedless noise, more warmth, more clarity.
And
Third, it's that legendary EQ, finally paired with a circuit that's clean enough to let you use its full power without compromise.
But it is still a metal zone. We should probably give some advice for anyone thinking about adding this to their rig.
For sure.
Yeah.
The first thing is to know what it's not. This is not a subtle overdrive. It is not for blues. It is an aggressive, high-gain box, full stop. Second, that EQ requires some discipline. You can still scoop yourself into oblivion if you're not careful.
And the golden rule of high-gain pedals still applies. What you plug it into matters.
Absolutely critical. This pedal wants to run into a completely clean amp. Think of it as a preamp. If you run this into an amp that's already breaking up, it's just going to turn into a muddy, uncontrollable mess.
Right. You use it to create your distortion, not boost an existing one.
Precisely.
In the end, that Wazacraft badge on it isn't just marketing. They really delivered.
They really did.
Yeah.
The MT2W completely rehabilitated the reputation of a legendary but misunderstood pedal. It proved what that circuit could always have been with better engineering. It went from a beginner's mistake to a legitimate professional tool.
It really is the metal zone perfected.
And that's the takeaway. It's this incredible showcase of versatility that's achieved through smart, low-noise design and that unmatched EQ. If we connect this to the bigger picture, the MT2W proves that even the most controversial gear can become a professional workhorse if you just get the science right.
Which leaves us with a final thought for you to chew on. Considering the MT2W can so accurately mimic the sound of huge, expensive amp stacks just by using its EQ, how much of the sound of high gain is actually in the core distortion circuit, and how much is just controlled by the simple surgical power of a sweepable mid-range? Think about that next time you're dialing in your tone.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. This is where we dig into a subject, maybe one you think you know, really get into the source material and pull out the details you need, all delivered, with maximum conversational energy.
Ready to dive in.
Yeah, today we're tackling something really essential, I think, for anyone who cares about the history of heavy music. We're zeroing in on just one piece of hardware, a little effects pedal, actually. Yellow, unassuming.
But it did more than just get popular in a genre.
Exactly. It fundamentally changed the DNA, like the genetic code of a whole subgenre of metal.
It's such a perfect topic for this kind of deep dive because the story here, it's a beautiful accident, really.
Right.
The gear that changes everything isn't always the most expensive, custom-built thing. Often it's that little box designed for one job.
And then totally repurposed.
Repurposed for pure sonic aggression.
Yeah. So our mission today is a proper deep dive into the legendary BOSS HM series, these distortion pedals. We're going to track their journey from, a kind of misunderstood analog circuit back in the early 80s.
Right up to its modern comeback, its resurrection.
Yeah. We're pulling together info on 3 key models, the original, the Icon, the HM2 heavy metal, then there's the HM3 hyper metal, sort of the transitional one.
And the new kid, relatively new kid on the block, the HM2W Wazacraft, the modern revered version.
And the theme running through all this, it's about how this raw, just unapologetic sonic aggression, how that became an immortal sound.
And critically, how technical limitations, maybe circuit flaws, maybe just designers kind of missing the mark on how people would actually use it. How those things can sometimes have the biggest and completely unintended cultural impact.
We're hunting for the real story behind that sound, that unmistakable chainsaw grime.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's start with the legend kicks off, section 1. The chainsaw legend, the BOSS HM2 heavy metal. Production ran from 1983 to 1991. But yeah, like you said, not quite where the designers thought it would end up. It's so easy now to look at the HM2W, the Wazacraft one, as this refined tribute. But to really get it, you have to go back to 83. And just appreciate how radically misunderstood that original pedal was when it first came out. What was BOSS even trying to build?
Yeah, good question. They were trying to build their first proper high-gain distortion pedal. That was the goal.
Okay.
And they were specifically aiming to replicate, their words were, the saturated roar of early 1980s British stacks.
Ah, okay. So think Marshall stacks.
Exactly. Think Marshall JCM 800s, like pushed to the absolute limit. They weren't thinking about, some underground Swedish scene. They were aiming for arena rock, the sound of the new wave of British heavy metal.
Like big hair, big riffs.
That kind of thing. They wanted to bottle that huge wall of sound and stick it in one of their compact, tough little yellow stomp boxes.
So how did they try and cram that huge sound into that tiny box? What was the tech?
Okay, so technically, they went with a fully analog op-amp distortion circuit. This is really key.
Analog, right?
Yeah. The main parts used what's called a quad op-amp IC. That's an integrated circuit, usually something pretty robust, like an M52 18L chip. And this chip, it drives what engineers call symmetrical silicon diode clipping.
Okay, hang on. Let's unpack that a bit for people listening.
Yeah.
Symmetrical silicon diode clipping. What does that actually mean? And maybe more importantly, what does it sound like?
Okay, simplest terms, clipping is just what happens when you push the circuit too hard. You overload it, and the peaks of your guitar signal, the waveform, they get chopped off, clipped.
Okay.
Symmetrical means they get chopped off equally on the top and bottom, the positive and negative sides. And the silicon diodes, they basically set a lower bar for when that clipping starts. So the sound. The waveform gets really compressed very aggressively. It starts looking more like a square wave. And that's exactly what gives you that really dense, harmonically packed, aggressive buzzsaw texture.
Gotcha. So it's not like a smooth, warm overdrive.
No, not at all. It's engineered compression.
Yeah.
Designed for just maximum saturation, maximum grind.
So they built this really aggressive foundation, but we have to talk about the power thing. The power requirements for these old vintage units, it's kind of notorious in the guitar world, right?
Yeah.
It adds a whole layer of hassle if you want to use an original one today.
Oh, absolutely. Huge point. The vintage HM2, it needed either a standard 9-volt battery or, and this is the crucial bit, the older BOSS ACA adapter standard.
Right, not the PSA ones everyone uses now.
Exactly. The modern standard is the PSA adapter. The ACA worked differently. It was designed to take a higher voltage, usually 12 volts, and step it down inside the pedal to 9 volts. But the pedals themselves often didn't have the right internal bits, the resistor, to regulate that power perfectly.
Okay, so what happens if you take an original HM2, a vintage one, and plug it into a modern power supply? Like the standard 9-volt output on most pedal boards today.
You're actually starving the circuit. You're undervolting it. And that messes with the biasing, the sort of operating voltage point of the whole circuit.
Yep.
Now, some players kind of liked the weird sagging compression that happens.
Right, the dying battery sound sometimes people chase.
Kind of, yeah. But more often, it just resulted in that classic HM2 high-pitched whine or hum, just this really annoying noise floor, which is a real pain if you're trying to use a vintage HM2 in a modern, quiet setup.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's one of those things. Charming, maybe, but also deeply annoying. A quirk of early 80s analog design. So yeah, the HM2, despite its later fame, it only ran from 83 to 91 before BOSS replaced it. Hashtag BB. The mechanics of the color mix?
Okay, so the technical base was aggressive. But the story really pivots, the genre-defining turn. It happens when you look at the controls. You've got your standard level, your distortion knob, but then you have those two crucial EQ controls. The ones BOSS brilliantly called color mix. L and H for low and high.
This is the heart of the chainsaw.
Right.
Yeah, this is where that technical limitation or maybe just an overly ambitious design choice becomes this revolutionary feature. What's wild here is that the EQ circuit was just exceptionally powerful, maybe too powerful for what they intended.
How so?
It wasn't really designed for subtle tweaks, just adding a bit of bass or treble. It was designed to color the sound aggressively. The actual EQ curve itself was super specific, a really deep cut in the mid-range.
Scooped mids.
Big time scoop, combined with heavily boosted lows and heavily boosted highs.
Give us an analogy maybe, because picturing that EQ curve is kind of essential to understanding the whole HM2 sound.
Okay, imagine you're looking at the frequencies of your guitar tone like a graph. The HM2 EQ is like taking a huge ice cream scoop and just digging out the entire middle section. The frequencies where maybe the snare drum or the vocals usually sit.
Right, the body of the sound.
Yeah, and then you take the remaining low end and the remaining high end and you boost them so violently that they just completely dominate everything. And when you add the distortion on top of that, those super boosted frequencies get smashed into that clipping stage we talked about.
Okay.
And that generates all this extra harmonic noise. It starts sounding less like a guitar and more like, I don't know, industrial machinery just running totally overloaded.
Wow. And that famous setting, the all knobs, maxed setting level, distortion, color mix, L and H, all cranked right up. That became the key. Why was that the magic setting?
Because of how those EQ controls interacted.
Yeah.
Especially the color mix knobs. When you cranked both the L, the low color mix, and the H, the high color mix, right up to the maximum, you weren't just adding a little bit of bass and treble. No, you were applying this massive, almost exponential frequency boost right before the signal finally left the pedal. And this huge, extreme shaping, combined with that super aggressive, symmetrical clipping, that's what generated that raw, saturated harmonic fuzz, that chainsaw grain.
The interaction was that strong.
Oh, incredibly strong.
Yeah.
The pedal basically loses any sense of subtlety at that point. It's like taking the safety governor off a big engine. It just goes wild.
So the designers, they probably just wanted users to dial in a bit of sparkle, maybe some low-end thump.
Exactly. Not max out the entire thing and unleash sonic warfare.
So what we're seeing is BOSS designed this pedal aiming for a stadium rock sound, focusing on, powerful lows, shimmering highs. But the underground, the metal scene, they took it and dragged it into the swamp instead. Hashtag C-take, tonal profile, and cultural significance.
That's precisely it. That maxed out sound, it's just aggressive. Grinding distortion, really defined by extreme compression, huge sustain, and that signature raw harmonic saturation. It's the unique growling buzzsaw tone.
But initially, it didn't really take off, did it? It was kind of misunderstood and underappreciated, as our sources say. The early uses were more like what BusS intended. Early heavy metal, hard rock, using moderate settings.
Yeah, and probably getting some pretty muddy, confusing sounds out of it, honestly.
Why didn't it become the big mainstream success BusS probably hoped for?
Well, ironically, its biggest technical strength, that powerful EQ, was also its biggest commercial weakness, at least initially.
How so?
That really strong coloration, that massive EQ shaping, it just made it almost impossible to use subtly. For your average rock guitarist, it had a really narrow sweet spot, maybe even non-existent for some styles.
It didn't blend well.
No, it dominated. It completely took over the sound. But this inherent technical flaw, if you want to call it that, it became its most revolutionary feature when it fell into the hands of the right musicians. Creative, extreme metal players.
It was hard to use subtly.
So they just stopped trying to be subtle with it. They cranked it.
Which brings us to that pivotal moment. The migration, sonically at least, to Sweden. Late 80s, early 90s. This is where the HM2 becomes legend.
Absolutely. We have to spend some time here. This is the iconic use case, Swedish death metal. While early death metal in places like the US or the UK often had these drier, maybe more treble-focused tones.
Right, like early Morbid Angel or Death.
Yeah, that kind of vibe. But the bands coming out of Stockholm in the late 80s, we're talking Entombed, Dismember, At the Gates is another huge one they grabbed onto the HM2. And they figured out that by running it with everything dimed,
all 4 knobs to 10.
Level, distortion, color mix L, color mix H, all of it. They realized they could create this insane, continuous, just impenetrable wall of sound distortion.
It wasn't just loud distortion, it was terrifying. It genuinely sounds like Metal Gear's grinding right in your ears. How did that specific EQ curve, that massive scoop and boost, actually enable the Swedish death metal sound?
It was like this accidental stroke of engineering genius for that specific genre, that huge mid-scoop we talked about. It cleared out frequencies, right, where things like the bass guitar, the kick drum, even the snare usually have their fundamental tones. So the guitar signal, even though it was overwhelmingly loud and distorted, it didn't just turn into mush. It didn't clash horribly with the rhythm section.
It created space.
Precisely. The sound profile became almost two distinct things. This massive, grinding, low-end foundation, like a subterranean rumble, and then this piercing, aggressive, high-end buzzsaw cutting through everything. And that space in the middle allowed the bass and drums to stay distinct and punchy. which is a real hallmark of that classic Swedish death metal production. You can hear everything clearly, despite the sonic chaos.
Wow. So the thing that made it kind of bad for general rock, that huge mid-scoop, actually made it better for the whole band mix in that very specific extreme context.
Exactly right. This single sonic discovery basically birthed the Swedish death metal sound, the buzzsaw tone. It cemented the HM2's place, not just as some cool vintage pedal, but as a genuine icon that defined an entire much-loved subgenre.
Amazing.
And anecdotally, part of why it caught on there was probably practicality, too. You know, while bands in the US or UK might have been chasing expensive custom amps, the HM2 was just available. It was tough. It was relatively cheap, especially secondhand in Scandinavia back then.
Makes sense.
Its use even kind of stretched beyond guitars sometimes. People found niche uses for it as just this crushing bass distortion for really gritty industrial tones using that super thick low end it puts out.
Okay, so let's sum up the original HM2, the pros. Definitely that unique, super aggressive EQ voice, that thick, full low end. And obviously, it's iconic status for extreme metal.
Yep.
The cons, though, that really narrow sweet spot for anything other than extreme metal, really hard to use subtly, and that whole annoying, noisy, vintage ACA power issue.
It was raw, unapologetic, and completely genre-defining, almost entirely by accident. Okay, so as we move out of the 80s and into the early 90s, the whole landscape for high-gain music starts shifting pretty significantly.
Right. Death metal was still a force, but other things were coming up.
Exactly. You had groove metal taking off, industrial metal was getting bigger, more polished alternative metal styles were emerging, and audiences and producers started wanting high-gain tones that had maybe a bit more clarity, more precision, easier to use in a studio mix.
So following the HM2's run, which ended in 91, and maybe BISS realizing the market needed something, I don't know, less absolutely chaotic. They bring out the HM3 Hyper Metal in 1993. And this pedal seems designed specifically to address those changing tastes. The goal, our sources say, was clear. Offer a more modern, scooped high-gain tone compared to the HM2's just raw, uncontrollable abrasion.
Yeah, if you connect it to the bigger picture, BISS was definitely trying to keep up, trying to meet those contemporary demands. The HM2 was amazing for one very specific, very extreme sound.
The chainsaw.
The chainsaw. But for your average high-gain player back then, especially folks influenced by the rise of thrash production, maybe early new metal sounds, the HM2 could just sound too muddy, too unruly.
Right.
The HM3 was meant to be the answer. The disciplined, studio-friendly version of high-gain. Tighter, maybe? #TagTagB. Technical differences and refinement.
Okay, so technically, the HM3, it was still an analog high-gain op-amp circuit, right? Similar bones to the HM
Similar
band.
bones, yeah. But it was already kind of competing internally with what became BISS's real high-gain monster for that era, which had actually launched a couple of years earlier, the MT2 Metal Zone.
Ah, the Metal Zone. Everyone knows that one.
Exactly. And our sources note the HM3 was actually much simpler than the Metal Zone. Critically, it didn't have the MT2's really complex, deep, mid-frequency parametric EQ control.
So they simplified it.
They chose simplification, specifically trying to tame the HM2's wild nature. They streamlined the EQ dramatically. It still had level and distortion knobs, of course, but that really aggressive color mix name, the one that accidentally became legendary, gone. Replaced with just low and high knobs, like on tons of other pedals.
So a much more standard approach.
Totally suggests a deliberate move towards something more standard, more manageable, making it way easier for a regular player to just dial in sounds that work without accidentally summoning demons.
Okay, wait a second, though. If the HM3 was technically maybe more refined, definitely easier to power than the original HM2, why did the MT2, the Metal Zone, which is notoriously kind of fiddly with that parametric mid-control, why did that become the defining high-gain pedal of the 90s and not the HM3?
That's kind of the core tension of this whole transitional phase, isn't it?
No.
The MT2 ended up dominating precisely because it had that complexity, that parametric control. Even though it was, difficult to dial in sometimes, it gave players really precise control over those crucial mid-frequencies. You could scoop them out perfectly for that classic 90s rhythm crunch, or you could boost specific mids to make your solos cut through.
And the HM3 couldn't do that.
The HM3, by simplifying things, it lost that flexibility. It became competent, reliable, but ultimately maybe a bit less exciting than the feature-packed, if slightly intimidating, MT2.
Gotcha. But one big thing the HM3 definitely did right, showing its commitment to being modern and user-friendly, was the power situation.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, essential change. It completely switched from that old, confusing ACA adapter requirement
Finally.
to the modern standard PSA adapter. That instantly eliminated all the noise issues, the powering headaches of the vintage HM2. It made the HM3 just simple, reliable, plug and play on any contemporary pedal board. For practical players, that was a huge win.
Okay, let's talk about the actual sound structure, the clipping behavior. How did that differ from the HM2's chaos?
The whole design emphasis seems to have been on control, refinement. The clipping was engineered to be more controlled and compressed.
Okay.
Where the HM2's clipping felt chaotic, like a sledgehammer, just generating all sorts of unintended extra harmonic noise, the HM3 offered a smoother top end and less chaotic clipping behavior. It delivered the gain, but with discipline.
So it sounded.
Tighter, more modern, higher fidelity, maybe, which was pretty much exactly what a lot of the mid-90s metal scene was looking for in production. #C, tonal profile and legacy.
So the resulting tone, you're saying it was tight, very scooped distortion, strong low end but controlled highs. It delivered gain, yeah, but with precision. And crucially, without that signature HM2 aggressive buzzsaw thing.
Which made it really suitable for the musical trends that were emerging then. You know, modern metal rhythm tones, the heavier side of alternative rock, maybe even some grunge bands who needed clarity alongside the distortion.
Right.
It was probably the ideal choice for players who wanted high gain, wanted definition, but didn't want that raw, abrasive, sometimes kind of muddy edge that the HM2 always had.
So if we compare them directly,
Yeah.
the HM3 definitely had advantages. Easier to EQ, easier to fit into a busy mix. It had that smoother, less kind of raspy top end. And, reliable BAW-SS build quality, modern power.
All true. But the major consideration, the big trade-off, is that it undeniably lost the raw aggression of the HM2. And as a result, it just offered a more generic tone. The price of polishing it up was uniqueness. If you just needed a high-gain sound and didn't care about character, the HM3 was pretty good.
But you couldn't get that sound.
You couldn't get that mythical buzzsaw grind that had accidentally made the HM2 famous. No way.
And that leads right into where it sits historically, doesn't it? The HM3 just never achieved that lasting cult status like its predecessor.
Never. It's really seen now as just a transitional piece in the whole BAW-SS distortion family tree. It sort of efficiently cleared the path for the MT2 Metal Zone to become the real mainstream high-gain flagship.
While also failing to capture any of that immortal chaos that made the HM2 special.
Exactly. It was technically superior in many ways, maybe sensible, but ultimately culturally insignificant compared to the HM2. Okay, but the story of the HM series, it doesn't just stop at the HM3 kind of fading out, because decades after the original HM2 was discontinued, its rarity, its cult status, it just grew exponentially.
Right, especially as that Swedish death metal sound kept having revivals. New generations of extreme metal bands kept discovering it.
Totally. And the demand for that specific chainsaw sound, it never went away, which led to just ridiculous prices for original HM2s on the used market, and a whole cottage industry of software plugins trying to emulate it.
The demand got so loud, so persistent, that BAW-SS eventually just couldn't ignore it anymore. Which brings us finally to 2021 and the announcement of the HM2W Heavy Metal Wazacraft.
Yep. This was BAW-S directly saying, okay, we hear you, responding to the massive, sustained cultural impact of a pedal they'd stopped making 30 years earlier. The fan reaction, the pre-orders, it was absolutely huge.
And that Wazacraft name is really important here, isn't it? It's not just a reissue.
Critically important, yeah. It's basically BAW-S's top-tier stamp. Premium quality, heritage recreation. It signifies a premium analog distortion. And it guarantees that this is an all-analog, discrete Wazacraft recreation of the original circuit.
A component-level accuracy.
That's the promise. This isn't just like a digital model in a box. It's a dedicated, obsessive commitment to faithfully rebuilding that original analog core that created the legendary tone. They weren't just cloning it. They were aiming to perfect the clone using modern premium components.
And in doing this resurrection, they finally tackled all those annoying historical issues, those technical limitations we talked about with the original 83 unit.
Absolutely. Huge quality of life improvements. The HM2W uses the modern PSA adapter power standard. No more ACA confusion. And it features a premium buffered bypass the Waza grade buffer.
What does that mean practically?
It completely eliminates the noise floor problems and the power headaches tied to the vintage ACA requirement. You get the original circuit's tone, but with modern reliability and quiet operation. Your signal stays cleaner when the pedal is off, and it runs perfectly on any standard modern power supply. It just works.
Hashtag Tag Tech B dual mode functionality. But the HM2W also gives players versatility that the original just never had, mostly through its controls, right? It's got the original level, distortion, and those all-important color mix, L-Agent knobs.
Gotta have those.
But the revolutionary addition is that little mode switch on top, offering standard and custom modes.
Yeah, this dual mode thing is brilliant. It's the perfect bridge between, like, pure nostalgia and modern practical application. The standard mode, that's the Time Machine, the history book in a box.
Okay.
It's meticulously voiced, Biasa says, to be identical to the original 1983 HM2 circuit. It gives you that classic grinding tone, the massive low end, the scooped mids, the screaming highs. It guarantees that authentic Swedish death metal tone is there exactly as it was, warts and all.
Okay, so standard is pure vintage recreation. Then you flip the switch to custom mode. This is where BLS put their modern spin on it, using that same analog foundation.
Exactly. While keeping the basic aggressive HM2 voice, the custom mode introduces some really key benefits designed for players today. Okay, first, you get higher output overall, more volume on tap, and expanded headroom, which means it distorts a bit more smoothly at higher gain settings, maybe less compressed sounding.
Okay.
And critically, it features a much tighter low end and a slightly refined mid-range structure compared to the original's massive scoop.
Hold on. Why is a tighter low end important for modern metal? If the standard mode is supposed to be perfect, why mess with the bass frequencies?
Good question. It's because so much modern extreme metal relies on super low tunings, drop-tuned guitars way down to C or B or even lower sometimes on 7 or 8-string guitars.
Right.
The original HM2's low end, while huge and awesome, could get really muddy or indistinct, especially with fast playing in those super low tunings. Modern production often demands more clarity down there.
So custom mode cleans that up.
Custom mode essentially tightens up that massive low-frequency boost. It gives the overall tone more definition, less sort of flub or bloom in the bass. It allows those complex, really low palm-muted riffs to cut through with precision. But crucially, without losing that underlying HM2 aggression and character, it caters directly to the technical demands of 21st century metal production. Hashtag C. Tonal profile, use cases, and legacy cemented. So what you end up with is this incredible tonal versatility in one box. You've got the authentic, raw, analog Swedish death metal tone right there in standard mode.
The classic chainsaw.
Yep. And then you flip to custom mode and you get a more contemporary, more powerful, slightly clearer, but still aggressive tone. It becomes this really versatile tool, just as valuable for players chasing pure authenticity as it is for those trying to create completely new sounds built on that foundation.
And the use cases reflect that flexibility now.
Totally. Of course, you still have the authentic Swedish death metal sound.
Right.
You see new generations of extreme bands embracing the HM2W for exactly that, but it's also getting used really widely, again, for just crushing bass distortion, where that extreme EQ is actually a huge plus, and people are using it to create really complex layered textures and things like industrial music or doom metal, leveraging that really deep, persistent, low-end saturation that the pedal is famous for.
So the HM2W, it really feels like it embodies both tribute and evolution, like our notes say.
Perfectly put, yeah. It faithfully brings back that original circuit, the one that was almost lost to time and scarcity. But it adds those necessary modern upgrades, higher output, better fidelity, the tonal flexibility of the custom mode.
It bridges the gap.
It totally bridges the gap between that raw, early extreme metal sound and the kind of technical precision that modern players often need. It's cemented the HM2 legacy for decades to come, all in glorious analog.
It's crucial to remember, though, isn't it? Even with the Waza upgrades, the fancy buffer, the custom mode, you're still buying a very specific tool, a scalpel designed for one really intense job.
Oh, absolutely. The HM2W is still heavily colored. That extreme EQ, the thing that makes it famous, it still means this is absolutely not a general-purpose distortion pedal.
Right. You wouldn't use it for blues.
Probably not. If you misuse that EQ, if you don't know what you're doing, it can still totally overpower a mix or weirdly disappear in it. You buy this pedal for the sound of the chainsaw, and you better be ready to wield it properly.
Yeah.
Right, let's just quickly pull this whole historical journey together for you. Summarize these 3 crucial versions of the HM series and what each one really represented.
All right, lay it out. Start with the OG. The originator, the unintentional masterpiece.
Okay, the HM2 Heavy Metal from 1983, raw, revolutionary, defined by that super aggressive, totally unique dual band color mix EQ and that chaotic symmetrical clipping result, the iconic chainsaw grind.
A failure by its original design brief.
But a massive revolutionary success because it accidentally defined a whole new genre.
Okay. Then came the attempt to clean it up, make it more mainstream, more refined.
That's the HM3 Hypermetal from 1993. Cleaner, tighter. It had a modernized, simplified high-gain sound, focused on that mid-scooped clarity and, importantly, modern power requirement.
It was competent.
Competent, useful pedal for the 90s metal styles. But its attempt to be disciplined, it stripped away all the memorable chaos, which basically relegated it to being a transitional footnote, quickly overshadowed by the more versatile, if complex, MT2 Metal Zone.
Right. And finally, the modern fusion, the best of both worlds, maybe.
That's the HM2W Waza Craft from 2021, the perfected resurrection. Refined for today through its dual standard and custom modes. It offers every last drop of that classic analog fury in standard mode.
But adds modern reliability.
Modern reliability, improved fidelity, and really essential precision features like the expanded headroom and tighter low-end response in custom mode. It ensures the legacy continues in its truest and its most flexible analog form. #tag Atro Etchin.
So we took a really deep dive there into the HM series. We tracked the journey of this pedal that was, let's be honest, almost a failure based on its original design goals.
Pretty much.
Only to become this absolute historical icon that fundamentally reshaped the sound of an entire genre. The HM2 story is just one of the most compelling examples out there of how necessity, constraint, maybe even mistakes can drive artistic revolution.
It really forces you to ask a pretty profound question, I think, about the whole creative process. How often does a product's initial limitation, maybe a narrow design constraint, like that ridiculously aggressive, unforgiving EQ on the HM2, how often does that lead to its ultimate revolutionary success?
Because it forces artists to use it differently.
Exactly. It forces them to use it in an extreme way, an unintended way, a maximalist way.
You mean it like if that EQ hadn't been so crazy extreme, if it hadn't basically demanded you crank everything to 10 just to make it sound like something? Would Entombed have ever found that sound? Would it have just been another mild distortion pedal that ended up in the bargain bin?
Precisely. You could argue the HM2 succeeded because it was so difficult to use subtly. The constraint forced an extreme solution. It really makes you think about the creative power that can come from technical limitations. What unexpected tools are just sitting there waiting to be maxed out in your own field? You know, whether you're a musician or an engineer, a designer, whatever. What's waiting for someone to just intentionally break the intended rules of usage, push it way too far, and maybe discover a revolutionary new sound or approach?
Go find your own unexpected chainsaw.
Find your own unexpected chainsaw. Yeah.
That is a phenomenal thought to leave our listeners with. Thanks for diving deep with us on this one. We'll catch you next time.
Okay, let's dive in. When you think about truly legendary guitar effects, your mind probably goes to, the smooth, creamy overdrive of a tube amp, or maybe the huge, saturated roar of a classic analog distortion.
Sure, the classic.
But the late 1980s, that was a glimpse into a very different, and I mean a very aggressive sonic future. It was one that sounded less like wood and glass and a lot more like steel and circuit boards.
Oh, absolutely. We are talking about the sound of just unapologetic, digitized aggression. And for this deep dive, we are zeroing in on a piece of gear that just perfectly encapsulates that whole era.
And that is the Beato SS MZ2 Digital Metalizer.
That's the one. It's truly one of the most singular and, frankly, unusual pedals the OSS ever created.
So our mission today is to really unpack why this little red box, which, it landed on shelves in 1988?
Yep, 1988.
Why is it still something that gear fanatics are hunting down today? Because it's not just another distortion, it's this utterly unique hybrid that was, it feels like, attempting to define a whole new genre of sound.
Well, the key to understanding the MZ2, I think, is realizing it's a full-fledged hybrid. It's distortion plus digital modulation.
Right.
And that combination for Stompbox in 1988 was radically innovative. The core insight is that BSS took a pretty foundational analog heavy metal distortion engine and then married it with an early layer of digital signal processing DSP.
And that's how they created these textures that Well, they just weren't possible with standard analog circuits at the time.
Exactly.
So that's the technical heart of it. But for a listener who, might not be an engineer, let's clarify that a little. We hear DSP or digital signal processing all the time now.
All the time, yeah.
But what did using 16-bit DSP actually mean for a pedal like this 3.5 decades ago?
It means we are looking right at the frontier of the technology for that time. In the late 80s, integrating any kind of digital processing into a small pedal was a massive step.
A huge deal.
Yeah. 16-bit DSP gave them the power to handle things like complex modulation, some pitch shifting, and short delays. But, and this is critical, it was constrained.
It wasn't clean.
It was not the pristine, high-fidelity sound we expect from modern digital effects today. And that 16-bit limitation, that led directly to its character. The synthetic quality, the subtle tracking glitches, the harmonic harshness, that ironically is exactly why the pedal is so revered today.
So the technological constraints basically became the creative palette.
Perfectly put. The flaws became the feature.
Okay, but before the signal even gets to that digital brain, it has to pass through the analog furnace, right? So tell us about the circuit breakdown. How does BSS handle the distortion part of it?
The circuit itself is surprisingly logical when you map it out. The signal path starts at a purely analog distortion stage.
Okay.
And our sources suggest this section is based on a modified DS or MZ topology. So you should think of it as a heavy symmetrical clipping circuit.
So something aggressive like a DS1 or maybe an HM2, but voiced differently?
Exactly, but voiced with a really distinct upper mid spike.
Yeah.
It's designed for that biting 80s metal tone.
So you get that familiar, aggressive, almost buzzy analog hard clipping. But then instead of just going straight to the output, that clipped signal gets fed into the digital modulation processor.
Correct. The digital section then takes that already heavily distorted signal and just manipulates its pitch and its time before it all gets blended back together at the output mixer.
It sounds like such a wild experiment.
It was, and a short-lived one. Its production run was only from 1988 to 1991.
Wow, just a few years.
Which really reflects the transitional nature of the product. And of course, it ran on the standard 9-volt power and used BAWS's typical buffered electronic switching for the bypass.
That whole early 16-bit era just screams futuristic artifact to me. So let's talk about the sounds, the specific sounds this hybrid can create. The metalizer modes are what truly define this pedal. What kind of effects are we actually talking about, buried inside that one single mode selector knob?
This is where the MZ2 really goes beyond just being a simple distortion. It's got this dual nature, giving you 8 total options on that one knob.
8, okay.
Crucially, 4 of those modes are dedicated to the unique metalizer digital modulation effects, and the other 4 are short digital delay options.
Let's walk through those metalizer modes first. What kind of digital weirdness and movement are listeners actually hearing?
Well, the 4 metalizer modes are all about doubling, detuning, and shimmer. And the result is a sound that is just. It's decidedly non-organic.
Not natural.
Not at all. Mode 1 and 2, for example, they often deliver this multi-voice digital detune and a really fast chorus-like shimmer. But if you imagine a perfectly tracked, warm chorus, this is the exact opposite.
So it's cold.
Very. This detune effect makes the distorted guitar sound impossibly wide and thick, almost like 4 robotic guitars playing the exact same part, but they're all slightly out of sync in this very precise digital way.
And what about the more unusual textures? What happens as you turn the knob?
Well, modes 3 and 4, they push even further into that synthetic territory. Here, you start getting things like resonant metallic buzzing harmonics. It's this kind of high-frequency synthetic texture that almost sounds like a machine shop running at full tilt.
Wow.
This is the sound of the pedal, literally stacking distorted signals with precise synthetic pitch modulation. That's what creates that signature metal doubling effect.
That robotic doubling effect?
Yeah.
That seems to be central to what this pedal does, especially when you pair it with its output structure.
Yeah.
We have to talk about stereo. Why is running the MZ2 in stereo so important?
Oh, it's transformative.
Yeah.
It's not just a nice-to-have feature.
It's essential.
It is essential.
Yeah.
The MZ2 offers stereo output, and it uses what we call LR mirror modulation. This means the modulation signals that are sent to the left and right channels are actually inverses of each other.
So one might be modulating slightly up in pitch while the other is going slightly down.
Precisely. And this creates an immediate, swirling, ultra-wide metal chorus effect. The whole sensation of movement becomes dramatically amplified, and it just fills the entire sound field. It's utterly essential for maximizing the pedal's cinematic industrial character.
So if you only run this pedal in mono.
You are missing about half of its identity. Genuinely.
Understood. Now, the other half of that mode knob, you said, houses 4 digital delay options. So while the modulation is obviously the headline, what does that short delay section contribute to the sound?
The delay section is, it's very functional, and it's intended to reinforce that spatial and synthetic quality. It offers short, sharp digital delays.
So we're talking slapback, doubling effects, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Slapback, doubling, and these short metallic echo textures. Importantly, these delays are also colored by that same 16-bit DSP. So they aren't pristine, clean repeats.
They've got that same character.
They carry that same synthetic edge, which just complements the industrial distortion perfectly.
So you have all this complex architecture, 8 distinct modes, but the control interface is classic BOS simplicity. You've got level for output volume, tone for high-frequency emphasis, distortion for the analog gain, and the mode knob to cycle through it all.
It's incredible amount of weirdness packed into a very compact, very simple enclosure. It's incredibly efficient packaging.
Which brings us to the actual sound and why it achieved this cult status. You, the listener, you really need to understand that the MZ2 just does not sound like other popular metal pedals.
Not at all. It's a whole different ballgame.
So let's try to nail down that sonic identity. It's not smooth, it's not saggy, it's definitely not a tube emulator. The sources all highlight a very specific EQ curve.
Absolutely. The analog distortion is bright, it's biting, and it's highly articulate. It's defined by a really strong upper-mid emphasis.
So it cuts.
Oh, it cuts aggressively through a mix. But then when that digital section kicks in, you get that metallic synthetic harmonic sheen layered right on top. The goal here isn't warm sustain. It's movement, shimmer, and this highly articulate, almost robotic doubling effect.
It sounds like a machine speaking through distortion. Like the MZ2 excels at tones that feel mechanical or futuristic or industrial.
That's the perfect description.
Yeah.
It's as if the distortion is being generated by a computer that's trying to replicate a guitar sound and failing in the most interesting way possible.
And that contrast, that really defines its use case, right?
Yeah.
If you want natural, saggy, bluesy distortion, this is
not it. This is the sound of aggression viewed through a digital lens, and that lens immediately makes it essential for certain genres.
Which brings us right to application. Who was and who is seeking out this very specific texture?
Primarily, I'd say it's players who need definitive industrial guitar tones. This pedal practically defines the synthetic rhythmic quality you need for, say, Ministry or Nine Inch Nails-inspired textures.
Right.
It gives you that rhythmic pulsation and that metallic edge you have to blend a distorted guitar with heavy electronic elements.
And beyond industrial.
Well, it's also incredible for creating synth-like leads. Because the modulation is so precise and so pitch-focused, you can use the MZ2 to make these aggressive new wave or post-punk leads where you need that, factory robot style modulation.
A heavily manipulated sound.
Yeah. And it was also embraced by noise and shoegaze artists who just loved the unusual movement, the unstable pitch, and all those unpredictable digital artifacts that add chaos and depth to the soundscape.
It's clearly a sound designer's tool, one that relies on its own imperfection to generate its unique character. If we connect this to the bigger picture, the MZ2 wasn't just some random pedal, it was one of Biosys's boldest experiments in the 80s.
A very bold experiment, at a time when manufacturers were scrambling to see how they could fuse their analog drive circuits with this brand new DSP technology.
It really was pioneering.
It directly anticipated later trends. It was a kind of proto-multi-effect unit. And it certainly paved the way for modulated distortion as its own recognized subgenre of effects. And while it wasn't a huge mainstream success, which is why it had such a short run,
Right.
it developed a very strong cult following, precisely because it offered something no other pedal did.
So for the full picture, we need to balance the viewpoint. For someone listening right now, maybe considering tracking down this rare piece of history, what are the critical trade-offs they really need to accept?
There are definite trade-offs,
Yeah.
and they're rooted in its age and its design goals. First, that analog distortion section. It's bright. And it can sound pretty thin compared to the ultra-saturated modern high-gain pedals that came later.
It doesn't have that thick low-end chug.
Not at all. Second, that beloved digital modulation is inherently harsh or synthetic. For some applications, that aggressively metallic texture is a huge drawback. It's not a warm, lush chorus. It's a cold, precise shimmer.
And as we touched on earlier, those tracking artifacts, the little digital glitches that are now considered part of its character, they can absolutely be a detriment if you're looking for pristine clarity.
That's absolutely right. You wouldn't want to use it outside of its intended industrial or metallic context and expect it to behave. And you have to remember the stereo requirement, because some of those modes are so specifically designed to leverage that wide LR mirror modulation, they lose a significant amount of their spatial impact and their drama if you're forced to run the pedal in mono. You need to be prepared to treat it carefully.
So if we synthesize all of this, the BOSS MZ2 digital metalizer is a rare, innovative hybrid. It's really a compelling testament to the spirit of the late 80s, combining that aggressive analog clipping with a groundbreaking yet limited digital processing layer in a single box.
It remains a favorite for a reason. It delivered a tonal palette that no other BOSS offering, or really any competitor at the time, has truly managed to replicate with that same cold, metallic precision.
And I think the final provocative thought here centers entirely on those limitations we discussed. The MZ2 is using a very early 16-bit DSP. If BOSS had waited, say, 5 more years, the DSP would have been cleaner, more powerful.
And it might have sounded closer to a modern, clinical effect. Which raises an important question for you to think about. Were those synthetic sounds and tracking artifacts, which were technical deficiencies at the time, actually the driving force behind the MZ2's lasting uniqueness?
Because today, this pedal is prized specifically for delivering those cinematic, non-organic, and uniquely flawed tones.
Tones that ultra-pristine, modern digital gear often struggles to replicate convincingly.
It really forces you to consider how often pushing the boundaries with limited technology can, maybe inadvertently, create the most sought-after sonic characters in musical history. That's a fascinating thought for you to mull over as you listen to the sounds of digitized metal. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. Today we are tearing into the history of a piece of gear that was maybe too bold, too aggressive, or just, too strange for its own time. We're focusing on a compact pedal that was so extreme in its sound that its maker, the OSS, actually pulled the plug after just 2 years.
Just 2 years.
And yet, like any true rebel, it just refused to die. And now it's become one of the most coveted, expensive, and unique cult classics out there.
We are diving into the BOSS XT2 Xtortion. It was only around from 1996 to 1998.
Such a short window.
A tiny window. And it was designed with this very singular, almost hostile mission, really.
Hostile is a good word for it.
It was meant to create a high-definition, razor-sharp distortion.
Yeah.
The whole point was maximizing aggressive attack and getting this precise, almost clinical harmonic structure.
And that singularity you mentioned, that's the key to why it was so misunderstood when it came out. I mean, you have to think about the context of 1996. The same year, BOSS released the PW2 Power Driver. That pedal was fat, it was mid-heavy, a classic distortion for traditional rock tones.
The complete opposite of the XT2.
Exactly. Its mission statement was quite literally extremity.
Yeah, the name itself, Xtortion, it refers directly to how the circuit gets its sound. It's all about extreme saturation characteristics and a totally unique clipping architecture. It deviates so sharply from traditional designs.
Okay, let's unpack this then. The sound is often described by players something like this. A fuzz, a distortion, and a ring modulator had a baby.
Which is a bizarre combination.
It's a very bizarre combination.
Okay.
So our mission today is to understand the core architecture that created that noise, why it scared off mainstream players back then, and why it's now so rare and rising in value.
Well, what's fascinating is where the pedal sits technically. I mean, despite its sound being futuristic, cold, almost digital.
Yeah, it really does sound digital.
The XT2 is fully analog. It uses a multi-stage distortion engine with highly asymmetric clipping alongside some really unique resonance and edge filtering.
Okay, I have to push back on that for a second, because if we think about gear history, asymmetric clipping is usually used to get a rich, complex sound, something that mimics tube compression.
Sure, like a classic tube screamer.
Exactly, something warmer. So how did BOSS use that same technique to generate something so cold and sharp?
That's the brilliance of the engineering. They used the asymmetric clipping structure, yes, but they paired it with a very, very aggressive filtering and sealing structure.
Yes, yeah.
A hard sealing. This combination pushes the signal into immediate hard saturation while at the same time removing that sort of spongy sag that you usually get with analog clipping.
So it's tight.
It's incredibly tight to find a metallic. It just refuses to breathe warmly.
So it's that lack of warmth and that aggressive sealing that kind of tricks your ear into hearing it as digital, even though it's pure analog circuitry.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It doesn't offer that familiar compression curve, and that's why players struggle to classify it. It creates this hybrid sound that sits so awkwardly between a traditional distortion, a heavy-gated fuzz, and what you'd call a harmonic exciter.
Right. It's aggressively defining the high harmonics. And that ties right back to that famous quote, "A fuzz, a distortion, and a ring modulator had a baby." And for anyone who's not familiar with that third part, the ring modulator.
That weird, clangy, metallic sound.
Yeah, that strange, dissonant, chime-like quality you get. It sounds actively broken, almost like high-frequency static.
And that's the key technical detail to grasp. They baked in an extremely tight low end, which is important for clarity, but they contrasted it with this high-presence, high-definition harmonic structure. It was designed to define every single note and attack, even if it costs some perceived musicality.
Okay, here's where the user experience gets really interesting. The XT2's controls are highly interactive and, frankly, unusual. If you're used to just setting 3 knobs and forgetting them, this pedal will punish you. Tiny little shifts can completely transform the entire voicing.
That's because the distortion and level knobs are pretty standard, but the other two, contour and punch, they dictate the fundamental character and the chaotic elements of the sound.
And they depend on where the distortion knob is set.
Highly dependent.
Let's break those two down because they're really the heart of the extortion sound. First, the contour knob. This is often misunderstood as just a simple EQ, right?
Right, but it's so much more. The source materials all emphasize it dramatically shifts the harmonic signature. It truly is a timbre shaping tool.
A timbre shaper.
It controls the mid-range focus and the harmonic emphasis at the same time. So at one extreme, you might get this flat, compressed slab of like razor wire tone.
Okay.
But you move the dial just a bit, and suddenly you get this hollowed out, almost early 2000s nu metal scoop. It dictates exactly how much of that aggressive edge cuts through.
And then there's the delightfully named punch knob.
Yeah.
What exactly is it punching?
Punch is a dynamic resonance boost. It targets the low mids and the true low end.
So it's there to give it somebody.
It's necessary. It's compensating for that tight low end that's baked into the circuit. I mean, without it, the pedal can sound really thin.
But there's a trap there, isn't there?
Absolutely. Here's the caveat. If you push the punch knob too hard, past maybe 2 or 3 o'clock,
Yeah.
that resonance boost starts introducing high-frequency artifacts. You get that grainy upper harmonic static, that fizz, sometimes a hiss, that contributes to the pedal's broken metallic texture.
So for traditional players, that was a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw. But for noise musicians, it was a feature they were looking for.
It sounds like this constant negotiation between clarity and chaos. You turn the distortion knob from just a gritty buzz
For alternative rhythm.
to a solid metallic grind in the mid-range. But then once you max out the gain, you enter total clipping chaos. And that's where you find those angular tones, that synth-like saturation.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, this unique, abrasive sound profile, it immediately explains why the XT2 was rejected by the mainstream in the 90s.
Oh, absolutely.
It is without a doubt the anti-classic rock pedal. If you are hunting for vintage warmth, you will be bitterly disappointed.
It sounds like it actively fights against being warm. That extreme clipping is so aggressive it can produce this audible octave-ish buzz.
Especially on lower strings or palm mutes.
Right. It's like the pedal is whispering a high-pitched metallic secret behind your main riff.
Exactly. And that cold, defined, quote-unquote, digital feel was a non-starter for blues and rock purists back then. But
Yeah.
this is exactly why it excels in non-traditional genres.
The ones looking for something hostile and modern.
Precisely.
So the XT2 found its home in those emerging scenes of the late 90s and early 2000s. We're talking industrial music.
For sure. It gives you those aggressive, rhythmic, metallic tones, perfect for that NIN style sound.
And perfect for noise rock or experimental shoegaze, where defining every single distorted layer is critical.
It also provides fantastic angular grid for post-punk attack, or that high-definition cutting rhythm for alt-rock bands that wanted to avoid sounding like like warmed over grunge.
Yeah, the sound of definition, not decay.
Well said.
And it has some unique practical uses that really set it apart. Can you tell us about using it with bass?
Right. Because of that tight, controlled low end we talked about, that anti-sag characteristic, the XT2 works exceptionally well for bass guitar.
It doesn't get muddy.
It maintains clarity even under heavy gain. It's superb for getting those synthetic, distorted bass sounds.
That makes perfect sense. If you're trying to mimic a synth-based distortion, you need that tight, precise definition, not a flabby low end.
Furthermore, its rich, defined harmonic output means it stacks remarkably well with modulation effects.
Oh, interesting.
When you hit it with a flanger or a phaser or a chorus, the movement of the modulator interacts dynamically with all that high harmonic content.
And that's where the ring mod sounds come from.
That's often where you can get those fascinating quasi-ring modulator behaviors, yeah. Especially at extreme settings.
So it's a very specialized tool, like a sonic Swiss Army knife, but only if you're planning on cutting abrasive metallic things.
It really is. And, we have to place this in its historical context to understand its failure and its later success. The XT2 was conceived during this chaotic experimental phase for BiSS in the 90s.
Right, they were throwing stuff at the wall.
They were throwing aggressive, alternative-focused designs at the wall to see what stuck. I mean, think of the PW2 and the MZ2. They were reacting to grunge and alternative and industrial.
But the timing just wasn't right. So I have to ask, if they perfectly nailed the sound of aggressive extremity, and that sound was needed for emerging genres, why was it a market failure?
I think BiSS was just unable to market an abrasive sound to a mainstream that was still chasing the warmth of 70s rock.
So they were looking backward?
I believe so. The general market in 1996 was still overwhelmingly backward-looking, chasing vintage tube sounds. The XT2 was this bold swing for the fences, a pedal that required the player to reject warmth.
And so it was discontinued, a commercial flop.
A total flop on release.
So the key to its massive revival, its whole cult status, is that delayed cultural catch-up.
Absolutely. The demand later was driven entirely by specific cultural trends. The industrial music revival, the shoegaze scene becoming more experimental, the explosion in doom and noise.
Those musicians didn't need another tube screamer clone.
No, they needed definition, hostility, and metallic sound that clearly said circuits and metal, not wood and tubes.
And the XT2, being unique, bold, and now suddenly hard to find, it fit that boutique need perfectly. That's where you get comparisons to companies like Earthquaker Devices or Death by Audio.
It's appreciated now because it was ahead of its time. And for you, the listener, if you're considering hunting down one of these rare beasts, we should probably summarize the trade-offs one last time.
Good idea. On the pro side, you're getting one of the most sonically unique and articulate distortion circuits BiSS has ever made, period. It handles low tunings, alternative tunings, and bass remarkably well. It is a singular voice.
On the con side, though, it is aggressively bright. It can be outright harsh, even painful. If you pair it with a bright amber guitar, it requires patience.
Yes, it does.
And as we've said, it's very easy to dial in truly unpleasant, unusable settings if you aren't careful. And no, it will never, ever deliver a classic warm overdrive.
So the result of that 2-year production window and that singular identity is a pedal that's highly desired, it's rising in value, because nothing else, BiSS or otherwise, sounds quite like it. It just carved out its own little niche in the noise ecosystem.
So what does this all mean for you, the listener?
Well, the XT2 Extortion is a perfect case study. It's a bold, unconventional analog distortion with synth-like clarity and massive harmonic content. It's the ultimate anti-warmth pedal.
And if your sound needs something unique, abrasive, modern, or experimental, you might be looking for this box. And more broadly, this raises an important question, right? The XT2 shows us that market failure on release, it absolutely does not define the long-term value of a design.
Not at all.
True innovation, even if it's ahead of its time and confusing at first, will eventually find its audience when the culture catches up.
Which brings up an interesting point about that short production window.
Consider the power of that. If the XT2 had been available for 10 or 15 years, would its current status as this highly desired, almost mythical voice in experimental music even be the same?
Probably not. The rarity is part of its allure.
Would its value be as high if it were ubiquitous? That tight trade-off between innovation and availability is just fascinating.
It is.
And it leads us to wonder, what technology today, in any field, is being dismissed or misunderstood right now? Too aggressive, too bright, too abrasive, but is just waiting for the right cultural moment to achieve that same legendary cult status.
A great thought to leave you with until our next deep dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're looking at a pedal that, when it came out in 2013, really seemed like just another digital experiment from BiSS.
Yeah, another one in the line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the tech inside was, well, as a Trojan horse. It completely changed the game for high-gain processing. We are talking about the DA2 adaptive distortion. And our mission is to figure out how its core technology, this thing called multidimensional processing, or MDP, basically rewrote the rules. Why did it prioritize articulation over that classic analog warmth? And why is it this quiet cult favorite now?
And that's the whole story right there, the technology. I mean, for years you had the DS1, the MT2, all these classics. The DA2 wasn't just another flavor, it was a completely new chapter.
A new era, almost.
It really was. This was the flagship for MDP. It's the direct ancestor to all the modern X-series pedals that people love now, like the OD1X and the DS1X. This little box proved the concept could actually work.
Okay, so let's unpack that right away. MDP, multidimensional processing. Before we get into what it is, we have to talk about the problem it was trying to solve. What's the fatal flaw in traditional distortion?
The fatal flaw, if you're chasing clarity, is uniformity. It's as simple as that.
Uniformity.
Yeah. Almost every standard distortion pedal, especially the analog ones, applies the exact same clipping curve to everything, the whole frequency spectrum. It doesn't matter if you're hitting a big, open, low E string or a tiny little harmonic up high.
It treats it all the same.
Precisely. And so when you crank the gain, the low frequencies, which have so much more energy, they just get slammed. They compress and clip way more, and they start to just stack up and mask everything else.
That's like the mush.
That is the mush. It's why your big, complex chords just turn into this indistinct wall of noise in a mix.
Oh, yeah. It's that moment you hit a power chord, and all you can really hear is the root note.
Yeah.
Everything else is just sonic goo.
Exactly. Sonic goo. So the MDP solution in the DO2 is way smarter. It doesn't just clip the signal. It adapts. The pedal is analyzing your playing in real time across multiple dimensions.
Like what?
Frequency, for one, but also note density and your picking dynamics. And then it adjusts the distortion type, the clipping, even the attack for each of those things instantly.
Wait, so hang on. This isn't just multiband EQ being distorted separately. You're saying the distortion itself is changing based on what I'm playing.
Yes.
That's the leap.
That sounds less like a guitar pedal and more like a tiny little studio processor that lives in a stomp box.
That is the perfect way to think about it. And the result is precision. The tone is tight, it's incredibly articulate, and it's super responsive to all those little details in your playing that high gain normally just erases.
Right.
It's one of the most transparent yet high gain pedals BOS has ever made, because the entire goal of MDP is consistency. Consistency across the whole neck. No more clear high strings and muddy low strings. That consistency is huge. So let's get into the guts of it. How does it actually achieve that? It's a fully digital engine.
Fully digital, yeah. The architecture is doing a few things at once. You've got multi-band dynamic distortion working with frequency-specific clipping.
Okay.
Which means the distortion shape is literally different for the lows, mids, and highs. And on top of that, it's detecting your input amplitude in real time. It knows if you're picking gently or really digging in.
But what's the real anti-mush secret sauce in there?
It's the separate processing paths. That's the key. The algorithm treats the low, mid, and high frequencies like three separate signals. They each get their own lane.
Okay, help me visualize that. Why is separating them so critical for high gain?
Because with a normal analog pedal, when you turn up the gain, those big, powerful low frequencies just eat up all the headroom. They saturate the whole circuit.
Right, they dominate.
They dominate, and they completely mask the detail in the mids and highs. But by giving the bass frequencies their own dedicated lane, the MDP engine can saturate them for that tight, heavy sound, but without letting them bleed over and destroy the clarity of your chords.
So the notes in a chord aren't fighting each other for space anymore.
They're not fighting, and with the built-in noise management, it means the DA2 is literally engineered to keep every single note in a 6-string chord perfectly clear, even with the gain maxed out.
That is genuinely wild for a standard BiSS pedal. But I have to ask the obvious question. If it's this clinical, this precise, what do the critics say? Does it sound sterile? Does it strip out all the character you get from an analog circuit?
And that's the core debate, isn't it? You hit it right on the head. For some players, yes, they find it clinical. It doesn't have that sag, that compression, that mid-hump that makes a rat or a tube screamer feel so, warm and alive.
Right, the imperfections are part of the charm.
Exactly. The DA2 is unapologetically focused on definition. It's a trade-off. It sacrifices that specific analog warmth for absolute, undeniable clarity. If you're looking for a thick, chewy, classic rock sound, you're probably going to think this pedal is too neutral.
That distinction is key, neutral versus colored. And what's so funny is for all this crazy digital stuff happening inside, the controls look dead simple. Level, low, high, and gain.
Yeah.
But here's the part that I think trips everyone up. Those low and high knobs, they're not a normal EQ.
They're not. And that's the essential thing you have to understand to unlock this pedal. If you try to use them to just boost bass or cut treble, you're going to be really confused and disappointed.
So what are they doing?
When you turn the low knob, you're not just adjusting volume, you are adjusting the type and amount of distortion that gets applied only to that low frequency region. You're dialing in the tightness, the character, the clipping on the bass notes.
And a high knob is the same for the treble side.
Exactly the same. It controls the bite and the saturation of the high end. So they're not post-distortion tone knobs, they're pre-distortion engine tuners for each frequency band. You're not tweaking the tone, you're tweaking the distortion algorithm itself.
That connects right back to those separate processing paths. You're tweaking each lane.
You got it.
So let's talk about the result. When you get it all tuned up, what's the fundamental sound?
The word that keeps coming up is separation. Superb note separation. The low end is just incredibly tight. Great for fast palm muting, alternate picking. You get zero flub, even in drop tunings.
And chords just ring out, even with high gain.
Yeah, you can hear every string. And leads stay so focused. It's also interesting how neutral the mid-range is. It's not scooped like a lot of metal pedals, but it's not honky like an overdrive either.
Which I imagine helps it sit in a mid really well, right?
Absolutely. That neutrality is by design. It's key for recording. And because the MDP is always adapting, it stays consistent in all those situations that would normally make a traditional pedal sound completely different.
Like switching from humbuckers to single coils.
Yep. Or going from a big open chord to a fast single note run way up the neck. The sound just stays predictable and defined.
Okay, so let's walk through the gain ranges. Because it seems like this adaptability lets it do more than just high gain. What about, say, low gain? Gain knob at like 9 or 10 o'clock.
At that low gain setting, you get this really crunchy but super clean sound. People call it hi-fi rock distortion. It's perfect for rhythm parts, where you need every note of a complex chord to be heard.
Then you move into the mid-gain range, noon to maybe 2 o'clock.
Now you're in modern tight rock territory. This is where that note separation really becomes obvious. It's kind of perfect for progressive stuff, where you have these complex, speedy lines the pedal just keeps up.
And then when you max it out, all the way to the right,
you get this massive, massive saturation, but and this is the amazing part, it still holds on to that clarity. It's been described as having a gent-light tightness. It's huge gain without any of the fizz or internal mush you'd expect.
That focus on definition really seems to dictate who this pedal is for. It's not for the vintage blues guy.
Not at all. It's built for modern rock, prog metal, tight riffing. Anytime, precision is more important than vintage color. We heard about session players using it for, jazz fusion chords through high gain.
Which would be complete mud on a DS1.
Total mud. And it got really popular with praise and worship guitarists, too.
That's an interesting one. Why there?
Because that style of music often demands a lot of clarity and headroom, even in their overdriven sounds. You can't have a bunch of boxy mud in a big room. The DA2 gave them distortion without that sonic compromise.
So if we're summarizing the pros here, it seems pretty clear. It's one of the most articulate distortion pedals ever made.
Arguably.
It works with any guitar, any tuning,
yeah.
And for anyone recording at home, it just sits in a mix perfectly. No mud, no fizz to EQ out later.
Right. But that brings us back to the trade-offs, the considerations, because we talked about the sterile factor, but there's also the feel.
The actual experience of playing it.
Yeah. And if you're used to analog pedals, the feel is almost as important as the sound. Because the DA2 is constantly adjusting itself, that digital processing can feel a little less organic, less tube-like than the simple, satisfying sag of an analog circuit.
It's not fighting you back in the same way.
It's not. And if you want that thick, mid-pushed singing tone of a tube screamer, this just isn't your pedal. Its neutral mid-range won't give you that. It demands a different mindset, you know? You have to approach it like a piece of studio gear, not just a stomp box.
Right. You're interacting with an algorithm that's trying to perfect your sound, not just color it.
Exactly. But for some players, that lack of organic feel is a deal breaker.
And we should probably mention the bad news for anyone who's getting excited right now. It's discontinued.
Of course.
And because of this cult status, it's getting pretty expensive on the used market.
The classic story of a groundbreaking but niche piece of gear. But its place in history is secure. The DA2 was a milestone. It proved this adaptive processing concept could work, and it paved the way for the whole X series.
And it became this secret weapon for a certain type of player. Session guys, prog nerds, people obsessed with clean tracking.
Yeah, and that earned it a really interesting nickname in the audio engineering world. The Mix Engineer's Distortion Pedal.
That's perfect.
It sums it up, right? It's a tool for articulation. It gives an engineer a signal that's already clean and defined and doesn't fight everything else in the mix.
And that really brings us full circle. The DA2 adaptive distortion is the proof that maximum gain does not have to equal maximum mush. It's all thanks to multidimensional processing. It redefined what high saturation could be.
It did. And, you know, if we bring this back to you, the DA2's success raises a really interesting question. Traditional distortions, with their compression and their analog mud, they can kind of hide little mistakes in your playing.
So they smooth things over.
Right. So how does focusing on perfect note definition change the way you approach writing music? Does using a pedal like the DA2, where every single note is going to be heard clearly, force you to write cleaner, more rhythmically precise parts? It's a fundamental shift in how you might even think about creativity with the instrument. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. So today we're focusing our attention on a piece of gear that was, I guess you could say, both revolutionary and somehow just criminally underrated in its time.
Oh, absolutely.
We are strapping on a guitar and diving deep into the BiSS DN2 Dynadrive. It's a pedal that really quietly redefined how a stomp box can interact with the player's hands.
And if you haven't played one, you've definitely heard the legends. Yeah. We're not just talking about another Tube Screamer clone here.
No, not at all.
The DN2 has this reputation, and I think rightfully so, as one of the most unique forward-thinking overdrives in the entire BiSS lineup.
Yeah.
It's a pedal that doesn't just process your sound. It feels like it learns how you play.
And that interaction, that's the core of our mission today. We want to understand the tech behind its, famously dynamic response. We want to really uncover the mechanism, this Dynaamp system that created such an amazing experience. And I think crucially, we need to ask why this quirky little red box, despite all its innovation, it got a cult following instead of becoming a mainstream staple.
Right. And the central idea, the real aha moment that separates the DN2 from everything else, is that proprietary Dynaamp technology.
Okay.
Your traditional overdrive pedal, it uses fixed gain stages, simple clipping diodes.
Oh.
So whether you hit the string soft or hard, the gain structure is, it's static. You're just hitting that ceiling harder or softer.
But the DN2 is fundamentally different.
It is. It dynamically changes not only the amount of overdrive, but the whole character of it in real time.
Wow.
It reacts instantly to your picking strength, your input level, all those dynamics. So you play softly, and it stays remarkably clean, almost like a subtle boost.
Yeah.
But if you really dig in,
it just blooms.
It blooms. It becomes aggressively saturated. It's technology that's mimicking the really complex, nonlinear response of a great tube amp being pushed way past its comfort zone.
Okay, so let's unpack this engine of expression, the Dynaamp technology itself. The DN2 came out in 2007.
Right. A fascinating time.
Yeah, it was a period where BiSS was really invested in blending that analog warmth with sophisticated digital control, these hybrid designs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when we sort of crack open the architecture, that's what you find. This hybrid core.
Yeah.
The actual sound shaping, the clipping, the voicing. That's all classic analog drive stages.
Okay, so the tone itself is analog.
The tone is analog. But those stages are being constantly enhanced and controlled by a digital brain, the Dynaamp engine. And this isn't digital modeling, it's digital management of an analog circuit.
So the digital part isn't creating the tone, it's just telling the analog part how to behave based on my playing.
Precisely. And how it reads your signal is the whole secret. The core signal handling relies on two things. First, there's what's called dual path amplitude tracking. It's measuring your pick attack in real time.
Okay.
But the second feature, and this is one people often miss, is a pre-filtering mechanism.
Right, that came up. The idea of pre-filtering was sort of glossed over. Can you explain what that is and why it's so important for the pedal's adaptability?
It's a great point because that pre-filtering is the secret sauce that makes the tracking reliable. Well, imagine you plug in a guitar with, say, a low-output vintage single coil. Then you plug in one with a super hot ceramic humbucker.
Totally different signals.
Vastly different. Different impedance, different signal envelopes. The pre-filtering step basically normalizes the dynamic range and the EQ curve before the tracking system even sees it.
So it levels the playing field for the brain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It ensures the tracking system gets a consistent, predictable signal envelope, no matter what guitar you're using. That's why the DN2 feels so consistent, whether you're playing a Strat or a Les Paul.
So it's managing the signal to get reliable data, which then lets it apply that dynamic gain modulation uniformly. That is really sophisticated.
It is, and that gain modulation is where it simulates that tube amp sag.
Right.
When the system detects a really strong, sharp attack, a big transient peak, it doesn't just turn up the gain. The Dynaamp circuit momentarily increases the voltage feeding the analog gain stages.
Okay, so it's like giving it a shot of adrenaline.
Kind of. It causes this transient spike and then a rapid recovery. That voltage tweak, it simulates the sag and bloom you get from a tube rectifier being hit really hard. That's why the attack isn't just louder, it genuinely changes character.
Which makes it feel so three-dimensional. Okay, let's look at the knobs. You've got level, tone, and drive. Level is easy, output volume. But the tone knob, it's often just called a global EQ tilt. Seems a bit simple for a pedal this complex. What's it really doing?
You're right to question that. It is an EQ tilt, yes, but its function is contextual. The pedal's core voice is naturally mid-present, right? The tone control acts as a pivot that lets you either, emphasize the higher harmonics for sparkle and cut or soften them for that bluesy warmth.
So it's about shaping the character of a distortion.
Crucially, yes. Because the gain is always changing, you need a stable EQ point. The tone control ensures that no matter how much gain the Dynaamp system is throwing in, you can tune the final treble output without the mids collapsing. It stops the pedal from getting, uncontrollably bright when you dig in, which is a common problem.
Makes sense. And the drive knob sets both the maximum ceiling and the sensitivity.
Correct. It's calibrating the responsiveness.
Yeah.
Turn the drive up high, and the difference between your soft and hard playing is huge. The swing is massive. A lower setting, it's still dynamic, but the ceiling is lower. So the difference is much more subtle and nuanced.
Okay, let's talk about the actual sound then. Technology aside, it has to deliver. And the tonal profile is almost always described as warm, smooth overdrive.
Yeah, and with a very natural mid-range. It doesn't have that big mid-hump of a tube screamer or the scoop of a modern distortion pedal.
That natural mid-range is probably key to its versatility.
It is. And let's go back to that incredible dynamic response. We mentioned how high harmonics bloom under a strong attack. This is where the rubber meets the road.
Right.
That bloom you hear, that's the audible result of that instantaneous voltage increase we just talked about. You hit a chord hard, you hear that initial aggressive clip, and then there's this slight immediate surge in sustain as the gain stages recover. That is the definition of the amp-like response everyone raves about.
I can just imagine how that would make writing the guitar's volume knob an incredibly expressive tool.
It multiplies the effect of your guitar's controls. Absolutely. Let's walk through the drive settings, because this pedal really gives you like 3 distinct pedals in one box.
Okay, so let's start with drive way down, 0 to about 9 o'clock. This is a setting most people would just skip over, right?
They do. But it's a really sophisticated application. When it's set that low, the DN2 acts as a dynamic clean preamp. A normal clean boost is fixed.
Yeah, it just makes everything louder.
Right, it's linear. But the DN2, even at low drive, is still tracking you. So players in country or fusion, or even with acoustic electrics, they use this to add touch sensitivity and some subtle compression without coloring the tone. It gives you that little edge of breakup feel when you lean in, but stays crystal clear otherwise. A normal booster just can't do that.
Then we get to the sweet spot. Drive at noon.
Drive at noon. That's your classic crunchy rhythm territory. This is where that expressive bloom and dynamism are most, musical. You get that satisfying harmonic complexity when you strike hard. Perfect for classic rock, blues. It responds less like a pedal and more like a small tube amp that's breathing with your playing.
And what happens when you max it out? Most drive pedals just turn into a compressed, fizzy mess.
And that's the difference. If you max the drive, the tone gets hot, saturated, almost like a distortion. Great sustain for lead work, but this is the key. It still maintains its touch sensitivity.
Even fully saturated.
Even then. Most pedals hit a compression wall, all nuance is gone. The DN2 uses that Dynaamp tracking to make sure that even your saturated lead lines keep their articulation. You can still hear the pick attack before the compression clamps down.
Now, given that versatility, the sources mention it's a great stacking drive. But what happens if you put it in front of, say, a high-gain fuzz? Doesn't the fuzz just flatten everything out?
That's a critical question. When you stack the DN2 into a fixed distortion, yes, the clipping of the second pedal will limit the final sound. But the real benefit isn't dynamic gain anymore. It's dynamic EQ and saturation management.
What do you mean?
It shapes the high frequencies and the mid-range focus of the signal before it hits that static fuzz. So while the overall dynamic range gets compressed by the fuzz, the DN2 makes the saturation feel more complex. It's like having a dynamic preamp for your fuzz pedal.
All right, let's put this thing in its historical context. The mid-2000s pedal market, I mean, it was flooded with clones.
Oh, yeah. Clones and derivatives.
You had your Tube Screamer variants, your Blues Breaker copies, endless tributes to vintage circuits. The DN2 was just a fundamentally different beast.
It was pioneering. It wasn't trying to copy a known circuit. It was trying to capture the feel of dynamics using this new hybrid technology. It prioritized responsive gain sculpting. And that's its strength. I mean, to sum it up, it is easily among the most touch-responsive drives BISS has ever made.
It's extremely expressive. It rewards skilled players.
And it works great into both clean and dirty amps. Very low noise, too.
So here's the point of critical inquiry, then. If this technology is so revolutionary and it rewards skilled playing so much, why didn't the DN2 become a mainstream perennial staple like the DS1 or the OD3?
Yeah.
Was it just too ahead of its time, or was the learning curve just too steep?
I think the answer is probably a bit of both. First, you have players who expected a typical fixed-gain overdrive. They step on it, and its dynamic behavior feels unusual, maybe even frustrating.
Because it's not predictable.
Exactly. They want a consistent sound no matter how hard they hit the strings, and the DN2 explicitly refuses to do that. It forces you to interact with it.
It's an unforgiving mirror for your technique, as you said.
That's the second reason, that steep learning curve. The DN2 requires really clean, disciplined technique to shine. If your picking is sloppy or inconsistent, or your muting is poor, the pedal exaggerates those flaws. Most players want gear that helps hide their mistakes.
The DN2 demands that you fix them.
It demands you improve.
Yeah.
It was a pedal built for nuance in a market that often wanted brute force and simplicity.
And that's the trade-off. We also saw that, depending on the guitar, it can get pretty bright when you really dig in.
Yes, especially with high-output humbuckers. The Dynaamp system is designed to simulate that voltage increase, which naturally emphasizes higher harmonics on the attack. So if you have a bright pickup to begin with, you really need to be mindful of that tone control to keep it in check. And, for all it does well, if you need super aggressive fixed gain modern metal, this is not your pedal.
But despite those, considerations, which really just highlight its unique niche, the DN2 has maintained and even grown that cult following.
Absolutely. It wasn't a mega hit when it was released, but it's now widely recognized by advanced players as one of the most forward-thinking drive pedals BOSS ever produced. It prioritized the feel of playing over just recreating a sound, and for the people who connect with that, it's an indispensable tool.
So wrapping up this deep dive, the BOS DN2 Dynadrive really does stand apart. Its proprietary Dynaamp system is a masterclass in hybrid technology. It's using digital smarts to manage analog gain stages, and it delivers this exceptionally expressive amp-like feel right on your pedal board. It's a powerful example of gear that's designed to listen.
And that idea, that concept of gear listening, that brings us to a final thought.
Yeah.
The unique relationship between technology and technique that the DN2 really embodies. This pedal, more than almost any other drive, it demands and it rewards nuanced, precise playing.
Right.
It's a piece of gear that literally tells you if you need to practice your right-hand control. So in an age where, digital profiling and modeling aim to perfectly capture a fixed, static sound, here's the thing to think about. How can technology that's designed for expression rather than just replication, actually push you to improve the foundational technique you bring to your instrument? That's the fundamental challenge the Dynadrive leaves you with. All right, welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we are digging into something really interesting, Not just a famous pedal, but one of the most contradictory pieces of gear BOS ever made.
Oh, yeah.
The PW2 Power Driver. And the mission today is to figure out why this thing was just, completely dismissed when it came out.
Utterly.
It had a production run that was like comically short, and yet now it's this super high demand cult favorite.
It's a classic case study, really. It was a market failure that decades later became this tonal triumph.
So what was it supposed to be? What was its identity right out of the gate?
Well, its category was distortion. Specifically, they were going for a heavy, mid-boosted, preamp style drive. The idea was to deliver this really thick, dense, mid-focus sound for, the 90s alt-rock and grunge scene.
Which is 1996. I mean, you'd think that would have been a perfect fit.
You'd think so, yeah. But we have to mention the rarity right away. This is key.
Okay.
It was only made for 1 year, just 1996 to 1997. That alone makes it one of the absolute rarest BOSS compact pedals out there.
Wow. Just 1 year.
Right.
So let's unpack that initial thought then, the great misunderstanding. It comes out when grunge is massive.
Yeah.
So why did the market just, reject it?
Well, there are a couple of factors playing against it. First off, its positioning. It wasn't just competing with other brands. It was competing with BS's own heavy hitters.
Right.
You had the DS1, which was already the standard. The DS2 Turbo was huge. And the big one, the MT2 Metal Zone, was just the absolute king of heavy at that time.
And the Metal Zone was all about that deep mid-scoop, right? That like surgical, almost cold metallic distortion that could cut through anything.
Precisely. That was the sound people associated with heavy in the late 90s. The PW2 was pushing a completely different idea. It wasn't about the scoop at all.
It was about warmth.
It was about warmth and girth.
Yeah.
It had this massive low-end punch and a really dense saturation, almost like a real amp's gain structure. It just went against the grain.
So it basically failed because it was trying to be too warm and fat in an era that was obsessed with being surgically cold and sharp.
I think that's a perfect way to put it. But that unique voice is exactly what helped it find its audience, later on.
So who were those people? Who picked this thing up from the bargain bin and discovered the secret?
It was definitely the heavy underground. It became a sleeper hit in these really specific niches. Doom, stoner rock, heavy blues, and even modern shoegaze players.
Okay, so people who want a wall of sound, not a scalpel.
Exactly. They don't want surgical. They need something that feels physical, enveloping. And the PW2's unique fat drive voicing gave them a density that other pedals just couldn't touch.
Kind of ironic then. The very thing that made it fail is now the reason it's so in demand.
Absolutely. And to really get that, you have to look under the hood. We know what it does, but how Boss S engineered that sound, well, that's where the real confusion started.
Okay, so let's get into the architecture, because this pedal is clearly not a simple overdrive. The sources call it an analog hybrid. What does that actually mean?
It means it's complex. It's got this dual-stage gain structure, which already tells you it's doing more than a standard distortion pedal. And critically, it uses asymmetrical diode clipping.
And that's important because
that's the key to why it doesn't sound fizzy or harsh. Asymmetrical clipping gives you these more complex musical harmonics. It sort of mimics the way a tube amp breaks up, so it feels smoother, more organic.
So they were blending ideas. It's like a Frankenstein of different circuits. Part distortion, part preamp booster, part, low frequency resonant filter?
Exactly. And that combination is what created the thickness, but it also created its biggest problem, the controls. You have level, you have drive, and then you have fat and muscle.
The wildcards.
Total wildcards. And they were so interactive that players who were used to a simple tone knob just didn't get it. They saw these weird words and got confused.
I can see that. You plug it in, you expect to turn a knob and hear more bass or treble. And if fat and muzzle don't do that, you just think, well, this thing's broken.
Or just badly designed. So we really need to dive into those two knobs because they're the whole secret.
Let's start with fat. It's not just a bass knob, right?
Not at all. That's the number one mistake people make. It adjusts the low-end resonance, the thickness, the girth of the sound.
So it's more like, controlling the size of the speaker cabinet and the pedal?
That's a great analogy. Think of it like that, or like room resonance. When it's set low, the sound is tight and punchy. But as you crank it, you get this huge, loose, saggy doom sound. The notes just bloom. It can easily overwhelm a small amp.
Okay, so fat is the girth and resonance. What about muscle? What is that bringing to the party?
Muscle is all about gain, density, and compression. And here's the trick. It's tied directly to the mid-frequencies. This is the amp-like part. Pushing the muscle knob is like simulating pushed power tubes in a cranked amp. It adds sustain and this harmonic richness that makes everything feel really responsive.
Yep.
So you could dial in a ton of low end with the fat knob, but then use the muscle to add that mid-range focus back in so you don't just disappear in the mix.
That's the balancing act. And that's what early users missed. They'd crank the fat knob to get this huge sound, but without enough muscle to tighten it up, and the result was just mud. Instant, unusable mud.
So it's less like an EQ and more like an amp's presence and sag controls. It demands a different way of thinking.
It demands that you sit down and really learn it, which, brings up a good point. Is it popular now just because it's rare? Or is it actually tonally superior?
That is a fair question.
And I think the tonal superiority is real, but only for a specific sound. If you want that warm, non-scooped stoner rock thing, nothing else from BOS does it quite like this. You'd have to stack 2 or 3 other pedals to even get close.
All right, let's prove it. Let's talk about the actual tonal profile. When you get those weird nongs balanced, what's the range we're talking about here?
Okay, so the core sound is always going to be thick, heavy, mid-forward, very warm in the low mids. But let's play with the drive knob.
Okay, start me off low. Drive knob around, say, 9 o'clock.
At that point, you're in this really nice, crunchy, warm territory. It's more of a heavy overdrive than a full-on distortion. Great for blues rock or alternative rhythm. It rolls off the highs really smoothly, so it's never harsh.
Nice. Okay, now let's go to that 90 sweet spot. Drive at noon, maybe 2 o'clock.
Now you're in the zone. That's the thick classic rock distortion, but with all that extra modern weight. It's perfect for garage rock, for big power chords, or for building those huge shoegaze walls of sound. It's a sound you can really feel.
And then, all the way up, drive knob maxed out. This is the doom machine.
This is pure doom territory, absolutely. People describe it as sounding like a giant amp that's just about to explode. It's saturated, it's dense, and because the fat control adds so much low-end energy, it starts to act like a weird distortion fuzz hybrid.
So it has the clarity of a distortion, but the sheer weight of a fuzz.
Exactly. But it never turns into just, high gain noise. It stays surprisingly musical.
And I've heard it's amazing as a stacker, like running it into an already breaking up amp.
Oh, it's incredible for that. It adds mass and definition without making things shrill. And don't forget bass players.
Right?
A lot of heavy bands use it on bass. With that much low end on tap, it's a natural fit, as long as you're careful with the fat and muscle knobs to keep things from turning to mush.
So let's bring it all together. The legacy of the PW2 power driver. What's the final verdict?
The pros are clear. It's one of the thickest, warmest, most unique distortions BOS ever made. It has a huge low-end and mid-presence that's just totally different from a DS1 or a Metal Zone. And yeah, it's a valuable collectible.
But you have to remember the pitfalls, the things that made people hate it in the first place.
You do. It gets muddy fast if you don't respect the fat control. It is not for scooped metal at all. And it can completely overpower a band mix if you're not careful. The problem was never the tone, it was the user interface.
That's the whole story right there. It's prized today because the music world finally caught up to what it was trying to do. It's a hidden gem that just rewards a little bit of patience.
It's a textbook case of a pedal that was ahead of its time. It blended classic drive, fuzz-like girth, and amp-style compression in a way no other Boas Des pedal really has before or since.
Which brings up a really interesting question for you to think about after this. The PW2 was dismissed because its best features, those weird interactive fat and muscle knobs, required you to actually sit down and learn them.
Right.
So what other gear or even software might we be overlooking today just because it's not immediately intuitive? Or we may be valuing that instant gratification so much that we're missing out on some hidden depth.
That's a fascinating thought. Maybe that complexity is what keeps these things special for the people who are willing to put in the work.
Maybe so. Until next time, keep diving deep into the gear that everyone else missed.
Okay, let's unpack this. We've got a really interesting deep dive ahead of us today, focusing on, probably one of the most recognizable bits of gear out there.
That little orange box, right?
Exactly. The BISS DS Distortion series. We got a request to really get into the weeds on this one.
And it's a fantastic topic because the DS1, the original, it's not just another pedal. It's sort of the blueprint for hard clipping distortion, the benchmark.
It really is. You hear that sound and you instantly think rock guitar, right? Especially from the late 70s onwards.
Absolutely. It's like embedded in the collective consciousness of guitar players.
So our mission today, our goal is pretty clear. We want to trace how this one core idea, this specific circuit evolved over, 4 decades now?
More than that, yeah, since 78.
Right. So starting with that original DS1, then we'll look at that weird digital phase they went through in the mid-'80s.
The hybrid era. Kind of fascinating, if a bit quirky.
Definitely quirky. Then back to analog refinement, grunge era stuff, and finally landing on what they're doing now, the super modern, high-tech Wazacraft version.
It's actually a brilliant case study. How do you keep reinventing something based on that same core concept, that symmetrical silicon diode hard clipping? They used everything they had, tweaking tiny components like op amps early on, all the way up to like sophisticated digital processing later.
It really shows this drive for continuous reinvention, always asking, okay, this thing's legendary, but it's got flaws. How do we make it better? Or maybe just different?
Exactly, addressing those perceived flaws.
And for you listening, this isn't just about pedals, is it? It's about seeing how technology and design respond to musicians' needs over time, how one idea gets adapted.
Yeah, it's a wider story about innovation.
We've pulled together details from sources covering, I think, 7 key models, looking at the circuits, the sound, the history, the whole deal.
Yep, got all the tech specs and the stories behind them.
Okay, so let's start where it all began, ground zero.
It has to be the original, the DS1 distortion.
The DS1, 1978. I mean, just think about that. Bias S's first actual distortion pedal.
And the fact that it's still in production, basically unchanged in its core design for over 40 years. That's pretty wild.
It really is. So many other pedals, clones, competitors, they've come and gone, but the Orange Box just keeps going.
It's the definition of a classic. I mean, if you're designing a distortion pedal today, the DS1 is still probably your starting point, your reference.
So what's the secret sauce then? What's under the hood that makes it tick?
Well, at its heart, it's actually quite simple. It's an analog op amp.
Yeah.
It's an operational amplifier.
Right.
And that basically boosts the signal, feeds it into what's called a symmetrical silicon diode hard clipper.
Okay, let's pause there. Symmetrical silicon diode hard clipper. Can you break that down a bit? How's that different from, say, the tube screamer everyone talks about that uses soft clipping, right?
Right. Good question. It's fundamentally different. So imagine your clean guitar signal waveform. It's like a smooth wave, right?
Sure.
The op amp makes that wave much, much bigger. Now, a soft clipper, like in the tube screamer, usually has diodes within the op amp's feedback loop. They sort of gently shave off the peaks and troughs of that big wave.
So it rounds them off?
Exactly. It's a gradual rounding, creates smoother, more harmonic distortion, usually pushes the mid-frequencies. That's why tube screamers sound creamy, good for overdrives.
Okay, but the DS1 does hard clipping after the op amp boost.
Precisely. The DS1 takes that massively amplified signal and slams it straight into a pair of silicon diodes. They're arranged symmetrically, meaning they clip the top and bottom of the waveform equally. And it's not gentle shaving. It's like hitting a brick wall.
Ah, okay, so just flattens the top and bottom completely.
Violently flattens them. A really sharp, abrupt cut. And that sudden flattening introduces a ton of odd order harmonics.
Which sound?
Aggressive, buzzy, very articulate, actually. It's not smooth. It's raw grit. That's why they call it hard clipping. It's a literal description of what happens to the signal. Pure aggression.
Got it. Now, our sources mentioned this whole thing about the specific op-amp chip used inside. That seems to be a big deal for collectors. What's the story there, the chip debate?
Ah, yes, the chip debate.
It's
definitely a thing in vintage pedal circles. Over the years, BFS had to use different op-amp chips, mainly because of what was available, supply chain stuff.
Okay.
The very first ones, the really early Japanese ones, had this Toshiba TA7136 chip. Nowadays, those are like hen's teeth. Super rare, super expensive.
And supposedly sound better.
That's the claim. Later, they used chips like the M5218, and then the vast majority, especially the ones made in Taiwan later on, use the standard JRC 4T5FAF8 chip. You find that one everywhere.
So did changing the chip really make a huge difference to the sound, or is it mostly hype?
It made a subtle difference. Let's be clear. The fundamental DS1 sound, that hard clanging character that comes from the diodes and the overall circuit design, that didn't change dramatically. But different op amps do have slightly different characteristics. Things like slew rate, how quickly they react, their noise level, and maybe, crucially, their internal headroom before the signal hits the clipping diodes.
Ah, so the pre-clipping stage might feel slightly different.
Exactly. Some argue the old Toshiba chip had a tiny bit more headroom, or maybe a slightly smoother transition into clipping. It's subtle, though. Honestly, for maybe 90% or more of the DS1's actual sound signature, the real defining factor isn't the chip.
What is it then?
It's where they put the EQ, the tone control.
Right. The sources emphasize this. The passive tone stack is positioned after the clipping stage, post-clipping. Why is that such a big deal, and why does it create that famous mid-scoop?
This is the absolute key to understanding the DS1. It's both brilliant and, well, problematic. Most pedals put the tone controls before the distortion happens.
So you shape the sound going into the dirt?
Yeah. You decide which frequencies get distorted the most. The DS1 flips that completely.
So you take the signal that's already been smashed by those hard clipping diodes. It's full of those aggressive harmonics, that high-end fizz.
Right. It's already super saturated and complex.
And then you try and control the tone with a simple passive filter afterwards.
Exactly. And that specific type of passive tone stack they used, just by its design, tends to naturally cut out a big chunk of the mid-range frequencies.
The frequencies that give guitar its punch and body in a mix.
Precisely. So you filter out those important mids after the signal is already distorted and harmonically dense. The result, the sound gets scooped, thin almost. It's bright, it's cutting, it's aggressive, yes, but it lacks that low-mid warmth and presence.
Okay, that makes perfect sense now. It totally explains why people say it's amazing for tight, articulate rhythm playing. You want that cut and clarity, but maybe not so great on its own for big, singing lead lines. It can sound kind of harsh or thin.
That's the classic critique. It's built for aggression and clarity, not necessarily warmth or smooth sustain. It has quite low compression, actually, and the bass stays really tight. That's why guys like Joe Satriani and Steve Vai used it famously.
But they didn't just plug it in and crank the distortion, did they?
No, often they'd set the distortion quite low, maybe the level high,
Right.
and use it to push the front end of an amp that was already breaking up, like a really clear, aggressive boost.
Ah, so the amp itself fills in those missing mids and adds the warmth.
Exactly. It mitigates the scoop problem beautifully. It just tightens everything up and adds that aggressive edge.
And then you've got the other iconic user, Kurt Cobain. He famously ran it into cleaner Fender amps, right? Using the DS1 as the main distortion.
Totally. That's almost a defining sound of the DS1 in isolation for a whole generation. Bright, almost abrasive, sometimes raw. Perfect for that grunge garage rock thing.
So the pros are clear. It's cheap, it's built like a tank, legendary clarity. But the cons, the things you need to consider, are real too.
Definitely. That mid-scoop is the big one. It can be hard to work with depending on your amp and guitar. The highs. Yeah, if you crank that tone knob too far, it can get genuinely piercing, almost painfully bright.
Like an ice pick.
Kind of, yeah. And straight into a very clean amp, some people do find it sounds a bit cold or flat. It really comes alive when it interacts with some amp gain, even just a little.
It's a foundational sound, but one you need to understand how to use, maybe. It needs context.
Absolutely.
And BSS knows this legacy. They even did that 40th anniversary version, the DS1 4A, in 2017, the black one with gold lettering.
Yeah, that was purely cosmetic, though. Same classic 1978 circuit inside. Just celebrating the icon. It really cemented the 78 design as the baseline. Everything that came after was either trying to build on it or, well, fix it.
Okay, so benchmark established. Loved, but flawed. But then we get to the mid-'80s, digital is starting to happen, and you can imagine the engineers at BOSS looking at these new chips.
Making, what if?
Exactly. What if we combine our classic analog distortion with this new digital stuff? Which takes us to a slightly strange but important detour in the timeline.
The hybrid pedals. Yeah, this was a really interesting period.
Right, the mid-'80s. BOSS starts experimenting, trying to bridge that gap, right, between the analog grit they were known for and the new possibilities of digital delays, reverbs, that sort of thing.
Yeah, how do you blend the established distortion sound with time-based effects? That was the question.
And the first answer was the DSD2 digital delay distortion in 1985, a true hybrid.
Hybrid monster is a good way to put it. Its architecture was literally the standard DS1 analog distortion circuit.
The one we just talked about?
Yep, that exact circuit.
Yeah.
And its output fed directly into a brand new 12-bit digital delay engine.
12-bit. Okay, that sounds kind of low by today's standards. We need to talk about what that meant back then.
Oh, it's a huge limitation looking back.
Yeah.
In 85, getting digital delay into a compact pedal was pretty cutting edge. But 12-bit resolution, that really restricts your dynamic range and overall fidelity.
So what did that actually sound like? What were the sonic artifacts of 12-bit digital in 1985?
Well, you definitely heard it. There was a noticeable digital noise floor, a kind of hiss, especially on the delay repeats. The bandwidth was limited, so the delays maybe sounded a bit dull or lo-fi, and you could often hear aliasing that's like unwanted digital artifacts, sometimes a harsh ringing quality. The max delay time was only about 800 milliseconds
Okay.
for slapback or basic echoes, but not for lush, long delays.
So the overall character was...
Distinctly mid-80s, I'd say. The distortion was still that bright, cutting DS1 sound, but the delay part was a bit crunchy, maybe slightly cold, definitely noisy by modern standards. But it worked for the time.
So you could get your shredding lead tone with that DS1 aggression, plus a somewhat noisy digital echo right after it. Perfect for those big 80s guitar solos that needed space.
Exactly. And the DSD-2 had another trick up its sleeve, something genuinely innovative for the time, that trigger input.
The trigger input, what did that do? Was it for sampling?
Sort of, yeah. It tapped into that early sampling craze. You could plug in an external foot switch, like a simple momentary switch,
Okay.
or even get a trigger pulse from a drum machine and use it to momentarily engage the delay effect. Or, more interestingly, you could capture a tiny snippet of sound like a chord stab or a single note and then trigger its playback repeatedly with the switch.
Like a very basic short looper or sampler.
Exactly. Really rudimentary, very short sample time, and still kind of noisy because of the 12-bit thing.
Yeah.
But conceptually, very cool for 1985 in a compact pedal.
Clever idea, but you said the limitations were significant.
They were. The noise, the short sample time. It meant the DSD-2 didn't last long. It was only made for about a year, 85 to 86.
So BSS learned pretty quickly from it.
Seems like it. Because they immediately followed it up with the DSD-3 digital sampler delay, which ran from 86 to 88. And this was clearly an attempt to fix the DSD-2's problem.
How did they improve it? Still the same DS1 distortion circuit.
Yep, kept the analog front end. But they put serious effort into refining that 12-bit digital section. The sources mention improved clock control, that usually means better timing stability, less warble in the delay, and generally they worked on improving the overall fidelity of the digital signal path.
So tonally, the DSD-3. Quieter. Warmer, maybe.
Definitely quieter, noticeably better noise floor, cleaner sounding digital repeats. It still had limitations, of course 12-bit is still 12-bit, and sample memory was tiny compared to rack gear. But it was a definite step up.
So less noisy 80s echo.
Pretty much. The real legacy of both DSD pedals, though, isn't really about perfect tone. It's about that concept, putting distortion and a digital effect like delay into one compact box.
Yeah.
That dual function idea. That directly paved the way for all the multi-mode BOSS pedals that came later. They proved the hybrid pedal could work.
Okay, so we have the DS1, the analog foundation, then the DSDs, the short but important digital experiment. But by 1988, music's changing again, getting heavier.
Right, hair metal, early thrash. People wanted more gain, more sustain.
And it seems like the engineers felt they hadn't quite maxed out the potential of the original analog circuit yet. They went back to the drawing board, but this time aiming squarely at the DS1's weaknesses.
Exactly. Which leads us to what many people consider the ultimate refinement of the classic DS analog sound. The DS2 turbo distortion.
The DS2 turbo distortion, 1988. This feels like BSS directly responding to the times, right? The DS1 was great, but maybe not quite hot enough, not quite thick enough for the sounds people were chasing in the late 80s and into the 90s.
Absolutely. It was about addressing the DS1's limitations head on, especially that mid-scoop and the perceived lack of gain for lead work.
And the genius here, according to the sources, is that they didn't just scrap the DS1 circuit. They kept the core idea, that analog op-amp feeding the hard-clipping diodes.
Yep, the essence, yeah. That aggressive clarity is still in there. But they expanded it significantly. They added dual gain stages and, crucially, mode switching. Gave it two distinct personalities.
Okay, let's talk about those two turbo modes. That switch is the key feature, isn't it?
Totally. So mode 1, you can think of that as being based on the classic DS1 sound. Maybe slightly tweaked, but it gives you that tight, articulate, fairly scooped rhythm crunch.
So if you like the DS1 for rhythm, Moda had you covered.
Exactly. Kept that familiar foundation. But then you flip the switch, or a step on the remote pedal, to mode 2, the turbo mode. That's the big change.
And what does turbo mode do? How did they fix the problems people had with the DS1 for solos?
Two main things happen in mode 2. First, the gain goes way up. Significantly more saturation, more compression, more sustain, just hotter overall.
Okay, more firepower.
Yep. But the really clever part is what they did with the EQ. Mode 2 introduces a distinct boost to the mid-range frequencies.
Ah, so they actively counteracted the natural mid-scoop of the original design.
Precisely. It's a fixed mid-boost designed to push the guitar forward in the mix.
Yeah.
It adds fullness, body, presence, all the things the DS1 sometimes lacked when used for leads. It suddenly makes the pedal cut through a dense band mix way better.
That's the direct analog solution to the DS1's biggest complaint. Fuller, fatter lead tones.
It totally transforms the pedal. It goes from being that tight rhythm tool to a really powerful singing lead voice. And BSS knew how players would want to use this live.
Right, switching between rhythm and lead sounds.
Yeah, so they added another crucial feature, the remote jack.
The remote jack seems simple, but hugely practical for live use.
Absolutely essential. It lets you plug in an external foot switch, usually just a simple momentary switch like the Bios SFS5U. And you can instantly switch between mode I and mode 2 just by stepping on that external switch. You don't have to bend down and fiddle with the knob on the pedal itself.
That's huge for playing live. You can have your rhythm sound set, then just stomp for the solo boost.
Made it incredibly versatile on stage. That focus on practicality really helps cement its place on pro pedal boards.
And speaking of pro boards, we can't talk about the DS2 without mentioning its most famous user, right? The guy who basically defined its sound for a generation.
Gotta be Kurt Cobain.
Absolutely. Nirvana.
Yeah.
The DS2 was all over their stuff, live and in the studio. It practically is the sound of 90s grunge distortion for many people.
It really is. And you can totally imagine how he used those modes. Maybe the cleaner, scoop mode I for a verse part, punchy, raw, and then bam. Hit the remote switch for the chorus, engage turbo mode 2, and get that huge, saturated mid-forward wall of sound. That dynamic switching was perfect for their music.
So the DS2 really proved that BSS could take their classic formula, listen to what players needed, add features, fix the weak spots.
All without losing that core DS character.
Right.
That hard clipping DNA was still there. It was just more versatile, more powerful.
It feels like the peak of their analog development for the DS line at that point.
I'd agree with that. The definitive analog refinement.
Okay, so DS1 sets the stage. DS2 refines the analog recipe. Now let's jump forward again. We're heading into the 2010s. Technology's moved on massively. Digital processing is way more powerful.
Yeah, digital modeling is becoming really sophisticated by this point.
So BASS has a choice. Do they keep tweaking the analog formula? Or do they fully embrace digital to recreate or maybe even surpass the DS sound?
And interestingly, they decided to do both simultaneously, which leads us to the modern era.
Right, the 2010s. And BASS takes these two really different paths to bring the DS concept into the modern age. It's almost like two different philosophies at play.
It really is. On one side, you have them pushing the boundaries of digital signal processing. On the other, they're doubling down on premium, refined analog design, both trying to solve the DS1, but in totally opposite ways.
Let's look at path A first, the digital route. That's the DS1X Distortion X, right? Came out in 2014.
Yep, the DS1X.
Yeah.
This is the full-on technological leap. Okay, it still has analog inputs and outputs, which is good for signal integrity.
Sure.
But the engine doing the sound generation, purely digital. And it uses BOSS, a special MDP technology.
MDP, multi-dimensional processing. That sounds fancy. What does it actually do for a distortion sound? Can we use an analogy?
Okay, think of it like this. Traditional analog distortion, like in the DS1, treats the entire guitar signal the same way when it clips it,
Right, just smashes the whole thing.
pretty much, which often means low notes can get mushy or flabby when heavily distorted, and high notes can get harsh or compressed. MDP is different. It analyzes the incoming signal in real time. Across multiple dimensions, it looks at the pitch, the dynamics, the different frequency components.
So it's smarter.
Much smarter. It can literally process, say, the attack of a low E string differently than the sustain of a high G string, even within the same chord.
Wow, okay, so if I hit a big, chunky power chord really hard,
The DS1X, using MDP, can keep the low end incredibly tight and define no mud, while also letting the high harmonics ring out clearly without getting fizzy or harsh. It tailors the distortion response across the board.
that sounds like the holy grail for high gain players. Clarity and tightness.
That's exactly the goal. Surgical clarity, huge dynamic range, and a response that's incredibly consistent no matter how hard or soft you pick or where you are in the neck. It's something that's almost impossible to get with fixed analog components.
And the controls change too, right? No single tone knob.
Right. They replaced the old passive tone knob with active low and high EQ controls, plus level and distortion, much more precise tone shaping potential.
So the sound profile ends up being Ultra-tight bass, loads of treble headroom, super consistent attack.
Exactly. It's aimed squarely at players who need maximum definition, especially in high-gain metal or complex rock situations. It effectively uses digital processing to eliminate the problems of the original DS1, the mud, the harshness. It's clinical aggression.
Clinical.
Yeah.
That's an interesting word. Does that hint at the potential downside?
Well, for some players, yes. That very precision, that almost flawless high-definition sound, some find it lacks a certain character, warmth, that organic feel you get from analog components interacting, maybe even struggling a bit.
The perfect sound isn't always the most inspiring sound for everyone.
Exactly. It can feel a bit sterile or less alive to players who really value that vintage analog vibe. Which brings us perfectly to the other path Bauhaus took.
Path B. The DS1W Wazacraft distortion. This one landed much more recently, 2021, and Wazacraft means?
Wazacraft is BOSS's premium line. It generally signifies top-tier analog components, often discrete circuits instead of integrated chips, meticulous Japanese craftsmanship, and a focus on refining classic circuits. It's their statement about the art of analog design.
So the DS1W is the opposite of the DS1X. It's all about embracing analog, not replacing it.
Completely. It's an explicit commitment to taking that original 1978 circuit and elevating it, improving its flaws, but without losing the soul, the inherent character of the analog design. The architecture is all analog, discrete components, and like the DS2, it's dual mode.
Okay, 2 modes again. How are they different this time? Is it like the DS2's rhythm lead thing?
Not quite. It's more subtle. It has a switch for standard, S, and custom modes. Standard mode is designed to be a super accurate, but also lower noise, recreation of the original 1978 DS1.
So you get the classic sound, warts and all, but maybe just a bit quieter.
Pretty much. All the grit, the aggression, the mid-scoop. It's there if you want it. For the purists.
And then you flick the switch to C for custom mode. What happens then? What's the refinement?
This is where the Waza magic comes in. They didn't just add more gain like the DS2. They carefully tuned the circuit using premium components. The goal was to address the tonal complaints about the original DS1.
So tackling the mids and the harsh highs again, but with analog finesse.
Exactly. Custom mode offers a noticeably enhanced mid-range response.
Yeah.
It's not a huge boost like the DS2 Turbo, but it fills things out, gives it more body. It also seems to have slightly lower compression, feels a bit more open and dynamic.
How do they achieve that fuller sound in the analog domain?
Likely by subtly tweaking the internal EQ filtering, perhaps shifting the center frequencies, using different component values to restore some of those mids before the main tone stack scoops them out. And critically, they use high-quality, low-noise components throughout. This means you can push the gain and tone without getting that harsh, fizzy top end that the original could suffer from.
So custom mode gives you the character of the DS1, but smoother, fuller, less harsh, more usable, maybe?
That's the idea. It's aimed at players who love the core DS1 sound but want it refined. They want the analog interaction, the feel, but with better tonal balance for modern setups. It's the DS1's heart, but without the headaches.
It's fascinating. 2 modern pedals, both based on the DS1, both trying to fix it, but taking completely opposite approaches.
It really sets up the core debate, doesn't it? The DS1X, digital perfection, flawless clarity via MDP, the DS1W analog artistry, refining the original's character with premium components.
So if we zoom out and look at the whole journey, it's a really clear progression, isn't it? Stage by stage.
Absolutely. You start with the analog roots, right? 1978 to maybe 1988. That's the DS1 laying down the law for hard clipping. Then the DS2 comes along and refines it, adds the dual modes, the mid-boost, really responding to player needs in the late 80s, early 90s.
Then that brief but important phase of digital experimentation in the mid-80s, the DSD2 and DSD3, trying to blend analog drive with early digital delay. A bit clunky maybe, but showed they were thinking about multi-effects early on.
Yeah, a necessary step, even if short-lived. And that brings us to the modern precision era, the 2D10s onwards, where they split their focus.
Right. The DS1X takes the digital path, using MDP for that ultra-clear, high-definition sound, solving the problems through processing power.
While the DS1W goes the other way. Wazacraft. Premium analog components, careful tuning, balancing the original recipe, perfecting the character.
And looking back, you can see how each major iteration was, in some way, trying to address those initial considerations or flaws of the very first DS1, that mid-scoop, those potentially harsh highs.
Exactly. The DS2 attacked it with a direct mid-boost and extra gain. The DS1X basically uses digital smarts to engineer the problems out of existence. And the DS1W uses careful analog tuning in its custom mode to subtly rebalance the EQ for a fuller, smoother result. Different tools, same underlying goal. Improve on the benchmark.
It's amazing how this one series basically charts the whole history of compact pedal tech, from just simple analog clipping
Through those early hybrid digital ideas.
all the way to today's super sophisticated digital processing and high-end boutique-style analog craft. It's all there in the DS lineage.
It really is a masterclass. How do you keep a core sound relevant and evolving for over 40 years? You use every technique available while trying to hold on to what made it special in the first place.
The DS1's legacy isn't just the sound itself, but the fact it became this platform for constant innovation. Proof that an iconic sound can be preserved, tweaked, enhanced, completely reimagined, using silicon diodes one decade and complex algorithms the next.
Which brings us right to that final thought, that question for you, the listener, to chew on.
Yeah, we've seen these two modern takes. The DS1X offers that incredible high-definition clarity, digital precision, no mud, tons of headroom.
And then the DS1W focuses on perfecting the analog experience. Premium feel, warmth, character, maybe even embracing some of those subtle imperfections that make analog sound, well, analog.
So it really poses a fundamental question about where guitar tech, maybe all audio tech, is heading. As technology keeps getting better, more powerful, what's the ultimate goal for circuit designers?
Is it chasing that flawless precision that digital offers, like the DS1X, eliminating every artifact, every bit of mud, every limitation?
Or is the goal to keep refining the analog side, to perfect the inherent character, the warmth, the compression, maybe even the pleasing flaws of those original circuits, like the DS1W aims to do?
Where's the balance? Clinical perfection versus sonic personality.
That's something for every player and every designer to think about, isn't it? Precision or character. What do you value most in your tone?
A tough question with no single right answer.
Definitely something to mull over. Well, thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the long and fascinating evolution of the Boss DS distortion pedal.
It's been great fun. Until next time.
Okay, let's unpack this. Have you ever wondered about, the secret sauce behind some of rock's most iconic guitar sounds? That gritty, punchy, unmistakable distortion that defined an era?
Yeah.
Well, you're in for a treat today. We're about to do a deep dive into a true legend of the music world, the Boss DS1 distortion pedal.
What's truly remarkable, I think, about this particular piece of gear is how one small, bright orange box launched back in 1978.
78, yeah.
It just became an absolute cornerstone for so many different genres. This isn't just about, a circuit board and some nuns. It's really about its enduring impact on music history and why, after all these decades, it continues to be so relevant.
Absolutely. And our mission today, pulling from a stack of sources, articles, research, even some of your own notes, is basically to give you a genuine shortcut to being well-informed about the DS1.
Yeah.
We want to uncover some surprising facts and really help you understand what makes this pedal so enduring. So let's get started.
Okay, diving right in. Its origins. The Boss DS1 distortion, it made its debut in 78.
Right.
Now, this wasn't just, another pedal release. It was a really significant moment because it marked the very first distortion pedal Boss, the subsidiary of Roland Corporation, ever produced.
The first one.
Yeah. They'd already found success with pedals like the OD1 Overdrive, which was more about warm, subtle gain.
Okay, right. The OB1 was softer.
Exactly.
And that's where the strategic pivot really happened, isn't it? While the OD1 offered that softer, maybe more amp-like clipping, the DS1 was a deliberate move. My notes show it was specifically aimed at the burgeoning rock, punk, and emerging metal scenes.
Yeah, harder stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. It was engineered to deliver a much harder-edged, more aggressive distortion. It came out with a tighter, grittier sound, featuring strong mids and treble.
Yeah, that cut.
Perfect for cutting right through a dense band mix. It really feels like Boss saw a gap and just, boom, filled it.
You're right. And that aggressive character comes directly from its unique circuit design.
Okay.
See, the DS1 isn't just an overdrive with more gain kind of thrown in.
Right. It's not just a souped-up OD1.
No, not at all. It employs a distinct distortion topology that fundamentally sets it apart from both the OD1 and even rivals like, say, the Ibanez Tube Screamer. It's a full clipping distortion stage designed for a sharp EQ profile and those signature hard-edged harmonics.
So as I was sifting through the technical details, this part really caught my eye. It's clipping topology. It uses silicon diodes, right?
Silicon diodes.
In what's called a symmetrical hard clipping configuration. And here's the kicker, the part that makes it so unique, apparently. These diodes are placed after the op-amp gain stage.
That's the key.
Can you explain why that placement is so crucial? Like, what does it actually do to the sound that sets it apart from, say, a tube screamer, which clips within the feedback loop of the op-amp?
That's a great question because it's really central to its voice. Imagine your guitar signal as like a smooth wave, right?
Okay.
When you clip it, you're essentially chopping off the tops and bottoms of that wave.
Oh, it's squashing it.
Yeah. Most overdrives, like a tube screamer, they clip inside a feedback loop. Think of it like a more gentle, rounded cut.
Okay.
Creates a smoother, more compressed kind of distortion. The DS1, by placing its diodes after the main gain stage, it performs a much harder, more abrupt, hard clip.
Ah, okay. More aggressive.
Exactly. This results in a grittier, more intense, and maybe less forgiving sound with a lot more harmonic content.
Yeah.
It's less amp-like breakup and more pedal-driven aggression, you know?
Fascinating. And regarding the op-amp itself, I saw that early models use the Rohm BA728N chip.
Yeah, the early Japanese ones.
But over time, Boss transitioned to others like the JRC 4558 and eventually like surface mount variants. Did those changes significantly alter that distinct aggressive voice you just described? Or was it subtle?
Well, while those changes did subtly alter the tonal characteristics, and some purists swear by the early chips,
Always, yeah.
The essential sound of the DS1 remained remarkably consistent. It's really a testament to the overall circuit design that it could tolerate those component swaps without losing its core identity.
Right.
It kind of points to the architecture being more important than the specific chip, at least for its fundamental character.
And for controls, it's wonderfully straightforward. Just 3 intuitive knobs, right?
Super simple.
Tone, which is a powerful EQ control, really shifts the mid-range response. You can dial in anything from thin and piercing to surprisingly full.
Yeah, they got a wide sweep.
Then distortion takes you from subtle crunch all the way to full-on saturation. And level just sets the overall output volume.
Can't get much simpler.
And it also uses Boss's standard FET-based buffered bypass system.
Right.
So you're always maintaining signal integrity, which is great for long cable runs or big pedal boards.
Definitely. No tones suck when it's off, supposedly.
And of course, power. 9V battery or a Boss PSA-style DC supply. Simple, effective.
And that blend of simplicity and, effective design has allowed it to evolve through several versions over the decades.
Ah, yes.
Versions. The very first ones from 78 to about 83. Those are the famous silver screw models.
Right, the collectible ones.
Yeah, manufactured exclusively in Japan. You can spot them by that distinct silver thumb screw for the battery compartment.
Okay.
They're highly collectible today, partly for their slightly warmer tone, people say, and the perceived high-quality Japanese manufacturing with through-hole components.
Then, from 83 to 94, we entered the black screw era, still made in Japan, though.
Still Japan.
Boss switched to a black plastic screw and began experimenting with different PCB layouts and component sourcing.
Yes, subtle tweaks.
And around 1990-91, they even started swapping out those original BA728N op-amps for Mitsubishi and JRC models, which is interesting, like we talked about.
Right, the op-amp changes started there. Then the biggest manufacturing shift came in 1994.
Okay, what happened then?
Production moved to Taiwan, where the DS1 is still manufactured today, actually.
Still made in Taiwan. Wow.
Yeah, and at this point, component miniaturization, including surface mount technology, or SMT,
SMT, right. Smaller parts.
became more common. Smaller components soldered directly onto the surface of the board. But what's fascinating is that despite this, the core circuit stayed nearly identical.
Really? Even with SMT?
Pretty much.
Wow.
While modern units might be noted as slightly brighter and maybe more compressed,
Okay.
they undeniably retain that familiar DS1 character. It shows that even with mass production changes, the fundamental DNA of the pedal really persevered.
And it hasn't stopped evolving there, has it? In 2014, Boss released the DS1X.
Yeah, the X series.
As part of their X series. This one uses digital multidimensional processing, or MDP.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty fancy. What exactly does MDP do to the sound to distinguish it from the classic analog version? Is it totally different?
That's a great distinction to make. Think of MDP as like a sophisticated digital engine. It analyzes your guitar signal in multiple dimensions, dynamics, frequency, harmonics, all in real time.
Okay.
So instead of just hard clipping the signal like the original,
Right.
it intelligently processes these different aspects to create a distortion that's more responsive, more articulate, and often described as more amp-like.
Ah, so less fizzy maybe.
Potentially, yeah. More clarity, even with high gain, which is sometimes a critique of the original for some players. While it aims to maintain the DS1 spirit, it fundamentally is a different animal than that raw, simple analog circuit.
Gotcha. Different technology altogether.
Exactly.
And then, in 2022, Boss finally gave the original DS1 the premium treatment it arguably deserved with the DS1W Wazacraft.
Yes, the Waza version. Took them long enough.
Right. This one's made in Japan again, with premium components. And it also features true bypass. Can you quickly explain what true bypass means, especially compared to the buffered bypass we mentioned for the standard DS1?
Absolutely. So true bypass means that when the pedal is off, your guitar signal completely bypasses the pedal's internal circuit.
Okay, straight wire.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
A direct, uncolored path from input to output. This can be great for tonal purity. Some people really prefer it.
Right.
In contrast, the standard DS1's buffered bypass means your signal always passes through a buffer circuit, even when the effect is off. Now, buffers help maintain signal strength over long cable runs, which is useful.
Yeah, prevents signal loss.
But some purists feel they can subtly color the tone even when off. So the DS1W Wazacraft, offering both modes, is a nod to different player preferences.
And the Waza has 2 modes, right?
Crucially, yeah. 2 distinct modes. Standard, which aims for that classic vintage DS1 tone.
Okay, the original sound.
And custom, which offers a fatter, warmer, and more amp-like sound. Deeper lows, smoother highs.
Oh, interesting.
It's like having the best of both worlds, really. The classic and a refined version.
So who actually used this little orange box to create legendary sounds? I mean, the list is long, but some names truly stand out.
Oh yeah, huge names.
Kurt Cobain of Nirvana famously used a DS1 and sometimes a DS2, its successor, to get that signature fuzzy, kind of lo-fi grunge crunch.
Absolutely iconic. His use really cemented its place in grunge history.
It's fascinating how a pedal that some might call harsh became such a defining element of a whole genre.
Totally. But then you have someone completely different, like Joe Satriani, known for sculpting his super liquid lead tones by running a DS1, often into a clean amp.
Right, using it as the core distortion sound.
Exactly. And he later moved to modified versions, showing how versatile the pedal could be even for, virtuosic players. It highlights how the DS1, despite its raw nature, could be shaped into something incredibly refined depending on the player and their rig.
Steve Vai also endorsed and used the DS1 early in his career.
Yep, early Vai.
And John Frusciante from the Red Hot Chili Peppers used it to push his Marshalls for those bright, cutting lead sounds.
Oh yeah, Frusciante's tone. Definitely hear it there.
Gary Moore, too, had it in his setup during his early hard rock years.
Gary Moore, right.
And the list just goes on. Prince, Mike Stern, Robert Smith of The Cure, Steve Morse.
So many players.
It's been a go-to for players seeking an aggressive, affordable, and just pedal board-friendly distortion for decades.
It really has.
It's almost like the DS1 is the, the Honda Civic of guitar pedals.
That's a pretty good analogy.
Cheap, reliable, and absolutely everyone has tried to mod one in their garage at some point, right?
That's it. That's an apt analogy. This broad appeal, combined with its simple, accessible circuit, is precisely why the DS1 has become one of the most modified pedals in history.
Ah, the modding scene, yeah.
Its affordability and just how many of them are out there made it an incredibly accessible platform for experimentation. While lots of guitarists love its stock tone, which can sometimes be a bit piercing or scooped in the mids.
Yeah, that mid-scoop is a common point.
Many others recognize its potential and look to smooth it out or tailor it for specific applications.
And that gave rise to some legendary modders. Robert Keeley, for example.
Keeley, absolutely.
He's famous for his Seeing Eye mod, right? Designed to smooth out the clipping, boost those often missing mids, and enhance harmonics.
Yeah, the Keeley mods are legendary. Also, Analogman.
Analogman, right. What did they do?
Offers mods that aim to restore maybe more vintage tone, improve dynamics, tame that sometimes harsh treble.
Okay.
It really speaks to the pedal's underlying quality that people felt it was worth investing time and money into modifications.
Totally. And beyond those well-known names, just countless DIY modders and companies like Monty Allums, JHS Pedals.
Oh yeah, tons of mod kits out there.
They've created extensive DS1 mod kits. Common mods include adding a mid-boost, like you said, to address that perceived scoop.
Mid-boost is popular.
Swapping out the silicon diodes for different clipping characteristics. You can use LEDs for a softer clip, maybe germanium for a fuzzier sound.
Yeah, experimenting with diodes is huge. Asymmetrical clipping, too.
Upgrading the op-amp for different tonal flavors, reshaping the tone stack to get less treble harshness.
Right, taming the fizz.
And even increasing headroom and volume output. It truly is a tinkerer's delight.
It really is. Shows how an already popular pedal can be endlessly customized.
Yeah. So wrapping this up a bit, what does this all mean for us? We've journeyed from its kind of humble beginnings in 1978 as Boss's first distortion pedal, explored its circuit intricacies and how those specific design choices shaped its sound.
Yeah, the hard clipping.
Traced its various iterations through the years, Silver Screw, Black Screw, Taiwan,
Waza DS1X.
and celebrated its legendary status in the hands of artists as diverse as Kurt Cobain and Joe Satriani. We've even explored that vibrant modding culture that has kept it endlessly adaptable.
Looking at this from, like, a wider perspective, the DS1 isn't just a pedal. It's really a testament to enduring design, affordability, and the sheer power of a simple, effective tool to shape decades of music. It embodies that gritty, kind of rebellious spirit of rock, punk, and grunge. And it continues to influence new generations of players because of its raw, honest tone and incredible accessibility.
Right.
It effectively democratized aggressive distortion for a whole generation of musicians who maybe couldn't afford a crank stack.
That's a great point. Made that sound available.
Yeah.
Today, the Boss DS1 remains one of the most popular and best-selling distortion pedals of all time. Still,
Incredible staying power.
From garage stages to sold-out arenas, it has been delivering distortion for nearly 5 decades now.
Almost 50 years.
It's affordable, it's durable, built like a tank, everyone says.
Oh, yeah. Indestructible.
And has an unmistakable tone, whether you love it stock, modded, or in its modern Wazacraft form. Its lasting appeal isn't just the sound, it's that perfect storm of accessibility and bulletproof reliability that made, pro-level distortion a reality for basically every garage band.
So this kind of raises an important question, I think. In an era of increasingly complex, often digital gear, why does a seemingly simple, nearly 50-year-old analog circuit continue to capture the hearts and ears of so many musicians?
Yeah.
What stands out to you about its lasting appeal? And I wonder, will its raw, kind of unfiltered voice continue to cut through the noise of modern effects for another 5 decades?